It's game time on Sunday.
Take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that.
Show some respect. Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh?
Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
Trust my shield. Stop right there. It's not over yet. Go to hell.
All right, here we go.
Hey-ya!
Hi and hello everyone for all the fans of PUBG Esports fan. I'm here, my name is Pan and one day manager. So right here is the hotel that all participating players of PGC 2023 are staying. So today I'm gonna be one day manager for one team. But what's that team? So exciting. I think I found the room. Housekeeping. A to. Oh,
Hi.
On both sides here for Cerberus. I mean, they are come out more front end coming in. Got the beat. He sees out where Emmy's gonna be.
Hello mọi người, mình là Hi Mắt.
Hello mọi người, mình là Đức Mỹ.
Hai mọi người, mình là Sology.
Hello mọi người, mình là Hải Saki.
Sawadee, my name is Thai Con from Cerberus.
Oh, Thai con. Oh, you can say Sawadee Krap in Thai, đó.
Em mới học xong.
Oh, really? That's nice. Okay, so today I'm going to be your one-day manager. So whose room it is?
Hôm nay là của em với lại Hi Mắt.
I just saw there's some luggage over here. Can we just like unveil the suitcase over here? Let what you bring from Vietnam here to Thailand. Oh my gosh, this is so big. Let me have a look. Oh, okay.
Cái này là em đợt đi PGC tháng vừa rồi. Nên là em được cái này.
Em có cái áo PGC 2022 nữa. Áo PGC 2022 tại Thái Lan luôn.
Last year, in the year of 2022.
Yeah.
Can you remember me?
Em nghĩ là chắc là không nhớ. Xin lỗi không nhớ.
Okay, so let's move to the next room.
Em có đem coffee của Việt Nam.
Oh,
Không, em đem đi tặng.
how it tastes? Have you ever tried it?
Em thì em không uống cà phê nên là em cũng không biết nó ngon hay dở.
Okay, so we're going to move to the last room.
Cái
Wow,
này thôi.
it's so the cutest thing. What is it?
Kiểu khăn để em lau tay thôi. Kiểu em tay em khi thi đấu hay ra mồ hôi tay nên là em muốn cầm cái khăn để em lau.
Okay, so let's move to this box because I just saw this box in every room. Oh.
Đây là mũ.
Can you try it on? You're like a rapper, you know? Yo, yo! Yeah, I think it's nice. Do you need any help from me or anything from this manager?
Em nghĩ là chị nên kiếm nhà giùm anh của em.
Oh my gosh, that's a big deal. Well, that's some house. Let's talk about it later. Okay, so you just need a house. And you?
Để em thuê ăn suốt ngày.
Em cầm mũ giày chị ạ.
Hôm nay thì bọn em có quay media ở đây thì chị có thể giúp đỡ bọn em trong media ở đây hôm nay không?
I'm gonna be the best manager for you today, just one day. Okay, thank you for your request. And so right here we have a surprise and a special mission for you. So let's go, let's do it!
Go!
Okay, so now we are here to our special mission with our Cerberus over here. So everybody, are you ready?
Ready!
Very good. And the prize is you can let me do anything that you want. Okay. Let's get started in 1 minute. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Move it, move it, move it, move it. Move, 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 move. Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, move faster.
Cầm lên, làm lại luôn.
Go, 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 go. Okay, so, yay. And for the second one. And now it's the second ball. Can you do it? Second ball, yay! And second one, and the third one, go. Oh, and 1 minute. Okay, so whatever, I'm your manager as well, like one-day manager. So after this, I will help you at the media day because we're going to have another special time there, right? Right here, is that any part of your face that you would like to correct the most?
Chắc da mặt em rồi. Tại vì da mặt em nhiều mụn.
โอเค คนนี้ก็ฟังเลยนะคะเขาแบบงานผิวงานฉ่ำค่ะแม่
Dùng cốc giúp em.
นี่ไอ้
Dùng
จุง
cốc.
กุ๊กเหรอโอ้โหจงกุ๊ก BTS ก็คือพูดง่ายๆว่าเหมือนดาราเกาหลีอะแม่ เอาทรงแบบดาราเกาหลีอะ โอเค Sophie Maybe it's right here. I think it's
pretty good. But you would like to up there?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So maybe when you like at the side over here. Just think about Jungkook. And you be Jungkook.
Thì Im Cúc.
Im Guk.
Hai đen Kim Cúc.
Oh, Im Guk. Oh, okay, not Jungkook.
Một.
Just touch your only one.
Another hand.
Another. So right here is Server Sports with the stars of Vietnamese Storms. How do you feel as to be the forefront team right now?
Sau nhiều giải đấu như là PGC 2022, BGF1, BGF2 thì bọn mình thể hiện cũng là rất tốt nên là mọi người đánh giá cao bọn mình. Em nghĩ là mọi người nên đánh giá yếu bọn em thì bọn em mới có thể thể hiện được sức mạnh.
Okay, so let's move to the next question for Himas. I love the way you just do that. I love it. Okay, so for Himas, so you're the center of servers, right? And the combat power right here is Himas. So how does it feel as such a spotlight right now?
Em cảm thấy vui ạ. Vì công sức em bỏ ra thì đã nhận lại nên là em cảm thấy vui.
Okay, so next let's move to Taikon. It's your turn right now. So what is the secret behind this strong combat power?
Chắc em nghĩ là do team em có một cái giao tiếp tốt nên là trong combat thì bọn em làm được tốt nhiều việc hơn và tốt hơn.
What is your mind that's going to happen in PGC 2023?
Thì quyết tâm của đội mình trong giải đấu lần này là vào được chung kết trước đã. Còn vào chung kết thì bọn mình có thể bắn hết mình thì bọn mình sẽ kiếm được thứ hạng cao nhất có thể.
Thank you very much for being such a good team for me, and I hope you have like a great, wonderful memory of PGC 2023. ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ
Welcome to Update 26.2, where you'll discover the new Crafter Pass, a new Team Deathmatch map, strengthened anti-cheat measures, and more. Here's a closer look at what's in store. Dive into the fresh Crafter Pass, Black Market 2023. Tackle missions, obtain rewards, and get busy crafting in the workshop. Keep an eye out for the special craftable rewards in this pass. The return of 4 progressive weapon skins available throughout the pass duration, along with their unique chromas. There is much more depth to the Black Market 2023, so stay tuned for a detailed announcement coming your way. Next up, experience the newly unveiled map for Team Deathmatch, the Pillar Compound. This arena serves up distinct combat avenues tailored for diverse gunplay preferences. Favor long to medium range battles? The main building is the choice for you. For those keen on close quarter encounters, the side buildings is the place to be. Plus, the inclusion of cleverly designed flank routes ensures thrilling challenges for everyone. Elevating our commitment to fair play, we're enhancing anti-cheat measures for ranked matches on Steam. Those flagged as potential cheaters will now face an added ARS verification step, linked to the phone number associated with their account. Ensure your information is updated by visiting PUBG support should there be any changes to your contact information. Lastly, we have a new penalty system for those leaving Blue Bomb Rush mid-match, refinements to the general plane flight route UI, and more. Update 26.2 has more to offer, so don't forget to read the patch notes. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
unleash my shopping spree.
Duty free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals Sonic!
The championship, the spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
Spins on him and takes him down. Daiwa is going to get the win.
Over the center opposition.
Yeah, oh, kickstart some great shots there. How in the world does Shouty win that? Tails up and over. Cerberus fighting Ghibli. Ghibli, one player left for Ghibli.
It is Petrichor Road coming apart.
And now they're walking right Genji. Shocking the world! 18 kills and a chicken dinner! I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round!
Buzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. 8 seed. These guys stepped up and played winning.
The voice in my head overturned, telling me to go closer to you now. Something's gotta change, you know it's right. Time to take you back, it's all in the heart. Whenever step on me goes down and fall apart. Whatever move that you make is not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You're the only one who survived to win. Don't let something too far. If you want to go higher, shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire and make all your desire. Shout it out loud. Say that you're divine.
Victory in Riyadh is an exciting and joyful moment. My team is a band of brothers. Win or lose, we're going to stick together and still make some fun memories.
아무래도 소닉스 견제되는 것 같아요.
如果我们生意兴隆在的话，那他就不是冠军。พวกเราอยากเล่นเกมให้สนุกครับ แล้วมาดูกันใครจะอยู่หัวตาราง
Điều của tôi thích nhất là tất nhiên là giao tranh rồi. Tôi cũng thấy việc giao tranh với các đội khác rất thú vị.
新地图、新策略，我想看看借四宝都准备好。
Everyone talking, we're gonna win, we're gonna get this trophy, we're the best team, but undeniable, we are this team.
PGC는 꿈의 무대잖아요. 도전하는 건 늘 재밌어요.
PGC is the biggest event of the year. I'm confident right now because the team feels fantastic.
This is Group A และทีมที่ดีที่สุดในประเทศไทยคือพวกเรา T5 มันก็แปลว่าทีมพวกเราแข็งแกร่งที่สุดใช่ไหม
Navi last year, this year's going to be Face Clan.
That's true.
Face Clan, baby. We'll see.
We will see.
我还记得上次的 PGC， 我们让蓝卫拿走了冠军，但没过多久就释然了。未来已至，我们会走得更远。
We're not the best in the last tournaments. We still didn't deserve to win. Hope I'm gonna change it this tournament. So many teams are trying their best to win the trophy. I hope they don't sweat for what is not theirs.
过去并不重要，重要的是现在。此刻是朋友们的时间。
PGC 초대 우승팀이 누구였는지 다시 한번 생각나게 해드리죠.
You really think you can win this thing? Because it won't be easy.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to PGC 2023. My name is Taviz. I'm joined by Avenger. This is day 2 of the Group A qualifier, where teams get to decide, do they go to the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket?
Yeah, we're going to be finding our first 8 teams for the winner's bracket. Super exciting. Tianba already locked in.
Yeah, they were played incredibly well. And I think they probably played so well because they were supported by Ondaseat, the official gaming chair partner that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Ondaseat, choose the seat of victors. Sponsored by King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro Esports grade gaming gear made with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. It's the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Takanoi, live deliciously. And finally, #1 fast and reliable fiber internet provided by True Online. All right, now that we got a little bit of the housekeeping out of the way, and I want to thank them because without the sponsors, none of this is possible. They make everything happen. But This is time for some teams to make it happen. We saw Tiamba play out of their minds. That, however, means the gates are wide open for everyone else, right?
Yeah, it's close. Of course, we have third on 5, and Sonic's also kind of on a tie. 51 points, looking really good for them. They don't need that many points.
Yeah.
Talked to Tickleton just before they went on, and he's like, yeah, we're close. We're going to get the absolute minimum points required, and then we're going to go have fun. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, I captained him, so hopefully
yeah,
not.
I captained on my fantasy team as well, but let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure they're going to be going steady through with third on 5 as well. They're looking good. Then we have a 3-way tie on 39 points as well, going down. Interesting as well, of course. Danawa in that. We have a little bit of a surprises too, kind of towards the bottom, but Tianba got 80 points. That is just insane that they're able to get them in. They got more points than the bottom 4 teams combined.
Right. It's fascinating.
It's crazy.
But also, from the rest of the team's perspective, in a grand final, you hate to see somebody get out in front like that. But in a qualifier stage, the rest of the teams don't care. They're like, all right, you got 80, that's fine. You get a spot.
Yeah, if you get first or 8, doesn't matter. You go win a bracket.
Exactly, and that's the thing to take away here is it's all about top 8 as we get into the games today. So teams are going to be watching that cutoff. Might be a little bit weird if you are used to watching our grand finals because we are going to be tracking closely here on the desk where that cutoff is. So as the day goes on, you're going to hear me and Martin talk a lot about 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place. Settle in because that's where the race is really going to be. And there's a lot of teams that are going to be in that mix because we've got teams like, say, Danawa and Cerberus that have both said we're not walking away from our hot drops today.
Yeah, for sure. And also Faceland, Tailu, Petrograd Road is in our bottom 8 right now. So we have big name teams down there that... And it's just with one good game, they can easily jump into the top 8 because we have had those sponges in the very top. So it's going to be super exciting to see what first 8 teams are going to be going through winner break.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like you said, those catch-up teams, we know some teams, I think we saw a little bit of a struggle for Exalt the first day. They had a player who was having trouble sort of getting to his chair, but he's back in, so they've got a full roster to start today. Hopefully we see that kind of bounce around. But let's take a look at what the schedule is going to look like for the entire event. We are on the 3rd day of group stages. That's there on the 20th. We'll play one more round tomorrow. Then we've got a nice day off for the teams.
Second off, and all 3 days of losers bracket, right? So you're going to have 4 days off. That is kind of crazy. Of course, this is the system here. And yeah, if you go to losers and you were playing those first, and if you don't qualify, you're done. You're offered a ticket home if you want to.
Offered a ticket home. So the first 8 teams could be flying out of Bangkok as early as 4 days from now. Now, we no longer have the Grand Survival, so there will be 8 teams from the Last Chance Survival who get to go to that Grand Final. We'll give you more updates on that as it comes along. Let's take a look at that overview. Most importantly, how the groups are divided right now. Which group are we watching, and what do you think of this group so far?
Yeah, of course. We're looking at Group A here, and we're going to be starting on day 2. So we're starting on Miramar. We're going to Taker and Vikendi, so that's kind of swapped around. And then we end on a Wrangle like we usually do in these kind of formats here. So it's kind of the comfortable zone for these guys. So you're going to have the map the best to get the most points out of. But all the other teams also do know. We have a big prize pool here too.
Yes, we have $600,000 for first place before the additional sort of skin sales are added to that. So make sure you go over to the client and get yourself some of those skins to support the players. $10,000 goes to the MVP. And in case you're new, the scoring system is on the right side there. 1 kill point, or 1 point per kill, I should say, 10 points for first, and it goes on down from there. Let's take a look at the regions that are participating at PGC this year. Left side, very strong, a lot of Asian representation, but teams have been so strong coming out of those regions lately. And then, of course, the PGS bottom right, those are the teams that qualified through the global events throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, and Tianba has surprised us super much here. They're like, it just shows how much depth we have in China, how much depth we have in Asia in general. And of course, yesterday as well, we saw that 2 Pentagram coming in, winning back-to-back 2. It's just been kind of a wild set of games, and you need to have these kind of sleeper picks on your fantasy squad. But also, once you consider who's going to be going head-to-head here, as you say, 80 points for Tianba Toughies. What an insane first day for them.
Last time they played, they won both Orangle matches, which means that if you're a team on the chase, you want to maybe count on them doing well at the end of the day today again and soaking up some points. So try to get moving early. You don't want to be playing that chase, especially when it's so gosh darn close in terms of score. Let's look at some team head-to-heads, though, Avenger.
The fun thing on here, right? They have 51 points. Both they're tied for second here for this. More kills on Sonic's side, but more placement on third on 5. It was super impressive to see how well they were able to play. Thanadol popped off. Again, we've seen him throughout the year do quite well, so it's good to see him step up to the gates here at PGC. Of course, the teams to watch, as you pointed out on Orangle, Tianba, they're able to win back-to-back. They won the 2 only games we had on Erangel. 20 points in the first game, 27 in the second one.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane performance. And then they're able to get 80 for the total day, of course.
Also, Day Trade, big fan crowd favorite here right now. They also, Nurns, I believe, gave us one of the best 1v1s we've gotten to see in a very long time during the first day of play. So let's take a look back at some of these teams to watch and their journey. Tiamba, they were unstoppable.
This one.
3 chicken dinners out of 6 games.
That destroyed my heart. That drive-by from Ovo, oh my god. Super well played, and of course multiple clutches from CYY or Sai if you wanna. Insane plays we see overall. Day Trade as well, some super good shots coming out of these guys. What we've seen them all year, these guys, and of course the crowd is going to go wild when Day Trade does that again.
And then Shrimzy played out of his mind. I mean, look at this shot. Perfect example right now.
Nice.
Shrimzy, I think, had the day of his life and has been nothing but sort of upscale in terms of his skill. He's been a lot of fun to watch. Now, if you liked watching him, you can put him on your fantasy team because we are doing Fantasy League over at twire.gg. 2 points for a kill, 0.01 for damage, basically 100 damage. You get a kill, you get a point. Surviving is 5, and then if you die too early before 10 minutes, that's a -3. Captain, 30% extra the points, and it is a ton of fun. This almost gets you buy-in. When your team goes down that you're a fan of, you at least have someone to still cheer for. Let's look at the most popular, or who's earned the most points so far.
Yeah, Linshu and the Tianba guys, of course, in the lead here. Pao Pao, he died a few times, so didn't get too many survival points for that. But Benadol, first team out of like a non-Tianba square, and Tickleton the second one there. So yeah, of course, there's a lot to kind of look at here. Himas in 15th, he was 33,500, so he kind of underperformed to what we were expecting here. But yeah, this is the overall leaderboard, and let's not talk too much about this because I'm in last.
And I'm in second to last, so you know it's brutal over here on the desk right now. Tough life for us, but we have some secrets. You know, we've captained Tiggleton. I think we both have.
So many.
We got a lot of chase to get underway, but it is a very long event, and there's no more. It wouldn't be fun if Poro and the boys didn't have a chance to trash talk us before we caught back up to them.
Yeah, exactly. We were many days here. Of course, the Pick'em Challenge here in your Esports tab inside the game here. Of course, 57% pick for 17. It's looking like they're huge favorites here coming off. Of course, there's a lot of support in game for them, but in general, Gen G as well. 16% is a little bit unexpected for me, but they have such a big legacy kind of following them. So yeah, there's huge things.
I mean, you heard it during the intro. Pio said, I'm going to remind him who won the first time. Like, this is exciting for them. Here's the matches for today. We're starting in the desert, as you brought up earlier. So 2 matches of Miramar, and then we end at what I would call everyone's favorite home base, maps that everyone knows well. Vikendi and Tego right in the middle, and they've been a little bit crazy lately. They have. And again, once we talk to the players and we kind of get these insights here, they're like, they still feel like it's like a little bit of a wild card, but still, if you're able to squeeze out 15, 20 points out of some of these maps here, it's going to be a huge difference for you. So, of course, try to get some of these best drops as possible. And you guys, if you want your own drops, can get G-Coin. We're doing a G-Coin event after the first blood in match 1. We'll be giving away 400 G-Coin. In match 5, after the first team elimination, we're going to be giving away a code that'll get you anywhere from 800 to 5,000. Now, the codes are limited, so you need to have the client open so you can type those in just as fast as your fingers will allow you to. You want to get your hands on those G-Coins, which I assume you'll turn into schematics, hopefully, for those progressives, which have been absolutely amazing. Or, hopefully, check out that PGC 2023 skins. All right, it's an exciting day. Give me real quick, what are you looking forward to, or who do you think steps up here? I'm really excited to see who's our kind of mid-pack chasers that are going to have like a first one or second game they're going to pop off. Excited to see what Danawa does. Like, they're a team that, you know, a lot of us have it on their kind of favorites to potentially win. I believe in them too. And once we talk to some of the managers, some of the players, they're just like trolling everyone, and us, they're like, nah, we're not going to do well. Don't put us on our fantasy team. Like, nah. On the other end, So always does super well on fantasy. And in general, I think Danawa's going to come out kind of swinging a little bit, and they're going to solidify their spot in the top 8 quite early on. That built-in modesty seems like a staple of PUBG. I don't know any players who pick themselves on their own fantasy teams, which is... That should be a rule, though. It's it's a travesty to me that they don't do that. But that said, we're going to see what happens today. Cerberus, hopefully they make a jump. We're going to find out because it's time for us to get ready for game number 1 of the second day of Group A. This is PGC 2023.
Hello, PUBG fans, and let's get everything underway for PGC. Day number 3, we're back with Group A, and Group A was one hell of a treat to kick off everything. I mean, Tiamba was just wild and has a lead. That's something to talk about, but really it's going to be about how they deal with it. Instead, we need to be focusing on the top 8 teams and who's going to be going on to the winner's bracket.
Exactly. Everybody else beneath them, a few teams probably doing okay. I mean, T5 Sonics probably fine, almost assuredly, as long as they don't zero out for the day. Tiamba's in, we know that, we're done with them. But the cool thing about this group, because it was so top-heavy, is literally anyone has a chance. I mean, I was talking to XO today, spirits were really high. They said, look, we know we had a bad day 1, but all we need is that one game, that one chicken dinner, and we can turn things around and get to the top, and get at least into the top 8 again.
There are so many fan favorites inside of this group. I mean, it's a group of death. Yes, it's going to be hard to play in, but so many hopes and dreams for what's going to be going on for the rest of PGC are going to be decided and what's going to be happening now and the path that they're going to have to go through, right? Going through losers bracket, there's still last chance. There's a ton of stuff opportunities that can come out of this, but getting that easier pathing with the winners bracket is so key. You were talking about one of the teams going into this one that might be making some weird strategies today, and Danoa.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. Like, the word on the street is that Danoa is going to continue to contest their drops. They're not going to back off of any of these hot drops, Matt. So I'm pretty curious to see if that is going to be the case. I mean, Danoa has in the past kind of shown at least some flexibility, but here, coming in as one of the top dogs, they really wanted to strut their stuff. I mean, they really wanted to bully some of these other teams, especially on Erangel, especially Cerberus, who is also another team that a lot of people consider a top dog, to get the hell out of farm.
And I mean, Danoa is in a really thick spot right now. Day Trade, Space Station Gaming, Danoa, all 39 points, man. That's absolutely crazy. Just 1 point back behind that, then we're going to have Cerberus. But right above Day Trade at the 39 mark is the big jump into Sonics. So they are doing a good job of weathering a lot of these early game, I guess, shenanigans that are happening to them. But to be committed and say, nope, we're not making any modifications, we're just going to deal with it whenever you're in the thick of that, is a bold statement.
It is. And here's the other interesting thing. You know, with Tiamba, seeing them on your screen right now, having such an unbelievably dominant day, 3 chicken dinners on day 1, they're in a position to be kingmakers here. They can come out and say, we want to mess with certain teams. They don't, I mean, most teams will just play their game, but they do have an opportunity here to kind of say, we want to mess with Danoa a little bit today. We want to see if we can send them down to losers, because Chumacera is
going to that Los Leones main drop, not looking over into that Azahar situation that we see going on over there. But are we going to see, look at that cluster at the tail end of it, and it's going to be on the hunt for vehicles, which could lead to some dust-ups, or just secondary drops, as yes, FaZe is also going to opt into a more southern position.
And we really got to look at Tiamba and Danoa right now. This is really key, because not only did Tiamba go, start going Chumacera, as soon as I saw Danoa turning their shoots towards Monte, they turned with them. They are clearly in a mindset to mess with Danoa today. This is super interesting.
And they get the right and the privilege to do that right now. They've got that flex points that they can work with. And this is something you often see. Teams that'll be at the top of the leaderboard will just be like, no, we're going to play it safe. We're going to do everything else like that. They let that lead slip away. I love a more proactive play. I know the Danoa players don't like, specifically players and fans don't like to hear this, but this is exactly what you want to do with that lead, is you want to be flexing out. You want to be making sure that everybody respects you.
Exactly, and they even got the high ground there in Monte Nuevo, so this is really good. I mean, the bus was 0 bullets. Tanadol, what happened there, bud? Every gun spawns with bullets. I'm not sure how you got the gun and not the bullets, but I'm not, you know what, I don't know.
After his performance on day 1, it's just a threat. If somebody sees them and they're like, oh, that could be the T5 players, just leave them alone. Tanadol, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you do not want to mess with Tanadol. I mean, the exciting thing for T5 here is they're a team that so far this year has kind of impressed us with their smarts. This is what I was talking about. The high ground, really nice here, 4-7-7, but Anonix has a mini. He's got an opportunity. Oh my God, no. Not like this.
Nades, he's got Panzerfaust. This is a super low economy situation. Good toss, 7-7. I mean, my God, this guy is just wrecking people this event.
He's incredible. All of Tiamba on fire this event.
5 bullets left.
All of them. Well, I don't know if anybody caught it yesterday, but Sungjiang did actually shoot a Panzerfaust out of the air. Maybe unintentionally, but I was just saying, with that Panzerfaust 7-7's hands, I'm like, just shoot at the Panzerfaust as it's coming out. See if you can catch it.
But it almost created its own problem, right? The explosion blocked out the vision on where that rock in the positioning was, so he couldn't line up. The opposing side was like, oh, he's still behind that tree.
It threw Sungjiang off. Yeah.
It's a pretty rare event. I'm not going to lie. I had to go back and look like 3 times to confirm it. Just to be like, am I that old? Is my vision that bad? Is there a tree there that I don't see?
Yeah, exactly. I saw it and I'm like, is there a branch there? Like, I'm not sure.
So after all of that work, Anonix is down, but it looks like they might be able to sneak over and get him. It's going to be close. You can see Loki's a bit afraid, but 7-7 just doesn't have the ammo to do anything.
Oh!
And Loki says hell no, gets there in the last freaking second to save his boy.
Unbelievable play from Loki. I was hyping him up yesterday as one of those players who could be in contention if Danawa can win this event as the greatest of all time. And a play like that right there, folks, is why.
They don't want to back off of this. They want to counter the statement. Okay, you got that lead. You got the points to play with. Well, that just means the fact that we can get free points off the start if we can take you out.
This is so mean, but I love what Seoul is doing here, retaking the high ground, trying to cover some more angles. Now, Pow Pow might have spotted him there, I'm not sure, but it's a pretty good formation now for Danawa. They're a little bit split, but they're able to reclaim some of these better angles to look down on it. Seoul uses it to perfection.
This is just exactly how they wanted this one to go down, getting more and more control. They've kind of repositioned up on this hillside, now starting to do the punishment. And you notice on the mini-map, Tiamba's a bit separated out here, and now it's going to become in a very dangerous spot. Shot's not going to come out yet. Again, it's going to be ZYY. Lin Shu's going to have a good vision, but not going to be able to get over to his teammates, really. Salute's going to be on the opposing section of this one, and the repositioning coming out quite beautifully for Danawa, as they're going to be able to kind of hold that low ground position. Looks like they were seeing if anybody was going to go for a res, but that's just done.
Yeah, Salute doing a good job here, recognizing the situation, getting behind some cover, expecting a grenade to come out. Shotgun in hand, though, for Lin Shu, but with this AK and a Mark 12 to back it up for Salute, I don't expect him to get super close range.
Well, I mean,
if he can help it.
It's kind of getting closer by the second. With this terrain piece kind of forces this. Lin Shu has an option to get right up on top of him, but Seoul holding the other angle, protecting him, realizing it. It is going to be Lin Shu that spots that out. Now it goes for a bit of a spray, realizing he's in some trouble. ZYY is nowhere near this. He's just playing anchor position. Lin Shu's all by himself. He has to make this happen, and my God, I don't know if you can.
To make it worse, Seoul had hit a headshot there with the AK, and that's going to be the go word for Salute.
Ooh, spray's coming out on both sides, stepping and trying to go for the shotgun blast. Doesn't connect. Danawa coming up big and punishing Tienba for this one.
Well, this is a huge start for Danawa. After being contested by Tianba, this could have gone real sideways real fast. Maybe found themselves looking down towards 6th, 7th place. Who knows how this one would have shaken out if they were just bopped out of the lobby by Tianba. Instead, they stand firm. They control Monte Nuevo.
And we were talking about that tie in the thick of it. Look, already off the get-go, Danawa is starting to get some separation away from that. And we were talking about how compacted this leaderboard is. I mean, if you really look at it, Danawa at 42, and then if you were just to take down 13 points, man, look at the drop-off that we're just going to move down into, all the way down into that 27 range. All of these teams right at the break point, one solid game can secure them, but anybody that's still down in the bottom 8, 2 games will get you there.
Exactly, Matt. Exactly. I mean, it is a really open lobby right now for anybody to get themselves straight into that winner's bracket to avoid the losers. Flash has the Dragon up. Pretty good opportunity. Got a highlight coming up here pretty shortly, but Flash is going to get those shots to go.
Just good lineup into that one, as it's just going to be a good setup. Now as Day Trade has gotten a bit more of attention that's going to go on around them, that means that they're going to have to focus up, specifically up into the north. And now Tyloo going to be coming in back behind Day Trade, so they're going to have a lot of targets to keep an eye on, as T5 is going to be one of the teams that we're going to take a quick look at these highlights.
Just a minute here. T5, we're going to take a look at what T5 is capable of.
มูดจะเอาตัวรอดอย่างระเบิดเราเรียบร้อยแบบนี้ทริปเปิลน็อกจากบอลฟุกวิ่งมาแบบนี้ยังไงต่อฮะโดนสเตทโดนเก็บคิวครับเขาเลื่อนอยู่เหมือนกันพี่มอสมากลางกระหม่อมหรือเปล่า
Oh, man, that mortar is so good.
You know, those are so satisfying to watch. I mean, it's got to feel bad when you get hit by them, but goodness, is it so fun to see those just arc through the air and obliterate teams. And I mean, T5 has been, the thing that's really impressive about T5, Matt, is not only are they like clearly really smart, but they've adapted to some of the new utility, like the pickups, the mortars, those kind of things really quickly. And we haven't thought of them as necessarily a high, fragging team, a high firepower team, but they've really proven so far this event that they've worked on that they've picked that up.
Bro, it's about time to start calling them T10 off the amount of kills that they're getting every single round. It's putting in some work. Tyloo down to the south of Day Trade, like we were talking about beforehand. Shin's going to be on the high ground over in that Chumasera hilltop. He's going to get Atongmu over there with him. So rest of the squad's going to be moving to the opposing hillside, just a bit more to the west and getting high ground onto Day Trade, who already has a read in that. You can see it's going to be Flash and the rest of the crew. Well, I guess one other person with him. Can't say the rest of the crew as they're running a 2-2 split right now. Ascend's going to be just to the north of that point, as we do have the Sandstorm kind of making its way over there into the west, but not necessarily a core component. Meanwhile, a bit more to the northeast, we're going to have Sonics over here contending in with Falcons. Cerberus going to be to the south of them, and Petrichor Road kind of running a 2-2 split in a pretty similar position to him.
Yeah, Exalt's found a couple knocks here onto Falcons. Capitan pretty far out from the rest of his team, plus they had another knock in the gas station, so they're in a bit of trouble. I mean, Capitan is dead to rights, and I think Sonics are trying to steal it. Let's see if Ark can get it. He does. Nice job. Tickleton going to give him a few parting shots in the back for it, but, I mean, come on. It was his knock. Sonics were trying to steal it.
And this is in that valley. Well, you can't really say the valley. It's towards that area into the west of Picado, so the hillsides. One of the reasons why you see it a bit more barren. Brickyard getting some love, though. Got to love to see that as Danoa still on the hunt, man. They really want to make sure that they ruin Tianba's day.
Oh, they're pissed, dude. I mean, they should be. Like, this is like Danoa did the thing that they were supposed to do here, where Tianba said, they fluffed out their feathers and they said, we're going Chumasera. And Danoa said, okay, fine, we'll go Monte today. You can have it. We're not gonna make a big deal out of it. We got to play for a few more points to make sure that we're gonna be getting into the winner's bracket, and then maybe later in the day we can mess with you or something. But instead, like, they chased, Danoa into Monte. This is Tiamba's own doing here. Not that Tiamba gives a crap. Like, they're fine. They're in the winner's bracket already. So for ZYY, this is all just, freebie points. If you could do some more damage to Danoa, or Danoa vice versa can knock Tiamba out, great. Everybody's going to be happy in some ways.
If you're a solo, this is one of the better areas to kind of hold down and hunker and hide into, because it's just such a dynamic reposition. So Danoa is going to get some separation away from them. Petrichor Road looks like part of their duo is kind of shifting around and trying to get everything set up. But it's all about like these different dynamic positions as we're in this area where verticality in the hillsides is going to make it very, very dramatic for these teams to try to rotate. Most notably, you can see what's going on with Day Trade right here. Having to go down that hillside and then back up can really lend yourself to being harassed at range, which Brex is trying to exploit.
Yeah, and this is good stuff here from both teams. Brex is trying to keep their player. It's Chris who's up front, as always, kind of one of those players who likes to be out on his own, likes to kind of feel things out. But with Day Trade just barely getting ahead of him, I see Cerberus used an emergency pickup in front of Day Trade. They could potentially punish this if they want to. Ooh. It's going to be close.
Going to be landing very tight on this one. Day Trade's going to have to stop for just one moment, figure out what's going to go on. Petrichor Road does have some vision in the backside of this one. We're looking at pretty much an MPL circle. It's going to have Monte Nuevo inside of it, just to the northeast of center. Danoa making reposition, pretty centered up in it. But this hillside, where we're seeing all of this attention, Petrichor Road, Cerberus, Day Trade, EXO, we have D plus Kia also over here, Tyloo down in the bottom part of this hill. This is going to be a core component. This is your safety area, and so many of these teams are praying that the circle stays shifted down to the south, because if it goes to the north, in that northwestern area around Monte Nuevo, that means that there is the giant field just to the west of Monte Nuevo that is going to cause so many problems.
Yeah, and to build on what you're saying, the concern here for some of those teams is going to be that it's more likely to go north than not based on the land ratio. So it just depends. Sometimes circles don't. We've seen at this event that sometimes the land ratio is, maybe not always as in play as it can be. But typically speaking, these circles do generally drift north towards Monte Nuevo. A lot of times they end kind of right about where Danoa and Petrichor Road are.
But here's the problem. We do have a big chunk of this western roll. You can see that Tyloo is driving across it right now. It's probably, maybe 10% of the circle? So that means that as we're looking at things shifting away, it should move to the southeast. But after the games we've been
casting,
go
southeast too, that's true.
The way that we've been seeing these circles pop, I wouldn't count on that logic, because, man, they've been kind of going wherever they want to go.
It's either going to go north or east. Like, it's very, very unlikely to go southwest. That would be the most unlikely, and oops-a-daisies.
Oh, you're going to replay them like that?
Yes. I mean, It is Miramar, I guess, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right?
It's Muratas, man. What can you do? That hood is way longer than you think it is sometimes.
It is. It does have quite a bit of reach, and the tires are, and the front fender as well is very low to the ground.
Really, really cool. Using the sandstorm as an opportunity to get your emergency pickup to kind of block out what's going on in the vision.
Very smart.
It looks like they might just be waiting for it to entirely pass, but it also means that people aren't going to be eyeing into that direction as much. FaZe is kind of out still in Chumacera, though, so I wouldn't be too concerned.
Emmy's in trouble. Glaz has got him pretty much dead to rights here as long as somebody doesn't spot Glaz first.
Well, we're keeping Monte with it, and yep, Glaz going to go ahead and take down Emmy. Falcons still having some problems as they just can't find a way to hide down and hunker down. The other two members going to be bypassing, but they're going to be right next to Exalt.
Yep, nice little pickup there for V7. They should be a little bit more comfortable today, I feel like. Going to start out without any hot drops to deal with. We'll see if they still have to contend with Ty Lu on Erangel. But for now, V7 a high frag team right on top of Petrichor Road is FaZe.
Look at that mini-map. My God, so many bullets. Everybody has eyes on it, but only one lost for FaZe as they make landfall. Petrichor Road, though, in some trouble. That 2-2 split suddenly being very exploited.
Jeans got shot out of the air there. Can't even get back to him. He's just donezo quick. Yeah. Demas from Cerberus, I believe, is the one who claimed that point. Now, some damage being done here by FaZe. Plenty of utility available as it's their first fight. That one came up short of the window where Gustav wanted to get it in. Amali there, trying to block off the other side, set up this frag on the right to Ake's left.
So they've got a couple options. They can just kind of hunker down and read what's going to go on. It looks like they're still in the information gathering phase. You can notice that Corexi was kind of playing out away from this one, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on around us? Because there were so many bullets coming at them as they were trying to land. Oh, yeah. That was near on impossible to track.
That was nutso. I mean, everybody in the circle could see them and wanted a piece of it. Some are thinking about a blue zone. I think gonna reposition here. Wants to, I think, get a good read. That grenade is going to give him an opportunity. Take some damage for it. But I think that blue zone might go a bit too far as FaZe just going to push him.
Just right down in the face, jumps through, but defensive line is trying to hold up. Ixlif's got a good read on this, 1 HP. He steps back, and now it is everybody on FaZe also having to reset. That was not near as clean as they wanted. My God, Ixlif just demolished FaZe.
The superstar from Petrichor Road gets it done. Absolutely phenomenal defense there. Has an AWM in hand as well. That level 3 gear saved his life. He got headshot, and it was what allowed him to keep that extra 1 HP to stay alive and finish that fight.
FaZe made such a smart play there and just got outgunned. Sonic's trying to do something similar, and they're going to be going just to the south. The problem with it is you can see there are still a ton of teams lined into it. Nope, they're going to go to the exact same spot. They've also lost one.
I mean, they're going to try to finish what FaZe started, and they've got an opportunity. It is just Aches left really all on his lonesome. Ming got knocked down below him. Breck's on the side, but if Sonics can recover, or they might just opt to stay on top of this mountain and kind of wait this circle out. I mean, again, next circle is likely to shift either north or northeast, depends. But for now, they should be safe. I don't know if I'd want to mess with Aches left right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just down. He just had all of the loot in the world delivered to him. He gets his option of whatever he wants to do. New circle about to pop, and it does stay to the southwest. Tyloo being rewarded with that one. I mean, SSG also going to be rolling in. They're going to get harassed. Looks like they've got their eyes on that Cerberus line. Cerberus is going to have to defend this one up. A bit of harassment coming out from Shin, but how is this landing going to go? No, this dip. Hamas right on top of him. Here come the throwables. This is going to be a big problem. SSG needs to line this one up. Oh, Shark! He jumps right into the molly.
Yeah, that's bad news for him. Tycon still has a couple frags in the bag, and they are doing some serious damage. Roth is going to be knocked as well. Meanwhile, Aches left actually did get knocked by Sonics in the background. Page, Pixel, the two European players for SSG trying to hang on to life.
And the harassment at range is going to be enough to at least stall Cerberus. They don't want to step into this one, and SSG could exploit that. The vehicle flipping up. Woo! Woo! That was scary if you were Pixel there.
That is so nerve-wracking to have those vehicles exploding around you, because you don't know which way they're going to explode. It is fairly random. Okay, here comes the frag now from High Saki. Let's see if it's good. It is.
Oh man, they just can't even get their feet back underneath of them. But utility is eventually going to run out as Pixel's going to crawl back. And look at that vehicle, just fortification over there. Everything getting ready to just pop any given moment, making it a bit more scary by the second. We essentially have Poro's used car lot over there.
We need a used car salesman Poro back at some point during this event. I am asking for it. Hemas finds another one. Roth, the only one left for SSG now. Cerberus probably going to finish this up. Shrimzy there going to get the finish onto Aches left. Tycon had the knock on a Ming, in fact, from Cerberus. But Cerberus is using a lot of utility here, Matt, to finish off SSG. So they're going to be hurting in the late game. Even though they're dead center, they're not going to have all of those options available potentially if they make it that far.
There's a lot of vision on this location. So if you guys are curious, like, why doesn't Cerberus just go over there and finish them off? They can't. There's like way too many teams that can see the high ground on that one. Once they profile up, it's in some trouble. And hey, you know, Danawa, who's been kind of everywhere inside this game. Well, now they're over here with that Sonics line, as Sonics do have vision on what's going on with V7 trying to make it in the circle, but V7's going to have to contend with Sonics sight lines, Ascend sight lines, as well as Danawa in a gatekeeping position.
I like what Danawa's doing here, setting up, getting players ready, and Onyx is getting the information. Now Soul has come to reinforce him. Loki's going to watch the back line, salute just with him. Although the problem has become is that V7 now has gotten into this territory. I don't think Danawa is really expecting another team to be coming from this direction. You wouldn't think that this late somebody would be pushing this edge, but now Salute and Loki are in real trouble. Yeah, Tosi just double headshot Salute, put him down. Loki in a lot of trouble.
Now just trying to follow in. Loki's got the read, but he just doesn't really have the time to deal with it. The blue zone's going to stall it out. You can see has to go for the reload, going to slow him down. Blue zone going to go ahead and finish off one of the members for V7 making their approach, but as he crests around the corner, does it spot it. Loki with the sneaky position, takes down Heaven, but now what's he going to do? He's already taken so much damage. Blue zone's going to be ticking out, and he just has to run forward. Is he going to make it? No! Narrowly doesn't get there.
Yeah, that's a real feels bad man fear for Danawa. I think they held on to this split a little bit too long because they felt like they were safe, but they didn't get the information on the west, and they're going to get punished for it. Meanwhile, Ascend up with the Sonics. H-Win has been knocked. Shrimzy as well now, just kickstart left.
Oh, having to contend. This rock is just cursed, man. Everybody that approaches into it is just getting absolutely torn to shreds. Kickstart having to navigate this one. You can see it's Chris down. Shrimzy trying to feed some type of information over. Kick has at least spotted out Mika, but can't do too much more than that. He's got the ammo, he's got the tools, but it's just not clean. And with this, the other members of Danawa on the opposing side waiting to gatekeep whoever crossed the top of that hill.
Exactly. This is pretty smart here from Anonix and Soul to just clean up whatever happens with this fight. A lot of utility going to be expended by Ascend to try to displace Kickstart. Kickstart, still some stuns in the bag, trying to keep Ascend underneath him. Let's see if Kickstart can recognize there's two ways up to this rock.
He got Chris. Now he just has to line up the second one. Does get a decent chunk of damage. Gets the second knock. Looks down. Spots the third. But no! Is going to get denied. But the cost for Ascend is massive.
Man. Oh, Kick, you almost had it there. But a great outplay there by Kilyakai. Great reaction. Even though Kick had a better angle to finish that one off. Roth's still alive. I mean, Cerberus ran out of utility. Tycon is still popping people, though.
If you live long enough, eventually they're going to run out of throwables, right? Cerberus, with that control point like you're talking about, they are kind of punishing what's going on, so that's kind of bought Roth that extra bit of safety. Tyloo still trying to regroup in the southern area. Now ascending up to the top of this hill, going to jump down, and Dano, who's just been a thorn in everybody's side, just a Nonix up, and he looks like he is going to be able to get this res.
Yeah, it was Daytrade who got that not T5, who you saw there to the north of Danawa. Fate trying to do what he can here. Shen going to be gatekeeping, or not gatekeeping, trying to break in. A blue zone doesn't quite get close enough to displace Shen and LZ from their position, but a good grenade from LZ does.
That was solid. Now we also have D+ Kia approaching that car lot where Roth is going to be hiding out at, as he's just going to try to hope maybe SSG in that gray color that shows up will let him blend in and hold down. I mean, if you're going to come over here and do D+ Kia, you have to assume it's going to be empty, but Roth does spot out Ventus, but it's going to be the rest of D+ Kia going to go ahead and finally put Space Station Gaming out of their misery.
D+ Kia should be a team that knows about hiding in broken up cars. PWS fans will know that reference. And Onyx, though, gets stunned right in his face. Still has that P90, still has that level 3 gear. Soul underneath, so... and they're getting some help from Cerberus.
Now at range, you can see Cerberus getting an idea on what's going on the edge. Circle just continues to pop into this position. Them and EXO in great points kind of defend up from. What are we going to see this duo for Danawa try to do?
I mean, this is still a phenomenal game for Danawa. Getting hot dropped, still have 7 kills. You're in the placement points now. You take this game all day, every day. You're getting really close to guaranteeing yourself a spot into that winner's bracket. Seoul trying to keep T5 at bay, but the downhill slope for Danawa is going to be tricky potentially.
Oh, this could be big for the rest of the circle. This distraction right now on the Cerberus means that the other teams can try to rotate. Daytrade's going to cross down, does find themselves a dip. T5 still out in that field is going to have to try and make some big play around the Danawa duo as well as EXO and Cerberus, as with the shift down, now Daytrade much more in this D plus Kia line.
Yeah, D plus is kind of in a tricky spot. Tai Lu doesn't really need to go up this hill though. That's the good news for them, is that Tai Lu, unless they sense that DK is weak or there's some knocks on them, won't really need to push up over that hill line. Tai Lu has full control over the road, which means they have full control of a straight shot through the visible part of the circle. Everything that Tai Lu sees on their side of the circle is under their purview right now, unless XO has something to say about it, which they are starting to angle that way. Insight kind of leading the charge here. XO, this is pretty aggressive. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Oh, Nade's going to be popping right up in front of him, but Anonix goes down to blue zone. They just can't move forward. They're kind of pinched down. Cerberus is just doing a good job of holding down T5. T5's now holding down Danawa. It's just going to be everybody coming apart at the seams over here, as I think that this is going to be all she wrote for Seoul, unless somehow he can sneak up back behind this one, but just doesn't have enough to really make anything happen.
Yeah, Seoul here just going to heal out as long as he can. He took all of Anonix's utility there and is just going to try to make this, do what he can. He might get a knock, he might get a flush. He's looking for it. He's going to tick out, and yep, not going to happen. Danawa out in 7th, but a really good game.
Yeah, picked up a pretty decent amount of kills. EXO now stepping up into T5. We're trying to make the pathing across that opening. Then Adol, the last one up, and that is going to be a dangerous cross to try to make happen. Daytrade does realize what's going on with D plus Kia. Now they're going to crest up, but while that's going to be going on, Tai Lu playing the opposing side of this one, suddenly going to make a giant sandwich with D plus Kia smack in the middle of it, in all of that car wreckage. So lots of cover to just try to hunker down for just a moment.
Yeah, this is the problem with playing Edge if you're in the middle. The other teams are going to want to cannibalize you. Shen even has the Panzerfaust here looking for a player. And if he just looks a little bit more to the right, he's got one, but Puchils is actually going to give Damwon Kia a moment of reprieve.
Throwable's now starting to come out. See if maybe he can stop anything, but that's going to be too far out there. Shin, the point man for Tai Lu right now, doing some peeks around, but D plus Kia, man, they can't even look a direction. Both sides of these little dips are just going to be hunkered down into. Does look like there's a smidgen of cover to be played from. New circle going to pop in just 1 second. How bad is it going to be for everybody down into the south? Not too bad to have to contend with, but that does mean that with the distraction, you can see Tai Lu doesn't want to step in where Daytrade's at, so it's kind of become this standoff where nobody can move.
Yeah. That's the good news here right now for DK. It's just going to be hard for them to get out unless they could do some serious damage to Tai Lu. That's about the only direction they have any hope of pushing. If you go up towards Daytrade, they're a little bit tougher to crack. At least you can maybe get some grenades to roll downhill if you had any more. But Ventus only a molly, so maybe D plus Kia just looking for a few more kills, trying to salvage what they can.
While all this is happening down to the south, we do have EXO that's taking control of most of the rest of the circle right now. So Insight, the man back behind everything, making sure to cover his teammates. But EXO is going to be looking to that Cerberus compound. The only compound still going to be in play is all of our teams are just sandwiched upon sandwich. This is like a triple-decker sandwich down here, man. I might be a bit hungry, but I wouldn't even come close to going after this place to grab a bite to eat.
No way, no way. I'd be avoiding this restaurant for sure. XO, man, they're in really good control of this circle. I mean, Insight's doing a good job making sure that Tai Lu isn't going to be aggressing onto their territory from his position. Now he has to regroup with the rest of them. That could potentially open up some space for Tai Lu to push more towards center circle if they want. But right now, Tai Lu is really keen on making sure that DK is off their backs. Yep, Shen finally putting that Panzerfaust to good use. Gets the knock onto Americano. And Tai Lu wants these points.
Let's go ahead and bring out the second one now. We don't really need it. Instead, you're just going to take a face full of lead and have to step away. Now, Daytrade has to deal with the problem of Cerberus just to the north. And with this. Day Trade can move into the circle, Tyloo as well, but EXO is now shifted all the way over back into that Tyloo line, over into the west. So that's the potential new fight that's going to be brewing as Rip does rip into Tyloo, but doesn't get the damage he really wants out of it.
Yeah, you could see it on his face there that he was a bit disappointed with that spray. Felt like he could have done some damage. Felt like he had an opportunity. But again, now EXO just needs to keep Tyloo pushed towards this other side of the circle. See if you can make them fight Day Trade. See if you can keep control over your hillside. You can see the hill changes direction towards EXO. That's a huge benefit for them right now.
I really love the smoke wall that Tyloo had as they were trying to feel out exactly where they wanted to go. You're kind of scouting with your body right now and seeing who shoots you from where so that way you can know how you're going to navigate this next section. But I mean, everybody is just so close to each other, but this hillside's going to be allowing repositions and a couple of these like dips, and really that kind of area that we saw Space Station Gaming coming into was a big factor for where a lot of these teams are kind of held out. Nobody wants to try to cross over into this no man's land.
Yeah, and this is what makes Miramar so fun, is the way the terrain works here. There's a lot of options and opportunities for teams to make moves, to make repositions, to challenge their opponents. Even if maybe they're not in the better side of the circle, you can at least have an opportunity. And Tyloo kind of senses that they need to avoid fighting Day Trade. Maybe you can drag Day Trade into Cerberus, hopefully, but I don't know that Day Trade has any other options than to try to fight Tyloo, and Tyloo might end up getting sandwiched here because they were really stuck in a bad place. Like, do you just try to fight Day Trade? Do you try to fight EXO one-on-one?
Day Trade has an option here. Look at that building. See how the way the windows face? You can move from that hillside and move the building that Aisaki is in. I think that's why the smokes are going down right now, so that way they can creep in. They realize they don't have a good line against Tyloo, because see how many more dips in this hillside that Tyloo is trying to play from? They're now shifting down. They're inside the circle. Tyloo is.
Yeah.
Day Trade's the odd team out. They don't know how to do this, so yeah, smoke down that wall. Looks like they're going to be a bit more aggressive into this and see if maybe they can assault some section of this compound, hoping the fact that whoever is entrenched in here might be weakened or might be on different angles. It's going to be Nurens that does manage to get the drop onto high. Saki gets a knock into him. Now Cerberus, they're sitting good at 8 kills. They've got to hold this line. Soulsy cannot go down.
And this is going to be the tough part for Cerberus. They're mostly out of any frags, any mollies, any blue zones, anything like that to keep Day Trade at bay. Tyloo might just backstab. I don't know.
They are sneaking up right behind this, realizing the firefight is going to be going on. They can jump in, pounce back behind this one, but it was just too clean, too fast coming out from Day Trade, and they managed to make it into that building.
Yeah, really smart stuff here from Day Trade. Tyloo also really smart to position themselves at a spot where Day Trade has to go into Cerberus. They don't have a choice. You can see there is one blue zone. I suspect that might actually be EXO's blue zone that came in and hit Day Trade, but Day Trade, that's not really too big of a deal right now, not too big of a threat.
Oh, this is just getting more and more tense over here. My God, so many teams stacked in. Do note, though, everybody is pretty much playing edge except for EXO and Tyloo down to the south. They got a couple options. They can move through. Cerberus doing a good job on defending. It's going to be Tycon just making sure to rip apart that push from Day Trade. Day Trade now very weakened in. Inside this compound, there are just 2 weakened squads. 2 members up. Make that 1 down on the opposing side for Day Trade. Cerberus doing a great job as Tycon. 5 kills, man.
This guy is absolutely brutal up close. You can see why we are so high on this player. He is just filthy with that barrel. Now Day Trade has to run through the blue zone. Yeah, Puchil's is going to go down, and there's 1 more to go. Tycon can't quite see him through the smoke. He's going to find some points. That blue zone right at the heels of Flash, and it is going to take him down.
EXO just steps up at the perfect moment, finishes out that fight. Now we got a 4v4 to line up. North versus South is EXO going to be looking down into Tyloo's positioning, and this is going to be a very open center to fight over.
This is great now. What a fight here for both these teams. They really need these points. They really want to shoot up that leaderboard. See if EXO can find the knock. Rip using that 4X on that AUG. Pretty good control over it. Looking for that head of Zhaoyang. If you could find a couple bullets onto Zhaoyang's head, you could really do some damage.
Oh, Tyloo having to deal with those hot drops yesterday. They want these points so badly. Meanwhile, EXO kind of in the underdog position. A big performance for him finishing this out. Even with the kills, both these squads going to be very happy. But getting that chicken dinner gets them in so much better of a position. Lined into it, you can see so many smokes. My God, I can't even count them just being thrown down. Look at this overhead. There is no cover, just a couple of trees. Tyloo, we're going to be playing those. It's going to be EXO having to parade a bit more out in the open, but Shin spots out Akita, takes him down inside. What can you do? Steps around the side of it, tries to go for it, but Tyloo holding it so strong.
Beautiful stuff from Tyloo. Holds off the flank, holds off the road, and they come through with the win. They needed that so bad. Team that struggled yesterday, coming into today now, they start strong.
Oh man, that was such a crazy area to have an in-game at. The stack upon stack into teams just having so few options because the amount of dead zones that were in those mid to like early late game circles positions were so flat and forced those hillside fights so much earlier.
Yeah, this is just masterful maneuvering from Tyloo. That's really what this game was. They controlled their space incredibly well.
Well, we're going to go ahead and give you some highlights and throw it over to the analyst desk to move into game number 2 on Miramar. And my lord, there is so much to look at.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We started in the desert and Tyloo took the chicken. But before we talk about how they got the win, let's take a look back. It's highlights time, baby.
Yeah, crazy scenes here with Danova and Tianba.
Yeah.
Tianba, again, we talked about in the beginning, right? They have 80 points. They don't need to do anything. So let's see how well they're going to be able to do throughout the day here. Again, fun fight for them. Danova needed the point, so they got that X left here with the clutch, huge clutch onto FaZe Clan. That's unfortunate. With 1 HP, a nade instead of healing.
Yeah.
And that just takes out Gustav. And another situation, Tickleton gets taken out of the shoot as well, like Jeems did for FaZe in the exact same spot, right? But it's quite a good spot to do the emergency pickup. I actually like that, but just didn't work out. You had to go even further east, and it ended up being, of course, Tyloo in a fantastic situation for them to claim this western side and claim this road that they can then play off of, and then them hurting Day Trade towards Cerberus rather than letting the door open for Day Trade to kind of sweep. I would have loved to see what happened if Day Trade tried to take the sweep against Tyloo rather than taking a fight with Tycon that's just unstoppable at the moment.
I think that EXO gets a win condition potentially out of that if they
potentially,
if Tyloo loses one person in that exchange. Instead, what we see is EXO have to go head-to-head with Tyloo, and Tyloo had a Panzerfaust in reserve, and it seemed like that was exactly what they needed to close out that match. They will be crowned the match winners, and I think you brought this up when we were watching the green room, Martin. By the way, Avenger joining me, Toffee's here on the desk, that they were at 19 points coming into today, so this is a very big come up.
They needed this, yeah. They we again, as I said just before we got into the desk here just now, Shen was not the Shen so far that we saw him being able to be at PGC 2022. So him being able to step up here, get a win, I would love to see them be up at the levels that we saw him outperform last year.
Absolutely. There's a reason that they're so good, and hopefully Shen continues to rise as they go forward here. But again, EXO, they got second place. This is a team that also needed to put up some points. They have a great attitude. They're excited to be here, but they said we need to get some momentum. That's how we work. We're a momentum team starting off the first match of the day with second place. I think is going to give them that momentum.
Yeah. You were happy to get that one in.
Well, maybe.
That got me. That got me good. That was a good one.
I relegated Avenger to silence. That is a very rare accomplishment.
I love that.
They did a great job. The Cerberus played so well.
Yeah.
We were worried about some hot drops later on in the day, and that's kind of what you want to see is sort of starting off strong. They had a good compound. They were to play out of it, but Tyloo ultimately plays better than anybody else. This is the WWCT team stats as Tong Mu is going to come in with 4 kills, and it was everybody sort of got their collection. It wasn't the highest kill game we've ever seen, but it didn't need to be because they were just in control.
I feel like every time there's someone that is like the tank that takes the most damage, also is like he's fortunate not to have the fight, right? Of course, the Tong Mu's going to get the man of the match. It's good to see 543 damage, but yeah, a 21-point game for them, very much needed when we were talking about it, right? 19 points for 6 games in the day prior when they were able to play. So now are able to jump into 40. That's going to put them probably in the top 8. And they're going to be within striking distance to kind of solidify themselves inside the top 8 right here. 21 SSC, Cerberus, a lot of kills coming their way, 11 just like Tyloo did. And a third place for them, of course. Good to see Tycon popping off. And of course, in this situation here, I would have loved to see what happened if Day Trade didn't push the house. I feel like it wasn't the winning play from their side, but I feel like their take on that was we're gonna be able to get the points, and then we're like they were able to secure the points rather than try to go for the win here. Tianba still on 80 though.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard right now. 80 for Tianba. T5 continues to stay there in a great position. Cerberus on the climb, and Donawa at 5th because they were able to get 8 points despite the fact that Tianba threw everything they had, including the kitchen sink, at trying to slow them down on that drop. So the fact that they still came away with 8 points, got as deep as they did, that's actually very impressive and shows me maybe Donawa came came here with a game plan, and they were definitely light on their feet. The way that they flanked around behind Tiamba, played that high ground.
Right.
I mean, they just absolutely tracked down every member of the team and invested.
Yeah, and even if you're Falcons or Faceland right now, you're only 16 points behind.
That's a great
We're
point.
still close because we have these sponges in the top that are taking so many points.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about them. I still want to see them with a strong start of the day. So here, game number 2, game number 3, I really want to see them start racking up like these double-digit points.
And those teams need to get those now because Tiamba has already shown us that hijinks are coming, right? And so if, like, let's say these teams get another win, if you see T5 get another win, then they can start to make moves to make sure they're secure in the next round, force teams that they don't want to deal with to go to the losers bracket, and that's what we're seeing. Now, here's my question for you. Is that fair play? I mean, this is a unique esport, having 16 teams on at the same time.
Sure.
That's something that has to come into it.
No matter what here, I was speculating Tiamba coming in today. What are they going to do? Are they going to try to kind of defend some of their drop spots? Because they're so strong, they're 80 points. Like, you can play just like you want to. You're gonna be inside no matter what, right? So they have so much space to do whatever they want, and that's really the question, right? But I just feel like they're just gonna try to play their game. They're gonna take some early fights or take some hot drop fights if somebody contests them, and that's gonna be it. I don't see them getting another 60 or 70 points today.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they came in, they're the big bullies, they're throwing their weight around. But on the other hand, T5's kind of like that kid who went back to the gym during the summer and showed up a little bit bigger because they have been bullying a lot of people too. Thanadol in particular, the first day, but this last game, the entire team was playing really well.
Yeah, 56 points so far for T5, right? Just, like one more good game for them and they're basically qualified. So hopefully we'll see them pop off. Space Station Gaming as well in a decent spot, 39 points on 8th place right now. They're being chased right now, and of course,
shake it off, boys.
They need to shake it off, reset, and then get into the thick of it.
Into the thick. I mean, but the problem with that last game, and I think their spot was good. They just put 4 people into really a top golf hole, for lack of a better word, right? And Cerberus was just up on the hill, able to sort of lob a couple of chip shots, and it caused trouble.
No matter what, when we're talking that terrain, it is extremely difficult if you have to continue to get off. Like, first you have to get off from that. If you're playing middle, you have to get on that western big ridge, right? And then it continues to go west. You play west again, you play west again. So the way that, in general, how Tyloo played it, they had the super far west, and then they took control of that kind of next ridge with the road. Super good control from them. A really coherent play in general, how they're able to control her day trade and just make sure they could hold on to the win.
I mean, that's it. It was a tough circle. The shift that went back towards that sort of western wall, I think, was very unexpected by a lot of people. So we'll see. We have one more match here in Miramar to play today. The teams are getting set up to get back into the drop. Teams like Ascend, Exalt, this is their moment to try to make some more moves, try to climb up that leaderboard. Let's see if they can do it. Let's get ready, guys. It's time to head back to the dusty dunes of Miramar. Let's send it to your casting duo, Paper Thin and Matchroom.
Thank you so much, Toffees. Benja, you guys killing on the desk. And speaking of killing it, we used to have this thing where the first game of the day was kind of a bit more passive. Everybody wanted to play safe. We're past that. That meta is gone. Game 1 today was just absolutely crazy. Every single day for this event so far, it has just kicked off with a blast.
Yeah, generally day 1, teams are going to want to play their game. They're going to want to try to make what usually works for them in their region work, and that can kind of cause some mid-game issues is typically what ends up happening. There's some weird stuff that happens on the fights, on the edges. Particularly, I was talking to Ascend's coach, Kowo. He said, I asked him, how do you think about day 1? And he just said, there's just some stuff that happened that didn't we expect. Like, there were compounds that got crashed by 4 different people that we thought never in a million years anyone would bother going to, and things like that were happening. And that's part of the day 1 stuff. But now today, because, again, Tiamba, Danawa are in this position where they want to go straight to that winner's bracket. They want to control drop spots. I think this time we're just going to get the fight in Chumasera proper, potentially.
Yeah, they've got their eyes on it. It is Tiamba as well as Danawa both making the push into. So we'll have to see how that fight brews out. Linshu also dropping pretty far away from the rest of the squad. That might be a problem. He is picking up a vehicle. So as we're going to land, it's going to be about who gets what. And if anybody gets a Panzerfaust, your life's going to be way better.
Yeah, especially for Danawa here. You've got a great angle for a Panzerfaust potentially. Although Pau Pau, because Tiamba opted to drop sooner, they have to take the low ground instead of the high ground. So this is kind of the trade you make. you know, for Tianba. You're going to get guns a little bit quicker. You might be able to get better loot a little bit quicker. Soul, so smart there to prone down because Pow Pow had that M24, and it just takes one good shot, and things can change very quickly in your round.
That was a big deal right there, managing to secure that vehicle so that way maybe they can shift out if they need to. All right, Soul, you're going to be able to pop any tires, get anything. He's going to be able to line in a couple of hits, but it looks like we now know who's in control of these hot drops, and it is not the team presently in first.
Yeah, I think Tianba right now is saying, okay, let's not mentally boom ourselves here. Let's just take it easy. Let's back off of this fight. We got bodied pretty hard last time, so now let's get back to playing our game. Let's get some confidence going. You know, we took our shot, tried to bully Danawa a little bit. Respect. I think that is an awesome idea from Tianba. I think they're well within their rights too, and they should. So, you know what? It didn't work out. Fine, who cares? Move on. You're still the top dog in this lobby. You can still do whatever the heck you want. Play some games, get some confidence, get ready for that winner's bracket.
New circle is popped. Well, first circle, I should say, is popped. It's going to be pretty far to the west yet again. A huge section of the wall is going to eat up, I'd say, probably about, I don't know, a fifth of the circle. So Monte Nuevo pretty centered again. So if you enjoyed that last game, guess what? Looks
We're going to get it again, baby.
Pretty similar.
Now, I will say that last game, the only unusual thing about it was that it did go west of that mountain ridge. Usually it likes to, again, go either like we were talking about, north or east. But that time around, it went west of there. Those are pretty rare endings, so that was a pretty fun one. They do happen from time to time. There's plenty of space in there for circles to generate themselves with the way that the land ratio works. But still, kind of a treat to get that one. But this time around, I think you're going to see a lot of the same. I hope that teams don't fall into the gambler's fallacy where they go to that western side because the last circle did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And instead, they should just play this one normal. Play it like we saw last time.
I will say that in general, our teams don't make those types of adjustments. So, but if you're in a bad situation, maybe making that gamble like if you're the last team in, or maybe if you need an emergency pickup, that's not the worst idea. I wouldn't be surprised if we might go a bit more Pozo lined this time instead of saying more in that Chumacera Monty area. We'll have to see. Is Danawa now bored? They didn't get a fight Tianba at the beginning, so now Danawa has to kind of roam around trying to find somebody else to shoot. Unfortunately, there's nobody else there.
It's not going to be as fun this time in the early part of the game for Danawa, but look, they got to be feeling really confident. You know, Loki gave me a bit of a salute, Matt, after that game, so clearly they were feeling very, very strong about their performance in game one, and they should.
Yeah, I mean, big setup for them is there is so much that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. We've got ourselves set up with some highlights, so we're going to show you what's going to be going on with V7.
이게 못 살렸어요.
생각해야 돼요. 자, 왼단방으로 들어가가지고 정리를 할 수 있는 수류탄 성광인가요? 이 정도면 들어갈 수 있죠. 네.
V7, man, they've been in the thick of a lot of these firefights. They're holding down their position right now. They're still, I wouldn't say comfy, but they need to get themselves just up a couple more points. Like you can see that they're on that cusp. SSG, them just 1 point separated, but Tyloo just 1 point ahead of that. So V7 now in that. We need to make one game happen here, at least. Hopefully two, to where they can secure themselves somewhere a bit further ahead, get out of that danger spot. But with the amount of skirmishes they've been having to deal with, it's been so hard for them.
Yeah, so next up, I think we're going to have an interview here, Matt. We've got some players to hear from.
T5.
ดีใจครับเพราะว่าเราอยู่อันดับที่2ครับแต่ว่ายังไม่ได้ดีใจขนาดนั้นครับเพราะว่ายังมีอีกวันหนึ่งครับในการตัดสินแล้วก็เป้าหมายของผมก็คือการเป็นแชมป์ของระดับโลกครับก็เตรียมตัวตั้งแต่รู้ว่าจะมีการแข่งขันตั้งแต่ต้นปีแล้วครับว่ารายการ PGC เราต้องมาให้ได้ครับก็ฝึกฝนสกิลทุกวันเลยครับก็ที่ตั้งแต่จบ PS2 มานะครับเพราะว่าทีมเรากดแรงตลอดครับแล้วก็มีความสื่อสารมากขึ้นครับในการเป็นทีมเวิร์คครับก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับแล้วก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากครับที่เป็นคนไทยมาเชียร์ครับเพราะว่าเป็นคนไทยด้วยกันครับก็ฝากทุกคนด้วยนะครับในการแข่งขันนี้พวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับฝากเชียร์ทีมทีละทอนไฟด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
We're seeing an interesting setup down here to the south now, as there's going to be D plus Kia driving right through FaZe Clan. Let that first car go, and here comes the spray, playing it low next to the coastline, and D plus Kia has to entirely turn around. This is really far away from the safe zone.
Yeah, FaZe setting up a rotation trap here, knowing that This is where DK had been rotating. They spotted this out in the previous game. 100% FaZe went into their VOD review right after that game, but said DK wraps that bottom road. We have an opportunity to punish that if it's another Western circle, and they set up for it, and they almost got it. So really smart stuff there. Good homework done from FaZe.
And Onyx and the Bloodthirst, the rest of it's going to continue. Loki did manage to pick up 1 kill, so now he's got to go find something, right? We're not seeing as many emergency pickups, and I don't know. It just didn't seem like those went too well last time, so no surprise on that one. Is you might actually be holding them too, given the way that this plane path is kind of set up. Ascend does have some high ground that they are looking down into onto XO. This is going to be just south of that Pozo area.
Well, this is going back to your point about real quick about the emergency pickups. This is a tough area of the map to do some of that. If it hard shifts to the north, you've actually got more opportunity because there's more compounds and mountains up there. But because if it goes the same direction it did last time to the southwest towards Monte Nuevo, that's tough because there's basically like 2 tall mountain ridges and everybody and their grandma can see you from them. So you're just open season. I mean, that's why we saw Tink go down early. That's why we saw James go down early, is because it's really tricky to get up on top of those mountains with those pickups because of the sight lines that are available.
And so many teams are going to be stacked up on top of those hills because nobody's wanting to play in that low ground at the start. So while the circle is a decent size, it's going to be significantly smaller just due to the amount of dead zone that nobody is playing in. And that was kind of what we saw happen last time. Is it was just everybody was just stacked. The moment those parachutes popped, it was just a straight beat. And oh my God. That was the shot yesterday that just got me. I was like, okay, 7-7, I'm watching you off of that.
I mean, this ending here for ZYY, this was just absolutely stellar. I mean, he has no business winning this. I don't know how he ADSs and gets that kill after throwing that stun out. What a reaction from the young gun ZYY. I mean, again, just to reiterate, if you missed day number 1, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, there are VODs. Go back and watch them. But ZYY, brand new player to the international stage, just moved up to the Tiamba main roster. He's been like in their academy team for a while, but this is his first experience on an international stage, and he just was lights out. I mean, he was incredible. He was the best player on the day.
I mean, just imagine graduating from the academy directly into the world final, for lack of a better term, and then showing up and hitting some crazy flicks in your first couple of games just to make sure to like secure your team good positioning and just start the snowball rolling for him. That is an absolutely stellar way to kick off everything. We're going to have our eyes drawn to what he's going to be able to produce going forward. We also have our eyes kind of drawn to what's going on with Summer. Summer always has a friend in Phase 1, it feels like.
It does. You know, Summer is a player that you would expect can play on his own very safely, and he does. You know, he's got the escape valve. He's got the motorcycle ready. He doesn't overstay his welcome. He's never a player that's going to really make a lot of mental mistakes, right? We saw this on day number 1 where Summer made a lot of great individual plays. He had that grenade onto the Sonics where he got the double kill and then got the molly for a finish. So he's very mentally aware. He's very capable. You know, the Sonics there, I actually asked them about that play with that Summer double grenade, and they were just saying, like, we just kind of guessed wrong and he got a lucky grenade. You know, we weren't exactly sure, and that's the way it goes, man. You know, sometimes great players make great plays, and Summer, one of our all-time great players, you know, throughout the history of PUBG Esports, he's always a guy, and we're doing it again, man. What's even worse this time, though.
This is, what, a third? The circle still no playable? That hillside where we saw everything kind of end at is still going to be. That's where we got Tyloo, Danawa already trying to regroup into. 2-2 splits right now, all trying to regroup. Ascend does have themselves that position with tons of control. These guys can really enforce what's going to be going on in the circle, specifically in this northern edge.
This actually could end basically right where the last one did. I wasn't expecting this again, but here we are. Soul going to find Monty. Donowa wants to try to control some of this territory towards that western edge of the map, which is now like dead center, hilariously enough. but
100 meters into the actual playable area, and you're in center of the circle.
And I'm like, that's center circle. I'm like, oh my goodness.
On Phase 2. Oh my lord. All right, so we can see that we do have Tiamba's having to contend up against the Sonics. They did lose 7-7 just a moment ago, as Shrimsy did manage to spot that out. This is a compressed circle. If you had emergency pickups, I mean, you can hold on to them, maybe use them at this stage, but again, we kind of explained this before. Everything that's north of the center is a lot more open. Everything to the south is going to be vertical based off of those roads and the way it's lined in. The north is the friendlier area to enter, but there's not much cover there.
No, you're right. It's tricky. And some teams, actually, I think Exalt trying to take advantage of this dust storm right now, driving down the road, smart. This basically covered 2/3 of the circle. So this is an opportunity for a team to make a move, and Exalt trying to do what they can. Now, the problem is it is coming to a close, so they're going to drop out into the open. This is dangerous for Exalt. Now, they're getting a little bit of help. Soul going to find a knock onto XO. Yeah, Fate down.
There's just nowhere to go, man.
No.
Look, they're separating out everywhere, getting picked to pieces as they're trying to land. But, I mean,
they tried to time it, but
it was good in the attempt, but it's just, there's nowhere to go. I mean, if you were holding into it, nobody was expecting that to fall the way that it did. We still do have Uba that is alive, holding down, but he's getting harassed by at range from several different teams. And we got good old Molodoct by himself, and he's got Danoa. Of course it's Danoa, because everywhere there's bullets and there's fighting, there's a Danoa player.
yeah, and he's also getting harassed at long range, just like his counterpart, Uba. Sonic's going to try to take a fight. An opening knock from Diggleton onto ZYY. Lin Shu up top, playing gatekeeper here for the rest of his team, making sure that it's not easy for Sonics to confirm that flush onto their young gun.
This is a very pivotal section of the map that we're looking for a fight and control. Lin Shu holding this higher position, looking down into everything is very, very strong. But keep in mind, Sonics is presently running a 2-2. They're just trying to make sure that they secure these kills more than anything else, and specifically secure the territory, as it does look like the other members of Sonics might be eyeing a bit more to the north. We'll have to see. Yeah, it looks like they're moving in, and they're going to try to go for the flush as they're coming down that hillside.
Yeah, this is smart here. You need to get this flush. You need to start picking Tianba apart piece by piece, because you need to get to the top of this mountain. Most likely is where these circles are going to end up. You know, so you need to get into there. And the good news is you've got control of that space if you can get rid of Tianba.
Just Danoa still racking them up right now, as there is no way Uba can provide any support into this. I mean, Moloduct is just as good as dead, as he either bleeds out or Danoa decides to push that location. FaZe is going to spot out inside. Fex going to go ahead and pick himself up a nice knock with that one. They actually spot out Fex yesterday during our, whenever we were all kind of hanging out, and he had himself, the FaZe members had some amazing fans show up and bring them some really, really cool merch that was just all handmade. Specifically, he has like, yeah, he had like some Muay Thai like stuff that was set up and embroidered, all that other good stuff. D+Kia though, gonna have to continue with day trade, as now Nade's gonna be coming out trying to hold, but narrowly gonna spot. That was a good sneaky position to be playing from. Now D+Kia has to step back away from it. Gonna see if he can go for the flush, but he is trapped.
Yeah, Nuren's there, try to take advantage of that grenade, see if he could catch Americano a little off guard, but I think waited a little bit too patiently. I think if he saw that grenade and pushed, he might have been able to get ahead of it. It wasn't cooked that much. Now Belmoth is going to make Americano pay for that kill on the Nuren's. Now V7 has shown up to Danoa. I mean, Danoa is still split, so they have to reinforce.
They're going to regroup. SSG, you can see on the minimap, also trying to make a path into the similar position. They're going to bump into Uba in just one moment. That might spell his doom. Meanwhile, Daytrade's is still just trying to spot out what's going on with D+Kia. Flash has gone down, but that's going to be all of Exalt's finally getting finished off.
Daytrade, phenomenal work here. They lose a player. Can they get to Flash in time? I think he's first knocked, so I think should be. Oh, he took some damage from Tycon, though. And that stopped him up just enough that he's not able to get to Flash.
And now it's just going to continue the rain in V7, trying to hold it all together as Danoa just... They're just kind of bullying around the circle. I don't have another way to say it. They're just kind of stepping into whatever they want, as Danoa is just so cruel to this lobby today.
Yeah, the firepower, the experience, the smarts on Danoa are through the roof, and so much credit to their coaching staff and their players. The way they put this team together is absolutely insane. You know, players that, you know, like Anonix that used to play on Danoa years ago that came back to the team after a stint on Gen G, brought Loki with him eventually down here to make this super team that has been the dominant team in the PWS this year. D+ has been eliminated off screen, and I mean, this is tricky though for Danoa. V7 is really nasty up close and personal. We saw it yesterday that in those close quarters fights, they're pretty brutal.
And this is such a scary compound to fight in. All the buildings are so small, but Soul spots out two, realizing where the approach is going to be coming from, goes ahead and gets some utility up. Salute though! He just Panzerfaust them down. Fight turned over just like that. That's going to be V7 Funpin getting eliminated. Salute going to get rezzed.
Salute well worth the kamikaze mission there. Takes one out with him, but it didn't matter. It broke it open for his team. Meanwhile, the protracted battle here between the Sonics and Tianba going Sonics' way so far, but a cheeky position might hurt him. Yeah, Pow Pow found an off angle through the blue, held his fire long enough that the Sonics lost track of him, and Kick's going to pay the price.
And this is a pinched position. Pow Pow is at least going to get one kill out of it. Lin Shu's not really got the cleanest angles to provide any support, so Pow Pow's going to have to fight his way out of this one. The rest of the Sonics, though, taking their time, realizing the fact that they've got to focus on what's going on back behind him, and yep, Pow Pow's just going to go down the zone. Lin Shu, the last one up for Tiamba, as the circle finally leaves the wall.
Yeah, it's time. We had to do it eventually, and this is the likeliest time, so here we go. And, you know, Donawa sitting very nice. This isn't too far from our last circle, Matt, so teams are going to be fairly comfortable with this terrain. Now, Sonics do lose one, but Pow Pow is going to succumb eventually out there in the open. Ascend,
oh, man.
The classic Ascend move here. Late game rotations to try to make something happen, but going as a four-man, I'm into the hills somewhere.
Oh, they're going to be running right into Tyloo. Adana was already getting a spray in. Looks like they might have a dip that they could have secured. I guess nobody was expecting anything that brazen. Shin is going to line up, take down Brex. He's just got vision into this and is tearing apart. Mika's going to go down. The rest of the crew kind of looking down into it. I mean, look, this is all they have to play, and Tyloo's just got vision. Just keep on spraying into it. Sooner or later, something is going to connect.
Tyloo's fired up today. Just dragging across those smoke lines, and eventually the grenades are going to find it's Chris. Now Kilyakai on the other side of the road at least, so he's safe-ish. Lin Shu, by the way, just found a knock onto Tiggleton. Tianba continues to be problematic for Sonics. Sonics not quite in the clear in terms of their points. Kilyakai just runs down the open road. Why not? Why? They're not going to expect it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a feature of all the spider fighting that's going on. 39 still alive, and the verticality and the different sections of it, just trying to run across the street in the open, doesn't actually have the most vision on that road.
Yeah, why not? It's a smart play here. It's a great understanding of the situation by Kilyakai. So credit where credit's due, doing the best that they can in a bad spot. Falcon, speaking of a bad spot, getting absolutely shelled right now. Draft King, one more grenade and he'd be done. That one came up just short though. So Capitan going to try to stick this res, and I think they're good for it. I don't see Petrichor Road lining up for any more grenades.
Miramar has been mean to Tiamba so far today, as they managed to pick up at least one kill with it. And it's not going the best for the Falcons right now, as their vehicles are just flying away from them. No cover to be had, as right now, Petrichor Road going to be back behind him. It's going to be FaZe that has high ground vision. They're going to be securing a lot of damage into anything that Falcons wants to do. And this is a way more open circle than the last time. I mean, yes, we still have that hillside down the south that we were kind of looking at beforehand, but this is just going to be essentially the road bisecting through everything. Everybody that's going to be in the west is going to be looking down into these little dips that everybody into the north is playing.
Yep. It's tough. It's a funnel towards that road. The mortars should be coming out. Yep. I was going to say, we didn't see much of them in the first game, but
that mortar, math is hard, okay, guys? I know it was a bit nowhere, but you know, sometimes you got to get those first couple of shots to measure it out.
Yeah. That's why you have a spotter. You get somebody to watch. That one was much closer, just a little bit off in the angle. Oh, man, this is just, there you go. You got Capitan, though. Silzen has to back off. He needs to re-smoke. You can see that one's starting to fade. Can see it on that bottom left-hand corner. Silzen's screen there. He doesn't see that, of course, but he can tell.
Bro, this circle, it's still just right up against the wall. The road's still 50-50ing the whole circle.
It's absolutely brutal. This is a nuts circle. You almost never see these on Miramar. This is very, I mean, we've had two very unusual circles. This one even more unusual than game one. And Petrichor Road going to be considering a move. They're going to have to kind of cross. Maybe, it looks like if they go north, but they got to fight Sonics if they go up north. They're getting shot away, so otherwise they're going to have to cross Donawa territory. This is a tough rotation no matter what. Yeah, Aches left already taken out by Shrimzy. Ming's next to go. Shrimzy just beaming him with the mini.
Dude, Shrimzy's just on it right now. Himsy coming up big as there's just so much control that Sonics is exerting over on this side. Using that distraction, though, that means that Cerberus did manage to kind of sneak away from the Sonics who were messing with him a little while ago. FaZe has a lot of control in this circle, and you're going to see them exerting it. T5 can't even really move into the territory of control that they've got between FaZe and Tyloo. Pretty much everything has got some type of vision on it, and it's like trying to assault up into the castle. Cerberus does have vision on Patapong. Going to go ahead and take him down, and you're not going to be able to crawl away from that one.
Yeah, Hemas has free reign of that for a moment. Now T5 turn their eyes towards him, and Hemas recognizing it, gets a little bit of extra damage. Smokes were out though, so he is not going to stick around. T5 going to try to split across the road now. Kilyakai in the meanwhile up there on his own, just proning wisely, very, very wisely. Donawa making their move in, keeping Falcons out up on the north side. In the meanwhile, Hemas doing just what he can here. I mean, he's got a great spot. Look at this divot he has. He can just make people's lives miserable until a grenade lands in it, and then he's in trouble.
Just want to update you guys that Killikai is still alive for Ascend, so his street running did end up paying off for him, as he is now, I guess, as comfortable as you could be in a solo in the situation. Sonics don't have a ton of cover in front of them, and they're kind of gate kept out by what's going on with Petrichor Road. Danova's going to be moving into the west of them, so you can see utility is starting to run out. And while they've been on a pretty decent tear coming into this game, the blue zone's going to be back behind them. And what do you do? I mean, like, what? You got a cactus, a couple of trees, and then you've got two different teams that are just looking at you, one of them being Petrichor Road.
Yeah, Danova's got problems too. They've got a crossfire between a couple different teams as well. So this is really tricky for everybody on this edge. There's a lot of good angles. Petrichor Road can see right down into this, and they're looking for players. Yeah, stuck out of the smoke there was H-Lin, so some are going to be able to clean that up. He was dead anyway. Shrimzy going to just try to prone as long as he can with that blue zone bag. There's still 11 teams alive, Matt, with 27 players left, so this isn't even placement points here for Sonics.
Yeah, well, there's also a lot of solos. Speaking of, there goes Emmy. That's going to be that solo gone. We also still have Poochills that's going to be alive down south. Shrimzy's still kicking in some fashion out there in the blue zone, hoping the fact that maybe people get tired of shooting out here, maybe he can sneak in. That might end up happening as a lot of the attention now shifted over to Danoa, but that means that Shrimzy is going to be sneaking back behind a duo of Danoa. The circle still going to stay 50-50 on the road, and T5 in that really desperate rotation a second ago going to be pretty heavily rewarded for it.
Yeah, Danoa trying to figure out how they can get into this circle relatively safely, because the problem is SSG has angles onto them. And they just learned that again. They've already learned it, but it is really tricky as they do have to make a move eventually. Jeems here trying to flank out. Poochills up on the other side of this for Day Trade, one of those sneaky solos you were just talking about, Killikai as well, out of this next circle. And Jeems knows, you know, with the player count, Jeems, very good, a veteran player. Again, one of those players who's been to every international event, probably aware that there's some solos out there if he's been kill feed tracking very well, and I assume he has. Pixel gone now by the hands of Tycon, so a little bit of breathing space for Danoa.
This is the potential for a very big game for both FaZe and Cerberus, depending on how the rest of this one goes down. So I really do like FaZe stepping out, trying to go for those solos like you were talking about, secure those extra 1 or 2 points, because right now, FaZe in 13th, they ain't happy about that. And I think that that's a big opportunity. Shrimzy! Oh my God! How's he doing it? Finally, Sonics do get eliminated in 9th, but how much damage was done as he is at least going to pick up one of those kills.
Danoa forgot about him, and Onyx in trouble now. The grenade is out, trying to buy himself a little bit of extra time. He's going to try to go for another. He's going to pay the price.
Oh, Sol, what can you do? I mean, he's just got a bus for cover. Those windows are so huge. He's going to go down, and now it is going to be Petrichor Road getting a bit of control area to play from, but Cerberus, very, very close, could step over that hillside any second and ruin their day.
Dude, Cerberus might be eyeing to get a win off that game when they couldn't. Jeems going to get headshot by Tycon. I mean, Cerberus is looking really strong right now, Matt. They are hitting a lot of good shots. They're taking a lot of good positions.
So climbing up that leaderboard with Tiamat not having the best of days. You can see Cerberus now presently at 62 points in second. T5 trying to have themselves a game as well. Cerberus, though, has so much vision and control. Ty Lu on the opposing side of it are going to spot out more as Ascend finally getting eliminated. Good job on holding. Getting into placement points, though. I mean, that could have gone way worse, way earlier.
No doubt, no doubt. I mean, anybody who can salvage some points in this game with this rough of a circle. Oh, Tanadol just sits Summer down. That motorcycle not safe. Tycon's actually going to steal the point. Tycon continues his reign of destruction here today on Miramar. Absolutely phenomenal. Down to our top 4 teams, Matt. T5, Ty Lu, FaZe, and Cerberus. Everybody's got 4 except T5, so really going to be interesting to see how much of the road is in this, because the more it goes towards the road, Matt, the less playable stuff there is. It is a just downhill on both sides of it, so once it goes there, it's really tricky to find that little nook, that little hill for yourself to hide for. And it is going to go at least over towards FaZe. So the good news here is that there's a little bit of extra playable stuff. But if a team can control the road and keep a lot of players up here, they've got a good chance to win this game potentially, because that ridgeline is going to be potentially pretty powerful to fight from. It just depends on FaZe 8 as well.
T5 has the center of the circle, but I wouldn't say that you really want the center of the circle
yet.
right now.
Not yet.
Everybody's going to have to make their way down these hillsides, and most notably, FaZe is going to have to contend with Tyloo, which means that Cerberus has pretty much a bead into what's going on with T5, and they still need to move a bit further forward. So you can see this hillside that Cerberus is playing, it's not in. It's been really where they've been picking up a lot of their kills, a lot of their control. So it looks like they are going to go ahead and grab some vehicles, maybe ship that down, use it for a fortification right next to the road, get some control there. They've been kind of contending in with Tyloo, weakening them for the fight that could come up with FaZe. FaZe is already inside the circle, and Cerberus, with that distraction, look, just jumps back down in there. It's one team distracting another team all across the circle and allowing these movements for Cerberus.
So the problem for Cerberus is that they're still outside of the circle. Now, the reason they pulled up where they did is because it's outside of grenade range from T5. Very wise here from Cerberus in a way. They've still got a few smokes to work with as well. They needed to keep themselves obscured from Tyloo to try to take control of this ridge. If Cerberus can clean this up, they're getting some help from FaZe as well. They have a decent chance to potentially do something here because Tyloo and FaZe likely going to potentially have to fight for the top of the hill unless Tyloo tries to swing down. But depending on FaZe's sightline, I haven't seen a good look from FaZe's perspective towards Tyloo yet, but we'll really see. It just kind of depends.
Rosted wants this so bad. He wants to get some breathing room in a very dangerous situation. Thenadol on the opposing side of the road. Cerberus, though, it looks like Tyloo is just going to send it right up in front of FaZe, maybe trying to move into a gatekeeping position. We did see the fact that a crate landed right next to them, so they're going to use that to get some type of control. Now, Cerberus creeping forward closer and closer to T5, now starting to get into throwable range. Could be a bigger problem for him. You can see as this sprint continues to progress, Tyloo's got to keep their eyes on what's going on with FaZe, as this is essentially a high ground, low ground fight. We've got the low ground teams right next to the road, but this fight for supremacy at the top of the hill is going to be big.
Tyloo might be taking a fight here, and they might be paying for it. Corexi gets the knock onto Zhao Yang. Rosted Jr. shooting the footsies of Cerberus. Himas back on his feet, and now it is a full-on fight. Shen's got a double.
Oh my God, FaZe walks right into it. Finally, Vex steps up big on the counter for it. Tyloo finds themselves in a world of hurt, and a big part of that is going to be the defensive line coming up from Vex. Now, LZQQ trying to figure out how he's going to navigate this one. This is a very stacked up FaZe, but they are weakened. He knows he might be able to pounce. He just has a 1v2 opportunity creeping out of this when the hillside flash comes out. Utility's going to be gone. He got spotted, and with this, FaZe gets control of the top.
This is an opportunity now for Cerberus. If they can clean Rosted Jr. out, they could potentially win this game. FaZe has to take this time to recover. It's only one player knocked for Cerberus. Some grenades are starting to ring out. That vehicle I thought maybe might roll a little bit further, but Rosted Jr., no problem. No helmet, though, and he is quickly taken down.
Ooh, good read on the peak. So Cerberus, 11 kills for Cerberus right now. Comfortable down in this lower section. They have control over that center. They heard the firefight. They know it's going to be FaZe that is going to be to their west. Now, how does FaZe choose to come after it? It's going to be Jeems leading the point down. Looks like he's going down in the open field, but this has already been read by Cerberus. Two members over there waiting to see how that pathing's come out, but nades still prepped and ready to go for FaZe.
Now Cerberus can just hold this ridge line. They're going to fan out. They're going to stack two on the right-hand side, two on the other side. They're going to try to overload, but quickly dealt with. Retreated, though, by Gustav.
Cerberus now collapsing and realizing where the assault's going to be coming from. Jeems got to line this one up. Gustav down on one side of it, still looking this one through. Solzy trying to move in, realizing, see, maybe he can get some utility. Doesn't spot up the one to the left. Now he does, though. A quick exchange between the two of them. Cerberus now creeping up this. Jeems still alive, feeding over the information to the rest of the team. Tycon trying to lead the way on the opposing point for it. Steps around, but knows exactly where Jeems is. He wants to get this one quick. Steps in, goes for the spray into it, but Vex yet again.
Vex is huge here. 6 kills on the round already. Jeems is going to have enough time to get the first aid off. That is huge. It has to be Hisaki. He has to come through and 1v2 FaZe.
This is so much pressure, so much information was being fed over by all of the downed members. Cerberus with just that one up, looking in, seeing if maybe he can slow down the pace, but Vex is going to walk right up into it. Isaki's got to deal with two of them, and he cannot do it. FaZe picks up a much-needed win.
Huge stuff for FaZe. Vex, phenomenal here to keep FaZe in this one. Absolutely saving their lives.
Ooh, yeah, bit of sweat on the forehead. No surprise on it. That was a very big game for FaZe as they managed to creep themselves up very close to the thick of that, like, top, I would say that middle of the pack. They might have been able to secure themselves a good jump into that top 8. I don't know exactly how close they're going to get.
Yeah, FaZe played the trades really, really well here. At first, it was a great back and forth, both teams covering each other, but Vex found that angle, expecting the aggression, expecting Cerberus to W key. That's what Cerberus is known for. They're known to come at you. They're not afraid to take fights, and FaZe reads the situation perfectly, Matt.
That was such a dangerous firefight there at the end, moving into the open area. It was so close, and that was very well navigated. I got to give a big shout out to James feeding so much of that information over. I know our analysts are going to want to break that down.
In our Media Day video, you heard FaZe when asked how they were going to do. We'll see twice. Well, I think we saw. FaZe played well. James absolutely out of his mind. Fex doing something crazy as well, and they come out with that chicken dinner. Avenger, I know you were very happy.
Yeah, 2 double clutches here for Fex to step up from this. Like, insane for them, of course, to do this. James and Fex in the end there. But again, yeah, Cerberus, they did push a lot. They managed to get a lot of kills, and again, this is what they needed. They don't need to win the games again, just top 8, and the amount of points there again. Again, it was a different, little bit different circle, but very similar Western area there. So Tycon popping off again, Fex with a huge game, so really good to see these guys. FaZe Clan though, they needed it. 23 points before going into this after 7 games, so they might be able to almost double their points and maybe jump into the top 8 after this one.
Also, Cerberus coming out
this
with
one too
big
from
points. That was huge. Shrimzy has looked out of his mind. I mean,
and you didn't take him again.
I did. You know, it's crazy, right? Because 2 days ago, I was like, pound for pound, best player in North America. Believe in Shrimzy. Okay, I made my team, and there was $10,000 still left on the table, and I couldn't walk away from it, but I made that mistake. Just like Cerberus couldn't walk away from that push, and FaZe locked it down, played a good defensive game, and honestly, I think used Cerberus's aggressive style of play against them, and that's what I really like seeing there. It was really a story of 2 regions, as far as I'm concerned. FaZe walks away with the win. Cerberus, however, is going to be climbing into the top 3 off the back of that one, which means they are now unlocked. That's the problem with Cerberus for everybody else. Once they get to that position where they're feeling safe and comfortable, that's when they sort of go into that crazy mode where they can just do anything they want, and I expect them to have a very wild day.
The good thing for everyone else, the 15 other teams in this lobby, is that Cerberus, we're about to change maps. So the momentum that they're able to build here in Miramar is that they might have taken a little bit foot off the pedal there. So let's see what happens with that. But again, as you said here, Cerberus, for them to start like this is a Cerberus that we know and love.
Absolutely, and I will say that those circles here for Miramar were something else. I have not seen the sort of repeat up there against the wall. Absolutely crazy. Just like the top 4 teams were in that match. Let's take a look at them real quick. FaZe comes out with the big win, 13 kills, 2,000 damage. Cerberus in second, Tyloo and Petrichor coming up in third and fourth. This is a big game for Tyloo as well. Remember, we talked about that last match. They got the win. They had to climb up from 19 points, and then they come out and get a third place here at the end. But let's look at the
clubber.
Yep, team that got the chicken dinner. Looking good.
Beautiful. 7 kills for Fex, of course. 2 huge clutches coming in on his part. In the right situations when they needed, they got pushed by Tyloo. They were able to take that down. Of course, here towards the end, Cerberus also able to get some huge opening kills in that. Very well deserved here, man of the match for Fex.
Absolutely.
Good to see them step into the fray again. We're talking about this, right? They're able to double their points. They're 23 points after 7 games, and they get 1 good game, 23 points in that game, which is going to put them in close to the top 8, if not in the top 8.
He was a rock, nay, a planet, and James was like his moon, sort of rotating around, going out there trying to find these big moments, but Fex was always there to bring him back.
Exactly, and James, he's always this kind of information gathering player, right? He needs to know, okay, what can I do if these 3 potential circles happen? He's always making a plan ahead. He's the chess player on the team, and that's going to put them into the top 8, 46 points there, and Cerberus solidifying himself on 73 points, obviously.
Now, Tiamba has been in that lead position since we started this event. Cerberus, though, closing that gap, getting right up on top, 73 points, looking very, very good. So Cerberus is now, I think, breathing down Tiamba's neck, and I think Tiamba's going to take that a little personally.
Yeah. I mean, one point in 2 games, that's definitely gonna. But again, hot drops, same similar circles. They're gonna have fun with Danawa. Let's see how many of the other maps they're gonna have fun with them too.
Absolutely, and I will say they tried to fight with Danawa. Danawa landed on the roof and found themselves a 4x SLR right out of the gate. And respect to Tiamba, they got in the car and said, you know, maybe this isn't the one for us right now, and that's what you kind of have to do. So that was great for them. I think Danawa gonna feel very good about that match and get themselves set up for the rest of the day. Now, we are shifting. We're going to be going to Tago in just a couple of minutes. Remember, we were on Vikendi first last time. We've switched that back around.
Everything's been toppled.
Been toppled. Just like a lot of teams are going to get toppled on Taego because it's still one of those maps that we find teams, I don't want to say lost on, but they definitely don't know it the way that they know Miramar and Erangel, and it is going to give us some chaos. Now, is there a circle you're hoping for, or a part you love on that map?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see we're going to have some Cerberus fights potentially. Even with the Space Station gaming could happen. There's more potential hot drops here that could happen. But in general, we had our North Circle, we had our urban endings. I want to see that Southeast area, the studio around that area. I love that area in general, so let's see if we can get that on Taego. All
right, we'll see if it's on Taego when we come back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's time for game number 3 after these messages.
Time to Taego.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
팬들은 모르는 나의 비밀 한 가지를 공개해주세요. 저희 팀에서 붙여진 건데 하남돼지, 하남자 플러스 돼지 느낌으로 이렇게 별명이 있습니다.
What position do you sleep in?
I'll just be like.
How do you manage your mental state when the game is not going well? I just blame my team always.
A set of 3 cute expressions for fan service.
One, two, three. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back. We're going to get everything set up for game number 3. I know you're probably looking at your fantasy rosters right now and being like, what the cha? I thought I had a good team. Don't worry, guys. Those first 2 Miramar games were a bit weird. So I wouldn't be surprised if things stabilized. And now if you're somebody like Toby that has a phenomenal picks off of all of those locations, and life's real good for you.
It hurts. It hurts. All my players that I had on day 1 are popping off today instead of course, you know, it's the way it goes. But you know what? Those guys right there just popped off, Matt.
Yep.
FaZe, Fex, if you had Fex on your fantasy team today, absolutely rolling in it right now. What a heroic performance. I mean, Gustav in there just telling us, yeah, you know, Fex just 1v9'd them for us.
FaZe had a heroic performance. Okay, now looking into it, we're going to stabilize, but let's not forget, we got new maps that we're going to be going to before we make our way over to Erangel to finish everything out. So a lot of adjustments are going to have to be made off of it. A bit more on the fly as we are going to be kicking everything off over on Tego in just a moment.
Yeah, I don't know if our circles can get much crazier. It is definitely, as fans of the PWS know, when I drink coffee, things get crazy, and I did have a coffee before the match today, so sorry, not sorry.
You telling me the fact that I just need to secure like 10 coffees for you a day?
That's correct.
Got you, man. This is on. I will pay for them myself so that way we get the wild
I'm
circles.
in.
So let's go ahead and jump into Tego because we've got ourselves a plane path. It's going to be a bit more on the western lean.
I mean, I'll take free. If it's free, it's for me, man. Like, that's my motto, dude. I'll take anything you got for me.
Oh, really?
Well, okay. let's hold the phone and see what Tego's gonna bring for us as we are scooting down across Godok, where our circle ended on day number 1, and heading down towards Songam. And this is going to be an interesting one. A lot of the Eastern stuff again out of play, which means that when I say interesting, I don't mean it's going to be spicy other than unless there's hot drops. I mean it's fairly playable for all the teams in their drop spots. You can see that nobody goes Shipyard, nobody goes Kangdung, so this is pretty playable. Shipyard is where nightmares happen if you're a competitive player, right? I love Shipyard, though.
I do too. It's really, really fun to play around, but I will say as a competitive player, I could see why it would be a scary place to drop.
For sure.
Now looking in, are we going to have any more mix-ups specifically around Prison? As that looks like that might have some attention drawn its way. A lot of late drops coming up from this one. See if we have any more mix-up with Danoa. Danoa is just going to get themselves Yongcheon, and that's going to be about it. They do still have Yambo that's going to be just to the west of them, though.
Yep. Danoa going to be uncontested on this one, and that's scary. I mean, you can see what they can do even when they are contested today. So who knows what they can dial up. Now, once again, there's a little bit of congestion over some of these vehicle spawns. Corexi actually gets it first.
Jumps in, steals the bike. Is he going to turn around and try to go for the run over? Looks
Summer's
like
in trouble.
Eyeing it. I don't know if he wants to stay here for too much longer. Circle actually pops in and goes a bit more east than I think that anybody was expecting. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and step away from that one and grab yourself a gun. That's going to make it much easier to take down Summer.
They're going to hunt him down. Yeah, this is super smart. This is why I was about to say the motorcycle is really good in this situation for 2 reasons. A, you can go pick up a gun pretty quick. B, it's a little easier to run people over. He's just done. Yep.
It's unfair. And he hits him with the motorcycle too. Yes.
It's everything, dude. That's so good. This is so smart from FaZe, but like, not only is it scary because initially the motorcycle is more maneuverable, right? So it's easier to run people over around the trees than with the cars. But then FaZe wisely was like, James is like, I'm going to get a gun and let's just go get him. And that's Summer gone, a player who's, we praised earlier for his in-game intelligence. And this time around, he is going to get outsmarted by another very, very smart team. FaZe played that game so well. Now, they weathered 2 different storms there. Tyloo first, realizing that if they were going to win that game, they had to take FaZe's position potentially, because when I finally got a look at the terrain that Tyloo had to work with, it sloped down towards FaZe. FaZe had enough hills that they could punish Tyloo if Tyloo either tried to take a fight to Cerberus or tried to push down that hill. So they had to try to fight FaZe. Almost went their way, not quite, and because, again, of Fex.
But with this, FaZe is now in our top 8. That is very, very important. Picking up that 1 kill also puts him 1 point behind Day Trade. You can see up in Tyloo just a couple points behind. Any amount of kills right now for anybody that is in this spread from Sonics probably down into FaZe will find themselves in a much better position just to try to secure something. Meanwhile, SSG did get shifted out of the top 8, but only by 7 points, so they need to try to line themselves up something. But it's been a pretty quiet day for them so far.
Yeah, they're sliding. After getting that win yesterday, I thought SSG has a pretty good chance to get through to winners. Looked like they were smart, capable. But so far today, frankly, they've been... Look, I don't fault some of these teams that are sliding because of how bad those first two circles were. This circle so far has the potential to be bad because a lot of it is river, but we'll see.
The only team that doesn't get an excuse for that is Tiamba. That's just because Danawa made sure that every circle was going to be bad for them. Tiamba only with 1 point on the day so far.
But they don't care.
They're fine. Let's be honest. You can see that the other teams would all have to get 30 points over these next couple of games, which is conceivably possible if they just manage to get absolutely nothing. But I don't think so.
Yeah, no. That's pretty unlikely. I mean, everybody who's at 70 or above is safe, basically. Like, the desk has been talking about it. That's about the cutoff usually. It might even be lower in this lobby because of how top-heavy it was so early. And now you look at the middle of the pack, Matt. I mean, from, let's just go Sonics to V7 and Petrichor Road, 30 points like you're talking about, right? Like, it is not a far cry that a team puts up near 30 points in one game. We've seen it before, that a team can put together one of those 17, 18 kill point games, and Tyloo, a team that I think very well could be capable of it.
Tyloo sitting there winning that Panzerfaust damage, rocking it pretty good, as they had a very interesting path to get to this event, so let's take a look at it.
这季就是一波遭遇战。石头后自己的血量不高的，我是觉得，哎呀，出意外了。但是 AD 又是大 A 老师，但是张德胜站起来，张德胜打3个，张德胜。
Man, they're just making Shen look real sexy off of that one, aren't they?
I was going to say, that's the Shen highlight reel, as it should be. He is their star player. He's just cracked, and we saw glimpses of it so far today. He, especially in that fight with FaZe, he almost won that single-handedly for Tyloo. Hit at least 2 or 3 members of FaZe in that fight. So, look, the guy, we praise him, and there's a reason. There was a reason on day 1 I had captained him on my fantasy team because I really had a lot of faith. But that early fight over Razak with V7 seemed to have affected their mental. So coming into today, no early hot drops, and they are really taking advantage of it. Now, this is a terminal rotation here with the emergency pickups this early for day trade.
I'm nervous about using an emergency pickup at this stage due to the fact that with the way the circle lines up, it's pretty northern, still has Shipyard that's going to be inside of it, which also means it has the canal that's running through. So while it is more prone to go down into the southeast, no surprise, PGS 2 showed us the fact that that's not always going to be the case.
And I think, Matt, that if day trade or any team takes the emergency pickup up to Shipyard here, it's actually a pretty good idea because, first of all, you know it's going to be unoccupied. You know there's going to be a lot of space for you to cover to your south if the circle shifts towards the main continent to the southeast, which is more likely to do. But if it has that hard shift over to the west, over towards Yeongcheon, you have boats or something like that to quickly get over to the other side towards the mini pier, towards the mini shipyard. I really think that could have been a pretty wise move here for a team, especially a team that likes to play edge. Now, Day Trade isn't necessarily known for their edge style or something like that, but I still think the opportunity is there.
Yeah, and speaking of what's going on over into that northern island itself, there's a couple of rotators that are moving pretty close to Danawa line, and most notably that is going to be V7, T5, and it looks like Tiamba is playing a 50-50 split just to make sure that they get some type of safety in it, and that's no surprise given the way that they're playing the line over there. FaZe, last round really, really good for them. This round going to be a bit scary in their rotation as they do have Sonics that are going to be directly in front of them. They're going to have Falcons on the opposing side, Petrichor Road and Day Trade just over into their east, and you can see that's where those harassment lines are already starting to kick off. FaZe, though, they are already comfortably inside the circle, so they don't have to move forward just quite yet.
Yeah, everybody kind of towards that center-ish area to the east of Terminal is kind of just going to be able to vibe for a bit. Sonics are holding a pretty decent split. And here we go. All right, Tyloo, where are you going, my boys? I am super curious what you're going to find.
One, just going on an adventure. This is how you scout, right? No more bikes, no more anything else. Just ride it out. See who shoots at you. The other members are actually inside of vehicles right now, and they're going to be moving forward. Looks like they're going to be coming up pretty close to where FaZe was just a moment ago. EXO making their rotation. They're going to be coming in from the east over next to Airport. SSG is running a 2-1-1. Might be Pixel or Roth that could get some attention from EXO in just a minute.
Yeah, that is a huge split for SSG. And again, this is part of the trouble with some of these lobbies is these early splits that you're so used to getting away with back in your home turf aren't going to be as doable because obviously, you know, here's Salute just blew up. I've done that. Worth. Absolutely worth. I mean, Soul so fast around that corner. And then an Onyx in there with a little help from Soul to clean things up. But I want to go back to the point I was talking about earlier, that coming into these international events.
Sorry, I just had a thing. Everybody else is playing paper, rock, scissors. He's playing paper, rock, shotgun right there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm over here playing paper. Sorry,
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But like coming into these international events, a thing that a lot of teams struggle with is splits that they used to be able to get away with in their home territory because they had done their homework. They knew the tendencies of the teams. It's different here because A, obviously you don't know the teams as well, but B, the teams that came in here are doing some weird prep. And this is what I'm talking about. These edge fights that you don't expect could potentially be brewing, like with SSG and XO.
This is the second time that SSG, technically we're moving into the third time that SSG has now moved to try to get away from XO, just like you're talking about. You know, these splits can get far, far more punished. And now SSG, they have members, they have the river that's going to be on the opposing side, and still, what, I guess about 800 meters separates them? 600 meters, somewhere around there?
Yeah, and what's even more wild is I see Damo and Kia now starting to potentially drive in that direction just on the other side of the creek there. Of course, the nice thing about the creek on Tego is that you can drive across it, so it's not, even though it is like water-ish, it's not really water in the sense of the normal water in the game.
It's a Texas River is what we call them.
Oh, a Texas River. There you go.
Absolutely. There's just some water so you can put your feet in it as
this
you're
is going to go like half-half, right? Like if the circles are any indication? Okay, no. Okay, we're done with the BS circles today. Okay.
Well, you say that for now. Sonics fans, though, feeling pretty good as they're going to be pretty centered up. And I wouldn't say the most comfortable of position, but they're 2-2, not quite as split. They are probably going to need to compress in just one moment. And looks like we already have Kickstart hopping inside the vehicle and is going to do so. Tiamba is going to spot out Donawa as they're making a rotation across the bridge, as Linshu is already going to be in that linchpin position to try to see if he's going to do any gatekeeping line. I mean, it's just straight up lined in. The other member's not going to be able to do too much more of assault, as this 2-2 split means that the other members are going to be crossing the road right back behind Donawa.
I think Loki lost a tire there, so they have to divert to the coast. And Donawa here, getting a headshot onto an Onyx, but an Onyx going to be okay. Donawa took a risk here, Matt. They stayed in Yongchon. I think it kind of gambling that the circle is going to do crazy things today. Instead, it does the normal thing earlier than maybe expected for them. They had priority potentially on the other side of the river if they so choose, but they didn't.
The East is kind of going similar as it is going to be Exalt that's doing some harassment onto V7, so if you're wondering why he was juking the car just a bit. Tracers galore over here as T5 also shooting at them from behind. T5 going to be crossing that bridge in just a moment. Right back behind them as Exalt's going to have another set of targets that they can try to take a shot at. This is interesting though. Hold up. Tiamba regrouped with Linshu, but now they're going back to Yongxian, and it looks like they might be eyeing going over into that eastern bridge. They're just like, no, Donna, we're done with you. We're pretty certain that was you. We just don't even want to deal with you. We're going to go an entirely different route.
Yeah, that's a really good point. They very likely understood that was Donawa. So really interesting stuff here from Tiamba. I think Tiamba now, the name of the game for them should be just play for some confidence, get some good kills, get some good fights in, and go into that winner's bracket, feeling a little bit better about yourselves after that incredible day. Heaven out in the open for Thonadal. Thonadal here's the vehicle. His teammates are going to get a little bit of opening damage, but actually Tosi with the covering fire gets the knock onto Hatsawat.
Going to allow them to regroup. EXO also coming over here after their adventures that were going on with SSG are going to start getting some vision. Insight playing very aggressive into this positioning into T5. He's playing right along that river coastline. We can see him kind of creeping up, might get some vision, but the hillsides are going to block out most of it. Problem with T5 is Insight's position kind of corners them in with V7 just to the south, as now Tiamba that we were talking about beforehand is going to be crossing that bridge relatively soon, and that is an entirely exposed angle for them.
Yeah. No, it's actually pretty tough here for Tiamba. Getting across that bridge now is going to be really tricky, so I'm pretty curious how they're going to approach that. I mean, they might have to just lose a player potentially and just veer straight to their right when they get across towards the other coast. Kind of very, very keen to see how they're going to do it, and they're making their move now. I can see them off screen. His face still in their compound. Here we go. This is about the only fight that's really brewing anywhere on the map as far as I can tell, as long as Insight doesn't do anything wild.
Linshu back to the bridge cover as he is the only person that's not inside of a vehicle right now, taking those shots into T5, allowing him to go.
No way. What?
Oh, Tossy.
That is ridiculous.
That was a clean getaway. Now let's go back over to Tiamba. Reposition as it is going to be right on to T5. At least going to be able to jump out. Pao Pao is going to be leading the way for his squad as well as ZYY. T5 realizing they're going to need to go more to the north to try to escape that, but don't forget about good old Insight. That's going to be over there. Good read from ZYY. Going to pick that one up, and T5 now in a lot of trouble. Circle did shift down to the south, stays centered up on that Sonic's position we were talking about just a moment ago. So all these teams that are in this northern position going to have to move.
Yeah, T5 here, I think, got a little discombobulated after that knock from V7 and wasn't really doing their due diligence on their backside. And as soon as they heard the vehicles, instead of trying to kind of set up and try to barricade Tiamba, they felt like they didn't have a good position and instead just got in their vehicles and tried to run away, and they lose a player for it. ZYY continuing where he left off yesterday with some absolutely just brilliant open field sprays. Roth trying to now punish that still rotating T5, who finally has found a spot to set up. Now this whole area of the map is kind of interesting, Matt, because there's this huge flat hill on top of this mountain, so it's really tricky to find playable space inside of it sometimes.
T5's position is very similar to Death Road on Erangel, is a good way to think about it. It's just a bit more of a north-south instead of the east-west that we see. Insight does find himself 7-7, who is not expecting that in the slightest, as the rest of Tiamba is now already moving down into Exalt's positioning.
Well, you know what's so funny is yesterday one of the few teams that had success against Tiamba was actually XO. They actually were getting some kills on them. And it's continuing over here too today. So the XO boys are actually talking about it to me. They're like, well, at least we got kills on Tiamba. You know, like they were obviously not happy with how the day went, but they felt good about some of their fights against the top team in this lobby. So, hey, credit where credit's due. Insight there gets a very nice pick. Great patience from him, and it profits.
Yeah, now where is XO going to go, though? As you can see, this is Tiamba not even in the new safe zone yet. And that's going to make it a bit harder for everybody to navigate. This hillside, you can technically play more to the north and kind of make your way through it. We are also starting to see a bit of an urban setup, as it is going to be Day Trade and Petrichor Road holding down this area of Terminal. Still trying to play around that after we did see the emergency pickup in the earlier sections of the game. Deepless Kia looks like they're going to be regrouping just to the north of where we see a Cerberus duo as well as Falcons.
I'd like to see the Falcons start to pick it up here a little bit today. It's been a slow one for them. They need to get a little bit aggressive, I think. Need to get in some fights, get some confidence going. If they're going to get through into the winner's bracket. Again, it's still wide open enough. If you include this game, there's 4 games left here today, so still points to be found. Ventus has that M24 with the ace, opting to go for the bolt. Probably lacking a bit of loot is DK potentially. Although you'd think they could have found a DMR by now, and here we go. Look at XO's just so confident against Tiamba. I love this. I love this. Just punish them. You already got 1 kill. You potentially have them in a bad spot where you can gatekeep Tiamba's run up to the next hill in the next circle.
Already been spotted out, though. Got to be careful. Pao Pao looks like he's trying to move back into where Monty's going to get some vision lines. Circle shifts very hard to the south away from this line, though. Curious to see if Tiamba wants to step after this one. Is they know the fact that they've got XO back behind them, but at the same time, they also are going to have to make some pretty big moves, and there's a lot of players still alive. We're still at 60 in what's going to be a tiny circle with Terminal in it and a hillside and 1 compound, really, that Sonic's already controls.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of downhill in this next circle. XO now, I think, feels like they might have bitten off more than they could chew and is retreating to the safety of their vehicles. Danawa trying to make a move to the center, and they're going to make it nicely. This is old school Danawa, man. Dude. Like phase 3, phase 4 center circle dives. They don't do this as much anymore, but these circles have been hard shifting away from them.
You've got to do it on the circle. This is a very open circle. Look at what's going on around them. They're pretty centered, and you saw that little dip that they were in, and they had that one shack, or it's not really a shack. It's more of a shed, I don't know, a small building that you can get maybe 1 or 2 people into. It'll give you some cover, but that's about it. XO making their rotation. Looks like they're going to bisect right in between the duos for V7. Are they going to get 2 punished for it is the bigger question. Insight is going to get spotted out. Headshot's going to knock him out of the vehicle. Rest of XO's just got to continue on the path. It looks like their eyes are set more on that Terminal line. Most of Petrichor Road is going to be playing to the east of it. Sonic's also going to get some vision. It's going to be some harassment, but it looks like they might find themselves a vehicle replacement to try to work around as Tiamba spots that out, and they're going to go on the opposing side of V7. They're going to be shifting right next to Exalt.
Yeah, I mean, Tiamba might just run into Exalt again. Tiggleton there actually finding a knock at a salute. For a moment, I thought that was going to be 7-7 getting out, but Aches left has XO, who's now tried to pull up into the Terminal. looking for their arrival.
Tiamba, how did you get so far away from Danawa for so long and now end up right next to him? Gonna jump out, and it's gonna be Tig that spots one, gets the knock, and now Tiamba, it looks like you managed to pick up another kill, and that might be about all you're gonna get as Pow Pow just gonna have to hunker down.
Yeah, I mean, immediately Danawa here fishing for some points, but they were knocked and flushed too quickly by the long-range shots of the other teams. Grenade out for Ventus towards SSG. Gets some decent damage. They've got SSG pretty well pinned up on this ridgeline. Capitan even finds a headshot.
Yeah, Falcons are taking some shots in from a different direction onto what's going on with this one. Technically, they're on the opposing side away from T+Kia, so they're trying to move in on this one. Space Station Gaming still a sharp down, realizing they have some threats that are going to be coming after him. Page going to have to defend up this line as slow and steady D+Kia is moving this direction. Falcons, though, taking those shots from back behind him are probably going to slow them down. Emmy doesn't want to move too aggressively into this one, though, so it looks like they might be steering away.
I mean, SSG needs vehicles, and they only have a very beaten-up pony. That is it. I mean, it's really dire up there for them. Oh, wait, maybe that was DK's position, but okay, they've got some vehicles. I was going to say they need to get down this hill, and they need to do it now.
They're driving right down into this firefight, and what on earth? They just got torn to shreds coming down into this one. Minuta's just playing from cover, finally going to go down, but Space Station Gaming going to get entirely eliminated.
Yeah, now the mortars start to rain, I believe, from Cerberus onto T5. Rossiter Jr. knocked. T5 out in the open. Not a lot to work with out in the open parts of this circle. It's hilly, but not super hilly.
Wait, D+Kia is about to have V7 run up right on top of them. That's going to be a whole new problem. V7 on the hunt for kills, and they're going to find a very weakened squad that they can manage to pick up. Minuta did get rezzed. The V7 just runs right into their face, trying to pick up some more out of it, and they are going to take down D+Kia, get a ton of vehicles, a ton of loot, but they still need to make their way into the circle, as it's going to be Sonics that's going to have a good sight line into wherever they go next.
But I really like this opportunistic play from V7, knowing that they're no matter where they go in this next circle, it's going to be tricky. But there is not a lot of playable stuff inside of this current circle, people. It is pretty wide open. There's not a lot of foliage, not a lot of rocks. It's very gently rolling hills down here, so it's going to be tricky. And V7 wisely knowing they need points, they need to take them where they can get them in this situation. And so you cannot fault them for doing that at all.
Exalt's going to have some problems to deal with. Sonic's already entrenched in front of them. EXO, Petrichor Road all going to have to move. Daytrade is luckily already left terminal, and they're eyeing more of the south, potentially into Tyloo's positioning. But Tyloo has a compound for now, not going to be inside the circle, so that's going to be the brewing fight over here. Let's not forget, Ascend also has to move. Cerberus has to regroup. Falcons have to make a shift, and V7 still has to come into the circle, as well as Exalt, in whichever pathing they choose to take.
And yeah, okay, Tyloo has found some really nice range on to their mortars onto Danawa. That's another knock, so they need to get two players back up and running if they're going to survive this one. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody tried to take advantage of this. Patapong out in the open. Rossiter Jr. already found one. Glaz going to let go with the grenade, and I believe that is T5 down. It's actually Cerberus who gets those kills.
Yeah, everything's starting to collapse in. Falcons does have V7 in front of them that they're now going to be eyeing, seeing if they want to make the approach into that. Cerberus are taking some shots and back behind them, so that might stall down. With this, we still have Daytrade that needs to move. Monty did get in for EXO, but Exalt is going to be moving down into Petrichor Road, taking some shots. As you can see, Molodok going to get the knock into Aikslift. This is the circle, guys. Look at this. This is the circle. This is why everybody's so hesitant to move, and they're trying to go for firefights on the outside of it. Danawa's positioning is extremely vital, but Tyloo spots out Ascend in their rotation, and it's going to be FaZe taking shots in as well. Ascend now needs to move into what? The north, and that's going to bump them right into Daytrade. So few options, and now the firing lines for the teams that moved in early are just entrenched, and everybody's going to be walking into a hail of bullets.
Yeah, I mean, Danawa might get a favor here from Ascend if Ascend can do some damage, but instead they're the ones getting the damage dealt to them. It's Chris is going to find LZ. So all of Tyloo is going to go down between three different teams. So Tyloo tried to take this hillside, tried to do some damage to Danawa early with those mortars. It was a smart play, but there's just too many other teams around them to make it work.
I want to point out that Sonics hasn't had too many friends up there over into the north. Everybody's been bisecting around them. Finally, they are going to have to move, but they're going to come in so much utility, so strong. Danawa, though, they're just fighting everything around them. Sure, one kill, but I don't even want to imagine the amount of damage that we're going to be looking across the entirety of that squad with what they've probably been having to pump out. Daytrade's going to have to be moving. Ascend finally going to get eliminated. Cerberus is going to have to contend with going on to the north as Falcons are going to be making a move. Glaz still alive for V7 is going to be coming in back behind Falcons. This is that Daytrade push that we were talking about just a second ago into the entrenched Danawa.
EXO just found some big grenades. onto Exalt. And now Soul starting to really heat up today. 2 kills already in this one. He has been absolutely a force of nature throughout day 2. Day trade, trying to see if they can find some level of success to get into this next circle. Exalt now under pressure from a couple different angles. Grenades from Petrichor Road getting involved. Monty's going to take Uba out, and things going from bad to worse for Exalt.
Yeah, day trade not anywhere that they can really go. Here comes the firing line for Danoa, and they are just lighting up. 2 members jump out near on no cover. It's going to be utility coming out, and Nonix wants none of this. He's just going to storm right up to this rock, step up on top of it. He's going to spot out one, but he is going to get spotted as well. He's going to go down. Flash trying to cling to life, but Danoa just assaulting everything in this circle.
Love the proactive play here from Danoa, knowing that they need to clear this edge of the circle if they're going to get further into this one. Immediately on top of day trade. Great use of utility to obscure the movements of Anonix and Soul, and they're able to get in there and get the job done. Helps that Loki was hitting some really nasty sprays on the way in. Still this fight between EXO and Exalt. Monty, the only one left. Let's see what he can do. Now Salute's getting involved.
I mean, it's really a matter of who gets to run in and have to contend with what's going to be happening against Danoa over here, right? Monty does live, but that's going to be mostly due to the way Sonics were looking down that road after shifting out of position. Now, Danoa, Sonics getting in closer and closer range to each other. We did have Cerberus still staying compacted over. FaZe is going to get a line of loot that's going to land down right next to them, so they're going to be coming into this late game very prepped.
I really like the way Sonics are playing this game. Immediately took that flat top mountain control with a 2-2 split and able to go whichever way they want. I mean, Tig has been on one. Not only the first day, right in here into today as well. I mean, he had a rough going on the game where they tried to use the emergency pickup, but he's going to clean out Soul, and he's going to get knocked for it.
Salute, but yet again, Shrimzy finding success for the squad whenever it is needed. Clutch king right now for Sonics whenever they need something to happen. Danoa, those got Loki on this flank position, making sure to try to secure what's going to be happening. The rest of Danoa trying to regroup as close as they can. Tig is going to get fleshed out. Nice nade coming out from Loki, but Sonics, they want to move a bit further forward, but Danoa wants to continue to protect this very no man's land that they have to contend with.
Yeah, Inonix and Loki, the old Genji duo, now on Danoa. Going to be trying to hold off this 3-man squad of the Sonics. You took out Tiggleton, though. A nice place grenade from Loki, got the flush. Now let's see what the rest of the Sonics can do. They've got control of the northern part of the circle, so they don't need to over-aggress onto this. I think for now there might be a bit of a stalemate because FaZe is still in this. Cerberus as well. Cerberus wants to get their first win. They've been so close today so many times. FaZe wants to go back-to-back.
I know there's a lot of time zone changes we're having to contend with, but it's not technically Sunday. FaZe is getting prepped, though, like it is a FaZe Sunday, as they have themselves a strong control point to play from. They're already going to be moving in. Most of the squads around them are already getting pretty weakened. This is a good setup, already sitting at 8 kills. They're in prime position to secure themselves moving into that top 8 for the remainder of this. If they can secure a phenomenal performance here, I think that they've got it in them with everything that's going to be going on. The problem is, Danoa has just been popping off, as well as Sonics in these northeastern area, or northern and western areas.
Yeah, but the good news for FaZe is that everybody else is mostly beating each other up. Even Cerberus only has 3 left.
Cerberus?
They're going to leave Tycon as the anchor there to watch, try to keep FaZe in check. Gustav has already pushed way out and ahead and is really hampering the Cerberus rotations. Now the Sonics still with plenty of frags in the bag, going for some big hits and a lot of damage being done.
It's just so much utility that's coming out right now. Vehicles just rolling away. Oh, the vehicle explosion coming up from the Molotov. Going to take down Hamas. Now Gustav getting some eyes on what's going to be going on with Danoa. Kickstart just brazenly stepping up into the front of what's going on with Cerberus. They want to finish this one out, but does get spotted out. He's going to go down. H1 playing on the outside. Now seeing if maybe Shrimzy can step in, take that point position. FaZe Gustav, though, harassing from the back end of this one with this reposition from Cerberus. Keep in mind, FaZe forced Cerberus into Sonics, and that has bought FaZe all of the control of the circle.
And they want to finish this game. They know they've got everybody else on the rope, so they are starting to push out. Sololzy just hanging on for dear life into this smoke. A grenade from FaZe is going to weaken a couple of members of Sonic. Shrimzy on his last legs.
That's so many throwables coming out. James now wanting to get involved. Blue zone nade's going to come out. Sonic's going to get eliminated. FaZe are feeling it right now. Just complete and utter control. Just Danoa and Onyx off in the distance, having to contend with FaZe, who is just on an absolute tear.
I mean, we've seen brilliant 1vx's from Anonix in the past. Does he have something in store? This is a near impossible situation for him, especially taking this much damage. He's done. He is out.
PGC group stages, and the last day where we need to see FaZe perform, they always manage to do it. Great game coming out from them as they are just stringing wins together.
You love the way that FaZe gets aggressive. You love the way that FaZe takes control. Just beautiful stuff. James calling brilliant games, and Fex and the others having wonderful days for FaZe.
Well, we have had some very interesting circles with so little cover in them. Is that the name of the game? Day 1 was verticality. Day 2, we had a couple of different options. Mostly hard shifts were their deal that they're dealing with. Now it's just going to be moving into the very end of the game with no cover to be had, as we got to jump over and give ourselves a good setup moving into this next section with the analyst desk. And what do we have to do? We have to send it to the highlights.
Well, it's not Sunday, but it's FaZe Day as they come out with 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, playing out of their mind, and they are here in full effect. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Avenger, and another great game for FaZe.
It has to be Sunday in Hawaii still, right? So
that it is. Maybe, yeah.
Almost, at least. It's Sunday somewhere in the world, but yeah. We have to sing the praises of FaZe with this one here. And I got to say, in general, here for the group stage, it's been back-to-back but galore.
Yeah.
Tianba as the pentagram, now FaZe Clan here to pop things off with. Good to see another situation for them where it's all the other teams and them fighting. Cerberus made a decision, okay, we can sweep the North and we can get a lot of it. But Kickstart and the guys from Sonics, they said no.
Yeah.
Kickstart had a really good opening, and I gotta say, Monty with the nade onto Exalt, he squeezed out a lot of points for EXO. They needed that. But another huge game for FaZe Clan, and him as starting up. Fex, another insane game for him. Super good to see. And James, of course, cleaning up here, both Sonics and Cerberus to see things with. Fex, I think he got another 6-kill game here.
Yeah,
insane, back-to-back.
James and Fex, for the second game in a row, playing this very good 1-2, anchor in Moon, if you will, and they have been absolutely incredible to watch. So congratulations to them on another chicken dinner. But a lot of teams that we saw, Danawa, again, they turned on. I don't know what happened. I think that Tiamba decided to hot drop them, and they took that personally. And they're playing out of their minds.
They are.
And Soul especially, I think it was just, sometimes that's what it requires, right? Sometimes you got to get punched in the face before you really realize it's time to get in the fight. And Donna was in the fight.
They are. They turned on, and I got to say, the way that they're also, first of all, that dip, they got so much out of it. They could have gotten a little bit more, of course, a little bit with the Mortars, with the Nays coming in, some third parties. We saw both Tianba and, so many third parties. They tried to shut them down, but Soul said no, and yeah, he's been on a tear so far.
Absolutely. I mean, their team's been absolutely out of control. Cerberus, again, makes themselves into the top 3.
Crazy.
They didn't have the circle. They were following the circle that entire time, right? You could say maybe that first game they were in a great spot, but nope, this is the Cerberus we've come to expect at international tournaments.
Love to see it.
Takes a minute to activate, but once these guys get going, there's no stopping them.
Snowball effect is crazy.
It really is. It's absolutely wild. So we saw a lot of those good games. SSG, I'm starting to stress out for these guys. They keep putting in some good macros. They get to this sort of mid-game and then deleted from the map. I don't know what's going on with them, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let's look at the top 4 teams.
Yeah, 14 kills here for FaZe Clan. I just talked to Luke, the manager of FaZe, of course, and he's like, yeah, we got to get one more good game. Yeah, okay, back-to-back, that's how you do it. 24 points for them here. Danawa with 7 kills coming there. Sonics, another good game. Cerberus, this is, if you're asking, before PGC, what are the teams that you kind of expect to do well? The top 4 teams here is definitely some of them. Like another one here for Fex. Not a 1K clubber, but it is 600 damage, 700 for Gustav. Good to see 4 on James again here. Another situation for them where it's like, okay, now we're in the top 8. Now they're solidified. Like, this is such a good game for them. And a back-to-back man of the match here for Fex.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to love Fex. I mean, James, a bit of a loop-in when it comes to kills, just stealing them without anybody being aware. But Fex absolutely playing out of his mind. And like you said, I said in those videos, you like that. He has that, I don't even know how to explain the personality, the
love
gravitas.
His personality.
He walks around, his gravitas, he's quiet. It's just a strong personality that says, I'm going to get business done, and that's what I'm here
for. Focus and discipline is what this guy has, and I love to see it. The Welsh Dragon, Draika coming in, 24 points. Danawa, 13, Sonics, 10, Cerberus. Yeah, it's just these teams that we expect to do well, and they're solidifying themselves quite easily. Gotta say, on the other end, though, Tianba, they did not turn on today compared to what they did on their day 1.
I mean, and they came in, I think that's just some reticence, but probably didn't do the same amount of prep that they would normally do because they didn't have to. But that's why you show up on day 1. This is our first lead change of the group as Cerberus passes Tiamba. It has been a long race to catch up to that first place, but Cerberus has done it.
And now we have T5 and Tyloo. We have a 10-point gap, right? So is it going to be the 7th and 8th place that we're going to be talking about a little bit maybe? We're going to have V7, we're going to have Petrichor Road, SSG, Ascend has to step up. Falcon still on 28 here. But still, we have, 4, 5, 6 teams that are going to be on this kind of middle pack that we're going to be seeing fighting. I feel like T5 and Sonics, they're going to have 3 more good games, and they're going to be kind of safe here. Again, we're talking about this 75 to 85 cutoff because it's been spongy on the day 1, and now we have more sponges as well, kind of in our top now. Could be the 75-point mark that it's going to be on.
Cerberus becoming a new sponge, as this is becoming a real. It's like a tea party up in here. There's so much sponge cake. That said, the teams on the bottom are running out of time to make that catch-up. There is not space. We are 3 games away from deciding the top 8 teams who will go to the winners, the top 8 who will go from the losers. These teams need to make a play. Falcons, that's one of them. Donawa, they're comfortable. Can Falcons do it? It seems like they're struggling right now.
Falcons, 28 points. They have to have a fantastic game here to start the second half of the day. Otherwise, I feel like it's too late. Again, you can go back-to-back in the last 2, but still feels like it's unlikely when we have so many other teams that are on fire.
All right, let's head to the snowy slopes of Vikendi. It's game number 4, 3 left to play. Let's do this thing.
Doing this thing indeed, Toffees, as we are making our way over to the slopes, giving ourselves a taste of the Wonder Wheel, Dino Land, all the fun that could be had as snow cones galore to be found.
It is going to be interesting with this plane path, though, Matt. This is very much on the
coal mine not to be found, though. I guess a good way to look at it, right?
Yeah, the good news is nobody drops a Cosmodrome or coal mine, so well, we're a-okay. Villa's a good spot, by the way. Don't count it out. I know it's not in the center of the map. I know it's not the old Villa. So many of you loved it, but it's not bad. Don't diss on it. It is a fun spot to drop, and you know what? Maybe somebody will with this plane path.
I just want to know, are Donawa going to be going after Tiamba yet again? It's just, where are you going to go at this stage? You have to have a decent idea. If you're Tiamba, do you just assume that, okay, they're coming for us, we have to go somewhere else?
Well, it's been Tiamba chasing them, right? Other way around, usually. Yeah. It's just like, I think that might be done.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
I think Tiamba kind of realized that, okay, we tried, and every right for them, full respect for them to try it, because they should, because Donawa has, a very important drop with them on Miramar, and again, that's 1/3 of the, the map pool, so that is well worth it to try to screw with them.
Donawa's done. Tiamba's so last week. Now it's Petrichor Road. That's the new friend that they're going to be making, is they're going to be landing along this line. Pretty much a lot of the usual suspects for today, right? We've got Cerberus that's going to be coming over here. FaZe. This is kind of a mini top 4 all landing right on top of each other as they're committing in. There is no fear from Donawa today. They are just jumping whatever they want. Salute, though, going to get shot right off the get-go. So going to be Loki on the other side. Spots it out. SMG to kick everything off.
Yeah, the G36 looking really good here for Loki, but Aches left has Soul down. So now 2 players, and now Aches left starting to come alive, and he's got it done.
Man, everybody bringing out them ARs in a strong faction. Ace should be able to get the res. Is Donawa, okay, look, sooner or later, you're going to land that many hot drops. You got to go wrong, right?
Yeah, this is, so when I was talking to Donawa earlier today, they said they had hot drops in almost every situation. And this was a potential one with Petrichor Road. So it is what it is. Frankly, Donawa's probably fine, Matt. They did what they kind of done what they need to do now. And it's worth it to continue to fight these hot drops now because they're basically secure to go to the winners finals, or the winners bracket, excuse me. You know what? Why not? Who cares? Who cares? You lose one, you've played brilliantly for the first 3 maps today.
Moss getting that cardio in, man. Got to go over there, see what's going on with Hayasaki. Going to regroup as Cerberus going to be near what's going on with Petrichor Road. Not going to want to get too involved in any of that anymore. T5 going to be just to the south of this. They're going to be regrouping pretty strong in just 1 minute once they finish their loot sections up. D plus Kia, not having the best of times right now.
No, look, I like the D plus players, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't have huge expectations for them. Coming into this event, they're just they're too cautious at times. They don't have nearly as much firepower as even V7. So they're struggling in these lobbies. They're trying to get into places on the edge. They're bumping into these other teams that are on the edge, and a lot of times they're losing those fights on the edge. So yeah, for D+, it's just kind of more sadness. You know, the history of D+ in PUBG Esports, unfortunately, hasn't always been the best, and that's just more of the same.
Who chills over here getting himself that good Tithonic loot, as you saw by himself. Rosted getting himself that good information and vision for days up here. Going to be taking some shots in on Petrichor Road and how they're going to be navigating all of what's going to be going on in just 1 second. A lot really that we're going to be looking at with this Petrichor Road shift, though, is they're going to be moving into the north. Not a lot going to be going on, but Hisaki going to go ahead and find out Pathapong and take him down.
Dude, stop feeding Cerberus points, guys. Like, they're already doing really good here. You don't really need to give them any help, but I get what T5 is doing here. Getting up on top of that tower, you can punish these teams that drop where Petrichor Road and Danoa were fighting. They're really a lot of teams are really good. I saw Luke 12 doing this a lot during PNC. Really fun stuff to see.
We got a lot of fun stuff to see as we've got Ascend making their way across the map, but also we want to see how they manage to make it to PGC.
In the meantime, here comes Ascend, full speed forward, straight into the open arms of Exalt.
What? He just kicked him in the mouth, but Brex comes down and wins the fight. Are you kidding me? That should never happen. Mossbo.
They're pretty comfy over here right now as they have no one around them. Closest player is going to be about 1,000 meters away, and that's going to be Roth. Looks like he's on the tail end for the SSG. As Ascend going to have a lot of different options coming in as they were playing much more to the south, west of Winery, just south of Pavilion, actually Pavilion itself, I believe, and now going to be making their way into the north.
Yeah, that's Ascend in a nutshell. They're very passive in the early part of the game. They want to find space on the edges of circles where they can just kind of wait you out, pick off players, get some kills, off of knocks and things like that.
I've got to say, very few things bother me as much as the fact that Space Station Gaming doesn't go to Cosmodrome to loot.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that should be like their natural home, right?
I know, it's thematic, right? I know it's way over there in the northeast, but come on, man.
And we should give them the spacesuit, outfits. And let them wear those. If Art hits one of these, I'm going to lose my mind.
You can do it.
Please. Well, he's not even trying with that rate of fire.
That's more get away from here.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Summer gets punched, almost gets taken out. Salute almost got that, man. I mean, Summer was one headshot punch away from getting knocked, I think. Loki had some really nasty sprays, but Axleft is just Axleft. I mean, he is a god. Seen it time and time again that up close and personal, this guy. What?
My lord.
Is that last one?
Yeah, that's just what you do with that one. I mean, you can see it doesn't even bother him too much. They're like, okay, we know everything's fine.
Dude, he's the owner of the team. Be careful. Ming, if there's anybody you don't want to run over, it's that guy.
Look, sometimes you just got to let the boss know who's in charge, right? Like he was getting too much of he had too much ego. After that play right there, you got to shut it back down, bring him back down to earth.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm really hoping that Axleft kills Shrimsy today, just because of the stream yesterday and Axleft's guest appearance. I can't repeat what he said on air.
Yeah, it was pretty much like, if you guys missed it, it was just pretty much Shrimsy being like, oh, look, it's Axleft the GOAT. And he steps over, grabs the microphone, and
Axleft says some things.
I'm pretty much just F Shrimsy.
And they're they're very funny. It's very funny. You should check it out.
I'm on the opposing side. Now I want Shrimsy to kill him and get vengeance.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair.
You're taking the evil path now, Paper. You're just full committed in. You're like, right. I want Axleft to just assert all the dominance.
I'm a Sith, man. Like, I'm all about the chaos, the fear, and the anger, and the hate. They fuel me. They fuel me.
That's what happens, I guess, when you start tossing on those turtlenecks, right? You just have to go that route.
Yeah, I lose all the blood flow to my brain, so I start getting a little bit wild.
Updating you guys on what's going on. We do have Tyloo that's gotten pretty close to phase and rotation, but not a lot of vision that they're too focused in on. This section of the map really, there is vision, but there's also a lot of recesses in the hillsides and pathing options for the teams to work with. That's why we're not seeing a lot of skirmishes outside of that one that we had right off the get-go. Instead, it's about more territory control. We do still have Lumberyard, Dino Land, train station all inside the circle, so we're going to see a couple of things. Yes,
give it to us.
More mortar.
Yes. I really, I mean, Danoa was in dire straits there for a moment and somehow stabilized. Well, they got help from other teams, really. Mortar damage, top 3. Of course, it's Loki. I said this on day 1. This guy is like the best mortarer.
It's karma, right?
Yeah.
He's been inflicting so much damage with the mortars. Sooner or later, it has to come back to his side. Tiamba, are you going to take that train? I don't think so.
I would.
Well, I mean,
why not?
They're pretty centered right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
who cares? Have some fun. No,
it's kind of true, right?
Right.
I mean, you're sitting at a grand total of, what, 3 points so far on the day? Maybe just hopping on the train can do some good. Yeah, Bears, it's okay. You go away. We don't have anything to do with you right now.
Yeah. That Bears should not be, I think, a problem here, as Monty took some damage from afar. But, I mean, I really want this circle to not just go center, Matt, because at PNC, like, every one of our circles was, like, straight down the center. Dinoland's great. Northwest is great. You know, East, great, just not dead center, because I had so many circles in that, you know, that green valley that runs down the middle of this. I'm just like, can I get something different? Yesterday was great, or 2 days ago was great.
We got to save Dino Land for Poro, though. That's just...
Why? Because he's old? And he's a dinosaur?
But he loves dinosaurs. Why you got to do him like... I'm saying it because he loves dinosaurs.
Because of his name?
Just gonna go after it.
His name is
Porosaurus Dino Land, and you're like,
yeah.
oh, he's just ancient. Go ahead and give him a cane. Damn, you did commit to the evil arc, didn't you?
I know. I'm on it today. I'm feeling it. All right. Look, wherever the circle goes, it's fine. Okay, this is fine.
Yeah.
Tai Lu really loving this circle for sure. FaZe as well. Just straight north.
So we've got a death funnel that's going to be brewing down in the south. Looks like Falcon's going to be moving into Cerberus's line, who are kind of gatekeeping. They're going to need to regroup, but we also have a lot of movement that could be coming over there. T5 looks like they're going to be cutting more to the west, as V7 also going to be collapsing in. If a lot of these teams come in directly from the south, it could be quite scary, but a very long northern wrap would be so good for any of these teams if they want to commit into it, because there's near on nobody up there.
You read my brain. I was just thinking the same thing, because I love what I'm seeing from Space Station Gaming. They're making that long northern wrap that you're talking about, Matt, and I was literally just about to compliment them on it, because I think it's a really smart move in this circle. You know that not a lot of teams, if any, are going to be up there. Maybe there's one, you know, I mean, unfortunately for Space Station, they've been running into some teams on the edge, like we saw with XO in the previous game. Yeah, nothing like destructive came out of it, but it kind of screwed up their rhythm. It screwed up their momentum.
Cerberus, after getting it at first, you're just going to clown car? Oh, no. It is going to be Tiamba that's going to take some shots. They do manage to at least jump out. But Linshu, whoa! What? Cerberus, there is nothing to be done. That rock is the only bit of safety that you have, and it is not good enough right now. Just going to have to commit and pick up your teammate and run away. This is real scary, but look at the 7-7. Wanted it, man. He wanted it so bad. That tree, the only thing that's protecting Cerberus.
Oh, boy. Very close. Very close for Cerberus, but I think they're going to get out. Our two top teams. Oh no! Oh!
Tiamba finally finds some success, man. That's got to be a good moral victory for him.
I mean, Linshu must have hit some absolutely disgusting shots. We didn't get to see it. Do you see how fast those kills came in the kill feed?
With that, Tiamba now regains first place.
Okay.
See? Lots of going on for that one.
Yeah, a moral victory there for Tiamba. Both those teams are fine. That fight was... You know, that was just kind of a confidence builder for Tiamba. Like I said, but that's what they needed, right? I've been talking about it, that the early part of the day didn't go well. That fight right there could just be enough that they're just like, yep, okay, we still got it. We're still fine. You know, ZYY had that nasty spray out in the open on Tego. You know, I don't see any signs of Tiamba really slipping up, other than the fact that they maybe should not be hot-dropping teams. It hasn't gone so good.
Sonic's now making their rotation. Brex for Ascend going to be moving forward. Ascend running, it looks to be a very wide 4-person split. I mean, Mika and Chris are pretty close to each other, but they're playing opposite points of a hillside, so going to have to eye how they're going to be moving through this one. I think that maybe Ascend got a read on how all these teams were going to be moving in front of them and behind them, but now, yeah, we going to have to keep an eye on how Sonics are they just going to follow up? I mean, they realize it's just kind of Brex. He's taking the shots in. There is T5 up on that hillside taking those shots, but I mean, Sonics are going to read that, realize this is open. There's only a solo over here. Brex is now going to have to contend with all of Sonics. It's Chris is now coming down here. He's got reinforcements, so 3 members should be able to regroup, but H1 and Mika both still on the outside of this, and Trimsy, just Trimsy today, man.
Yeah, Brex there almost walked into his own molly, and now he's going to come out on top and couldn't quite keep the spray enough under control. He had an opportunity for a knock. Sonic's going to have to do a delayed push here as Brex is trying to buy as much time as he can, trying to catch him off guard, but Kickstart having none of it.
with that. That's going to shut down now. Mika going to go ahead and rotate over into the east. Kilyakai also going to regroup. Kilyakai did get that loot that you were talking about, but it came at a big cost. Circle's going to pop. Tai Lu, Petrichor Road pretty centered up, but T5 has a lot of vision and control on that hillside.
Well, this is just a continuation of the problems that Koa was telling me about before the match today for Ascend, where they think they can hold a solo player at a compound on the far edge of a circle or something, and then somebody crashes it when they're not expecting it, and that's pretty much what happened. Now, Kilyakai was out trying to collect some crates greedily, and they're going to pay the price. Now Ascend has to try to center up on top of a hill, try to make that work, and that's tricky on Vikendi. There is not nearly, in some areas, as much foliage. Now, this hill's pretty good, but certain parts of the map are pretty exposed. So Ascend here realizing that they are not, are they just repositioning their vehicles? I thought they might be making a move. No, they're just positioning their vehicles. But they got Petrichor Road right next to them on the other side, potentially with an angle. They're on 5, might be getting one in there soon. And EXO again, an Exalt. The EXs just want to fight.
It's dominance for name right now as Uba is going to go down. That is going to be Rip that spots him out. And at range, you can see that Rip's got some vision in, should be able to flush that one out, and not too much that Exalt can really do about it. This fight's getting to be a kind of precarious position for them to kind of contend with, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to not go on for too much longer.
EX and EXO have been extra with each other today, Matt. It's just been a lot of battles here. After Miramar, Akita attempting to be rezzed. Monty's going to let loose with some frags, try to buy some space for them to get this res. Fate seeing if he can find the flush. I think they might have gotten Akita to safety. Depends on this grenade.
I mean, it's just going to be about how long they can cook it. Art also sneaking away into the distance. Looks like he's trying to provide some support, but he just doesn't have the angles to really do much right now. V7 getting caught up in what's going on with FaZe just down in the foothills as Tai Lu's also taking some shots into them. That's kind of opened up more movement where we can see Exalt trying to move up this hillside, but it's fishing with dynamite right now. Those nades just kind of going a bit awry, not quite finding what they want. But, I mean, you got a gun to go close range, but can't quite get there due to all the smoke.
Inside on 2 HP now. Akita up and running. Fate's got the P90, though, and that gun gives you confidence. Everybody knows it. Once you get a P90 in your hand, you got that level 3 gear. You want to frag. You want to push. You want to hammer these other teams. Now, FaZe is on the outskirts of this fight, potentially. Rip takes a headshot from Art. Things getting a little dicey in the meantime. In your pip, down in the bottom right, Sonics are squaring up with SSG, so NA on NA action. Wouldn't be PGC without it.
Hey, yeah, oh my God, H-Win, he wants this one real bad, but SSG not going to be on any of the angles of the peak. He is going to see that throwable come out, and that's going to draw his attention. Maladoc, though, going to have to contend with what's going on with EXO still in what is one of the longer fights that we've seen so far today. Now it's going to be Sonics that we're kind of keeping a much firmer eye on. Shrimzy, of course it's Shrimzy, hits the nade onto Pixel.
Oh, he's trying to find that angle, but just didn't get it in through the, it hit the windowsill there for H-Win. Roth trying to do what he can to survive. Still has 3 frags. Oh, just barely.
That's good game knowledge right there. Realized exactly how far it would go. Oh. Sonics, though, it's going to be Tig that goes ahead and finishes that one out, sitting at 6 kills. And now with the circle popping, they're kind of the kings of the West, as everybody else is playing in that almost 50% of the eastern part of the circle.
I mean, Sonics are just on the warpath, just taking out team after team on the edge of these circles, dude.
I'm just loving Legacy with their little clappers
out there. Dude, Legacy
is
the ones cheering the loudest for the NA teams. I love it. I love their support in their region. It's so cool to see. Such nice guys coming in here on their day off and just having a blast watching the games.
I think the casters were talking about this yesterday, about how they're always just so happy. Maladoc, though, I'm going to have to try to find a way to be happy, making a very precarious push into this one. This is going to be right on the edge of the zone. Art still committed into defending his friends, but that means the fact that he doesn't really have any close range support, as this fight looks like it's going to get close range really quick. A lot of kind of shifts coming out. Falcons trying to find somewhere that they can go, as FaZe is going to be regrouping pretty close to them. It's going to buy them the space that they want. Tiamba, as well as D+, Kia, and Daytrade all on the outside of the circle down to the southeast. It looks like they could be bumping each other, as a storm also going to be brewing in the southeast.
Yeah, there's a lot brewing right now, man. We're going to be able to make a stew here pretty soon. We got V7 trying to find some way through. He's still got this fight that's been going on.
V7, don't come over here.
This fight's been going on long enough that we could actually fossilize some dinosaurs on. Like, this has been a really long one.
Nobody wanting to overstep. I mean, it's a big fight for Exalt. They know this when they need to get something rolling right now. Trying to find the flank position. Art finally makes his way into this firefight, but it's going to be V7. It looks like they're going to be rewarded for all of the hard work that these two teams have been putting in. They're just going to jump up on top of it. Exalt going to pick up most of those kills, though, feeling really, really good.
Exalt just barely got those kills in time before V7 showed up to the party, so V7 just a touch late on this one, but they've only got one player left. It's Molodok. Got a lot of damage from Tosi on that. Art and Fate basically dead to rights, so maybe Molodok is just going to try to get out of here.
And this is what you're going to do if you'll phase. You hear that firefight going on with V7, saw him shift in, realize the fact that this has been going on for a while. Weekend squads, FaZe just going to shift in right back behind V7 as they're dealing with Molodok. If he can survive long enough, FaZe can essentially swoop in and save him, and he realizes that. He sees exactly where they're at, and he's like, thanks, guys, I'm out.
Yeah, FaZe already getting one knock. Corexy onto Heaven. Here comes the grenades as well. Corexy going to clean up his own knock. James trying to do what he can to avoid some stuns. Now going to load up the grenade. If it's onto Tosi, he's done. That one's not going to get close enough to find Glads. Perfect grenade from James.
Lines in, and a follow-up. V7 just gone. They wanted to come in. They wanted to usurp this position, but FaZe just taking everything. Molodok still running as now. Sonic's going to spot him out. Circles are going to get shift into that centered position. Tyloo very strong. T5 very strong. Petrichor Road, everybody else on the outs.
Molodok is really in trouble, trying to use the...
got the pan
yeah,
out.
He's trying to protect himself in the face. I mean, it does theoretically block bullets, but I mean, there's too many angles. There's just too many angles.
Just stop. Poor old Molodok finally gets spotted out. FaZe in
They're fighting
control.
on another front now, man. They just got a knock on a Tianba. You can see into the storms. By the way, if you're looking at the map, which you should, map feed, great feed, you should be watching this side by side as well. We have team feeds on PUBGesports.com. Make sure you're checking those out. But you can see into these storms, and Gustav making great use of it from the edge.
Tianba wanting to have something happen. You can hear the rain coming down in the scariest of ways. Tianba, where are you going to go? You've got Falcons that are going to be pretty close to you inside the storm. FaZe is going to be shifting up, getting control of that hillside. Going to now relent over here. Petrichor Road, I believe, is the one that are throwing this direction. It's either them or D plus Kia, I can't tell. But with this, Tianba going to be rolling very, very close to them. But the vision is just so bad. Nobody can really do too much with it. So Tianba really using that to their advantage.
It's going to be a mess. This is going to be reliant on reaction
Look at how
times.
close.
Yeah, I mean, Americano can't see that vehicle. You can see it through your X-ray, folks. Somehow Tiamba's getting kills. Like, DK is out in the open trying to figure out where Tianba is based on the sound, and Tianba gets far enough to the edge of this storm that they can see in. This is what I'm talking about. Really smart stuff here from Tianba.
Sonic's now also jumping on a T5 at roughly the same time. This is just trying to get any territory control. This is going to be a pretty open circle. No surprise yet again as Tianba getting involved in what's going to be going on, getting some separation out. Petrichor Road's going to use that, jump up in front of them. Day Trade, though, also eyeing in this split two ways. Looking at what's going on with T5, now also going to have to be looking at what's going on with Petrichor Road. Sonics really want to harass FaZe out of a much more entrenched position over there into the east.
Yeah, FaZe has won enough today. Sonics are on the warpath, but James actually gets H-Win with a mortar out in the open here. I mean, this is just great. Oh, God, that was so
driving
close.
into mortars. The Sonics, no fear right now. They're like, no man left behind. You saw it inside the interviews that going into this, they're like, no, we're all going to be playing this one together. We're an entire squad. We're a family. Family, you don't leave family behind is the mindset. But luckily ran out of mortars. Otherwise, you all would just be together, just done.
I love the way Tiamba's playing this. This is so smart. This is such a great game for Tiamba to get their confidence back, to get their rhythm back. Now, Petrichor Road, though, Chewy trying to do what he can, gets 7-7 on the other side of the vehicle, but he's getting hammered by ZYY.
Oh, just continuing right along the edge of this one. Petrichor Road getting dismantled piece by piece. Finally something coming up, and it's going to be Tianba losing 1 in 7. D plus Kia is going to get eliminated. Linshu's got vision on what's going to be going on with Akeslift. Akeslift is just going to have to retreat away from this. Keep in mind, Day Trade's also shooting into the back of it, so there's not a lot of options for Akeslift to have to deal with. New Circle's going to pop. It is going to favor Tyloo in their positioning, but this firefight from Tianba has gotten a bit messier. They are going to slow the pace back down, try to go for some of these reses.
Yeah, they did what they could, and now you got to go up against Akeslift. Pow Pow low on health, but so is Akeslift. Akeslift knows it. He's going to go for the molly. If it's good, he's done, but he overthrew it.
Oh, this is really risky, but I mean, this is exactly where
bullets.
Akeslift wants to try to make this one happen. Steps in, gets red, Pow Pow comes up big. Can he get 7-7 because they need to continue their trek into the circle?
Pow Pow, 4 bullets left after that fight. That is it. He had nothing left in that bag. Nurens hits ahead onto a player of Sonics. I think it was Tiggleton. Not feeling good after that, but I think they've just gotten to safety potentially.
See, the center of the circle is going to be more to the left here as Sonics eyeing in. This is going to be the kick start. Tiggleton set up, not quite yet inside the safe zone in front of them, so few options to deal with. The other members of Sonics are kind of hanging back, seeing if maybe they can deal with Daytrade. Belmont's been eyeing what's going on with Tiamba, but the other members of Daytrade trying to move into the Sonics line are going to get denied out there. Don't forget, Rossadid is also in a position over here. Faye is going to need to come in on this pathing, so Sonics getting sandwiched at range.
I'd almost forgotten about T5. Very happy that Rossadid's able to survive. It's been a really rough go of it here today. Let's see if he can salvage a few more points for them. Tiamba able to get a res, so they still have a couple players up. FaZe now going to crash in. Nuren's doing a little bit of help here, but the damage very, very strong for Daytrade onto both FaZe and the Sonics.
FaZe wanted to swoop in onto that one. The shots from Daytrade coming in an opportune time for it, but now FaZe is going to have to creep in just a couple of more meters as, again, this is what we're looking at for the end game. You can see everybody's just trying to fight for any dip they can get. Tiggleton does get the knock on to Corexy as it is a ton of smokes coming down. This is going to be moving into a much more close range fight. Sonics realizing that FaZe is the bigger threat. Daytrade still playing on the outside of this one. They're going to have to make a move. The zone is coming in and is going to force Daytrade to move.
Yeah, some good smokes here from FaZe are going to cut Daytrade's angle off, so they're going to be able to at least attempt this res on the Corexy. I don't see any more frags in the hands of the Sonics. Strimzy, sure, he put some parting shots into Jeems, but Jeems is going to try to use this opportunity to get underneath the Sonics' nose.
Trying to flank around Tiggleton, though, just doing the damage into the main section of the squad. Sonics reads that, though, spots out Jeems. FaZe now starting to limp their way around this one at range. All their close range members now getting torn apart. Means the fact that FaZe has to slow this back down. Jeems, though, can't feed over a lot of information. Corexy keeps trying to go for those peaks, but Tig just doing a great job on shutting down anything that FaZe is trying to make happen. The problem with it is back behind all of this, Daytrade's trying to get that harassment in, so Sonics still has to keep an eye in that direction. And to love Gustav to get so close, going for the sprays up into it. Sonics, though, continuing to try to hold the line up. H1 spots out Gustav, gonna get him down. H1's gonna go ahead and now start racking up, finishing out all of this. Corexy now walking into a very entrenched Sonics.
Yeah, H1 holding that angle. The heady play from the brilliant IGL of the Sonics, able to cut off Jeems. I like the play from Jeems. It was about the only one he had, and H1 read it like a book. Corexy on 4 HP, all but down and out here. Tiggleton trying to find him, gonna do so. H1 gets it, and that is going to be FaZe gone. Sonics on the warpath.
That warpath, though, is going to lead right into the last member of T5 with Daytrade on Overwatch. We're looking at a very weird ending. Tyloo still has some of their compounds in play. Tiamba is still alive. They're going to have to creep in on this one, but they're already getting harassing shots coming out from them. Daytrade. There is a couple of loot boxes that have landed along a path that really Sonics can leapfrog into time and time again to try to use that for some type of cover. Elsewise, they'd have near on nothing that Daytrade's going to be contending with, as most of the utility from all the squads that Sonics just fought probably already gone just getting into this position.
Yep, exactly. Oh, Flash, though, gonna get Tiggleton down. The big gun for the Sonics on his knees. Tyloo just trying to make everyone's lives a living nightmare. Tyloo wants to have a big finish on this map. Only 3 kills so far. If they can really get deep into this one, they could solidify their place in the winner's bracket. 2 members for the Sonics now as Daytrade just making it rain.
There is just nowhere to go. Even Rosty getting spotted out by Tiamba. That's going to finish this one out. We're now looking at our top 4. Tiamba with 2, Sonics with 2, technically 3, but it's going to be hard to get that res. They might be able to pull it off. Shrimzy has been a workhorse today, so they want to keep him active. They are going to get that res, and now going to have to move forward as, man, what do you even do? Kickstart has managed to bypass, get inside the circle, so at least one member of Sonics has found a way in using those smokes. What is Daytrade going to do to respond?
Yeah, it's really curious. I mean, Daytrade just continuing to barely make this edge work, but now I think their hillside has finally left them, and I think they're going to have to make a move. So into the vehicle they go. A little bit of tickle from Tyloo, but I think if Daytrade could suss out that Tiamba's only got 2 left, if they could figure this out, they might be able to just brutalize Tiamba's position, or at least, you know, force them out eventually. But Daytrade seems content to just take this dip, take advantage of it. It's a little bit concerning if somehow Tiamba could find an angle up and over that hill, but I don't think they can because of Tyloo, so never mind. Although Flash has a FAMAS, putting it to work.
I mean, Tyloo's coming into this so fresh. They've been in this compound for quite a while. They're going to be fully stacked up armors. Everything should be really, really good. Creeping in, Shrimzy's going to go down yet again. Lord knows how many times that guy's been knocked going into this firefight coming forward. Daytrade swooping in from the south, going to let Tyloo do the work for them up in the north, as the way that Circle has popped, Sonics is going to have to move yet again. And that is going to be LZ dropping a great nade on top of him. They are going to commit in, and Shrimzy is going to get rezzed one more time. And Daytrade going to take the shots to stop Tyloo and oddly save Sonics.
Yeah, Puchil's there, giving the Sonics an extra breath, at least keeping the heart beating for a little bit longer here.
Oh,
they're going to be able to carry Kickstart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see what I did there?
Hey.
H-Win now trying to provide some covering fire here for this res and hitting some good shots, knowing that there are likely to be players by that tree, probably spotting a few pixels out of place as well. Able to do some decent damage. In the meantime, Tyloo is just going to use this opportunity to take control, try to take the chicken dinner, and get themselves into the winner's bracket.
It's going to be Shin and LZ that are lined up against Sonics right now. The other two members for Tyloo kind of playing a bit more back against the edge, make sure nobody creeps in off of it. Daytrade is going to have to make a move, and now as you're looking, this is the circle in front of you. That one hillside that LZ is going to be playing from, pretty close to the center, but about as close you're going to be able to get to it, honestly. As Daytrade moving some cars forward, saying maybe using it for cover, wouldn't be surprised. There's not a lot of options for them moving up that couple of meters into the north just to try to get to safety, as LZQQ reading that, now starting to get more aggressive to the south.
Yeah, you're going to need smokes and timing here as the Sonics to break through the formation of Tyloo. Basically the same kind of story for Daytrade, although they've got an extra player to do it. I don't see any smokes in H-Win's hand. No idea what Shrimzy and Kickstart are sitting on in that situation. Daytrade as well, seemingly low on smokes. I see none in Puchil's hands, and this just plays right into Tyloo's favor, because not only what you mentioned earlier, Matt, that the utility should be pretty strong still for Tyloo. The other teams are basically bled dry.
This is, we talk about the war of attrition. I mean, this is just heart that all Sonics has to play with right now. You can see one bullet just hits any of them. I don't even know if they have any armors, anything to really work with helmets. Puchil's gonna just walk along the car. I like this, just using it for cover. They don't need to make too many big moves. Tyloo has control of almost all of the circle. Now Shin has shifted up into the north, reads this. He's playing it so slow. He's gonna let all of them walk in from him. He's gonna take the blue zone damage so that way he can pop up at the worst opportune time. Steps in, Sonics just get destroyed right there, trying to hold it together. The cost was Shin, but now Shrimzy all by his lonesome. Can he do it? Daytrade though runs in. They want to finish this one out.
Huge stuff here from Shrimzy and Daytrade. Shen might have overstayed his welcome, might have cost Tyloo this game. The push is on. LZ stuck behind a rock. Shrimzy able to get the res, but will be enough? No, he's shut right down by Flash.
Just trying to cling to life right now. Flash is going to go down. Kickstart was the one res. Finally, Sonics go down after so much of a fight. Daytrade wants it. Moving forward is a 2v1 Tyloo. They had this in their hands, and now down to just one member.
In through the smoke is Nuren's. LZ trying to do what he can to stay alive. Think he got the heal off. Yes, he did, but he's out in the open and he's done.
Daytrade picks up the win after what is one of the hardest end games I have seen in so long.
Beautiful fighting from the edge the entire way. Tons of damage. Garners Daytrade the win.
My God, Vikendi, you delivered on that one. It is just absolutely nuts. We're kind of eyeing if you're us laughing. The crowd is enjoying that one, to say the least.
Yeah, and the streamer booth that's right next to us was standing up on their couch, pointing at Daytrade and absolutely losing their minds.
I gotta say though, the play coming out from Tyloo, Shin playing inside the zone, the timing was just a bit off.
Yep.
That was a game of seconds, and respect to everybody for holding it together so well. As we're gonna go over to the analyst desk with the highlights.
Let's get into the highlights, and Daytrade is here, as is their fan base. You could hear them go crazy when they got that win, and this has to be one of my favorite Vikendi matches I've watched to date, Martin.
Yeah, it's just from the get-go, just popping off. It's beautiful to see. Ix left, of course, with the anchor play and the triple kill onto Danawa. That's unfortunate for them, but still important for in terms of the drop with that, because Danawa is one of the teams that are kind of in the lead.
I'm not one to wish teams ill, but Danawa and Cerberus going out early was nice. It kind of blew open the leaderboard for a lot of teams who are in sort of the chase to try to pick up some points here, and made for a very interesting endgame. Now we're going to walk through these highlights. We saw Exalt woke up. Molodok was out of control there. It's really survivor here at the end of this fight. And Exo, Monty, I have been very impressed with today. He seems like he's really picking fights, and while they haven't been winning, they're giving as good as they get.
Yeah, especially the previous game, he was able to step up. Face scan in general, the circle with how the compound is laid out, and also the terrain surrounding it is extremely hard. And I was actually sure that Tyloo was going to be able to close it out. But that play and Sonic's taking on Tyloo like that, it just opened the door for Day Trade, and they were able to say, what up? We're here. And also Sonic's closing down FaZe Clan like that. That's important. This Shen play here is smart. Unfortunately for them, Adrian managed to get a knock onto Yao Yang, and that kind of closed off the opportunity for Tyloo to take that on. And so important for Day Trade, their first win off the group stage here.
It was just, and it was an iota of timing. Had Shen pulled that trigger a little bit sooner, so he would have got the third knock before the blue took him out in return, that would have been a deletion of the Sonic. So very, very clever play by Shen to try to make that work. That's one of those moments where you wish you had a blue zone backpack, am I right? Welcome back to the desk. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Avenger. This has been the Vikendi we've been waiting for. It has been a wild Vikendi experience throughout this event. This one, on the other hand, showcased the fun that is Vikendi, the difficult driving, the conditions that can be hard to deal with, the storms making rotations challenging for some of the teams. We saw some of those fights, but also we saw teams using that storm for some transitional cover. It was very, very interesting. In the end game, I think you're right. I did not think Day Trade was going to win that. It just seems like such a strong Tyloo position.
And you can definitely tell that Vikendi is one of the maps, now that is the newest map in terms of the addition. The teams just don't know it as well. They're discovering new stuff on the go, right? Oh, this terrain is like that. Oh, we can't push, and they have to kind of drive a little bit more than we usually see them. Usually they know the exact path that they're going to from A to B. Here it's like, oh, we can maybe play this. I'm not sure if this house has this angle here. So the top 4 teams, of course, here.
But it's fun to watch the teams evolve, because every time that they wipe a team in a spot that's pretty cool, they go, oh, I didn't know about this spot before. So we're literally watching them learn. Top 4 teams, Sonics comes out in first because they got 15 freaking kills on that game. Shrimsy is out of his mind. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Day Trade gets 9 and officially second, but they are the winner chicken dinner, so they're going to get the team stats here. Flash, and even then, they still played incredibly well. Flash with those 4 kills, and it was more of a chess match at the end. They didn't have to engage, they just had to force.
And Flash, both with the 4 kills, 600 damage, but also 499 damage taken. Almost a 1K club for Nurns. But yeah, Flash takes the man of the match here. I gotta say, Nurns been grinding out in the gym. Good to see, but yeah, you could see 1,000 damage almost for him.
Was that your way of flexing that you've also been grinding out the gym?
I'm just a spectator down there.
Okay, you just go and watch the boys work out?
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. Well, it worked out well for Flash as he comes in with that man of the match, and he definitely deserves it. Let's look at those match leaderboard. The Sonics officially in first because of that kill count.
But 3rd place because of the kill. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then Tiamba up there looking great in 3rd. Tyloo down to 4th. FaZe, how did you know? Okay, Martin's the only person with FaZe on his fantasy team. It's like he knew. Did you have breakfast? What did the guys say to you that made you believe in them so much today?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world. No, I paid for a drink for James yesterday, and he paid me back in fantasy points. No, Tiamba, they're able to jump back into first here. We asked them only a few points after the first few games here, and now they're able to, of course, step up to the case here with the amount of points. Good to see the guys kind of turn it on and back. I would like to see a triple digit from them here. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen, right? But let's see what Sonic, Cerberus, and FaZe happens here. But yeah, it is the top sponging still. It kind of makes it difficult because, as you see here, from 8th down to 7th to 9th right now, 48 up to 65. It is a huge gap establishing itself. And when it's on the cutoff point on 8th, that is where it's kind of getting a little bit dangerous for the boys on the bottom 8.
And that is it. Martin just said it. We're going to remind you guys of that. It is the 8th place cutoff. So the fact that sort of 8th place is a 20-point
17,
jump, it really does mean that this is with 2 games left, those teams on the right side of the leaderboard need to get off of the wrong side of the leaderboard and over to the left. And they need to do it now, because 20 points is not something you can hang your hat on, especially because those other teams are going to pick up 5, 6, 7 points in your first game.
They're going to have, salvage games. They realize they're going to go out, talk to their coaches, the managers, and they're going to be like, okay, guys, we're going to be having 5, 6 more points per game. That's what we're going to do. That's our focus. If we win, sure. But they're a win and 7 kills ahead of 9th place right now. Everyone is in top 8, so that's huge already. So it could be already, now with 2 games to go, it could be these top 8 teams that are just solidifying themselves.
it's also a mentality test, and that's what I'm excited, because this is a double elimination event. So being in the bottom 8 doesn't mean you're out, but I want to see who plays these last 2 games and it isn't tilted, isn't thinking about the next bracket already, who thinks they can go the distance. Let's see. We've got 2 more games to play. Both are in the grassy patches of Erangel. We'll do it right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
팬들은 모르는 나의 비밀 한 가지를 공개해주세요. 저희 팀에서 붙여진 건데 하남돼지, 하남자 플러스 돼지 느낌으로 이렇게 별명이 있습니다.
What position do you sleep in?
I'll just be like.
How do you manage your mental state when the game is not going well? I just blame my team always.
Set of 3 cute expressions for fan service.
One, two, three. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. And from the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
Now we make our way back over towards Erangel to end out the day. 2 rounds that we're going to be moving over into there, as we have had a very chaotic set of circles with not a lot of cover, but Erangel, everybody knows how to play well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really curious to see if there's going to be any more hot drops here, if Donovan and Cerberus are going to continue their fight. They probably will, because they're both probably fine to go into that winner's bracket, so I expect that to continue. Day trade here, big win in front of the hometown crowd. You love to see it. Phenomenal control of that circle, phenomenal utilization of what little space they had to work with. FaZe is just having a brilliant day, just absolutely just rocking and rolling. Yeah, they might not have won that one, but you know, they're doing a lot of smart plays. They're taking points where they can. Really, it's just a breath of fresh air.
Group A feels like it's all about momentum, man. When we had Tiamba on the first day, this time around, FaZe just really rolling through, finding a lot of successes out of it. So shout out to everybody. If you have FaZe on your fantasy roster, Dave, probably feeling pretty good. But let's not forget as well, there's a couple opportunities for G-Coin as we're going to be moving into game number 5. The first squad that gets eliminated, make sure you have your codes ready to be dropped into the game itself, as that is going to be something that we're going to be giving away this round. Just want to forewarn you, because, you know, sometimes there's a bit of chaos inside of All Around.
Yep, and you can redeem the codes in the Esports tab and go on up there and get ready to put it in, because they go quick, as they should. I mean, everybody wants those G-Coins. Get in there and slam in some hideout crates. I don't know. But really, a few teams on the outside looking in. SSG going to be one of them. Again, I really like their rotation, but when the Sonics rolled up, again, the Sonics were on the warpath and just vacuumed them out of that right back to VOD review.
Now, I got to say, no bias as caster from region. The Sonics deserved a lot of respect for how well they survived in a place they should have died like 10 times.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought the Sonics were doing a really good job there, Matt. Fighting tooth and nail, you know, utilizing their space well, throwing some good smokes at the right times, using good cover fire and those kind of things.
Here we go. Erangel, plane is in the air, and we are making our path, and it's going to be over Zarky, ending on military base. So, woo, good luck on figuring out where this circle's going to go.
Well, maybe we're due for a military-based circle, eh?
We haven't had one yet. So
Yeah, why not?
Get some flavor.
The plane path makes it possible, that's for sure, but we'll see. Again, just keeping our eyes towards kind of the southern part of the map. You know, Tiamba and EXO haven't fought over their territory really too much. I've heard rumors that Tai Lu is going to be abandoning Razak, so we'll see if that's true now that they're feeling a little bit more secure. I don't know how secure they are just yet with 2 more games to go. I'll have to take a little bit of a closer look on the leaderboard once it pops up, but a lot of teams on the outside looking in, of course, because only half can go into that winner's bracket. Only the top 8. That's all that matters here, is that you get top 8.
Tai Lu doing an alt drop down to military base, given this plane path, not the worst of decisions. EXO and Ascend are going to be the ones that are following over there. FaZe is going to be able to make it over to Milton, no surprises on that. Space Station Gaming going to be one of the teams that has a further drop that they're going to be going for. T5 did drop early. Instead of going over to Kameshki, they're going to be getting some Zarky and North Georgia Pole loot, as Tiamba is going to have a friend, as they always do, close by. This time it's going to be T5, Petrichor Road now making their drop. And Danawa, yeah, okay, apparently it is Petrichor Road that is the new target.
I mean, this is very off the mark for Danawa. This is not what I had even remotely in mind for them. Aches left with the Dragunov already. Yeah, there we go. We wanted it, baby. We're going to get it. And Tai Lu, by the way, I was told that their new drop spot is going to be military base while V7 is in the lobby with them, because they don't want to screw with that hot drop anymore. They felt like they weren't really getting the better end of it. They felt like V7 had a better read.
What is this? Okay, they got their guns. Now they're going to hop inside of a vehicle, and they're just going to go ahead and try to send it down to military?
They know Chewy's alone.
Really?
They saw it with
the drop.
They saw it with the parachutes, and I think they're going to try to punish this. Potentially. We'll see.
I mean, if they're going to approach, you usually go to the back wall. Yep. So that way you can come in a bit safer. So it looks like if they are going to do it, this is going to be the pathing that they used to go for, and exactly as you said it.
Yeah, and Chewy there in the warehouse. Not exactly the most defendable position, but if he tries to run out here, I don't think he has enough time and space to get anywhere safe, so he pretty much has to fight for this. My eyes now to the rest of Petrichor Road to see if they can get a vehicle and get over here, if they're even going to bother. We did leave Anonix, though, as an anchor for Danawa.
But Danawa also has an Anonix hopping inside the vehicle at the same time, so it looks like the entirety of the fight is just switching over here where Chewy is at. He did move more over here into the north, but he's going to get spotted out. Chewy's going to go for the shot back, and it hits it! And Onyx dies mid-air and just gets flung off of that bike. On the hunt now, he just wants to get any kill he can. Keep in mind, he's also got shotgun. Heart rate just booming up as he realizes he is in some trouble, but it's going to be reinforcements come out, and Donowa punished for that aggression.
Unbelievable shooting there from Chewy. Just, I mean, out of the air. I mean, poor Onyx, it looked like he was maybe going to be able to get away. He was going fast enough that Chewy wasn't able to track it, but at the last moment, he catches some air. That's going to slow you down a little bit. And Chewy punishes him.
I mean, you can see that heart rate turning back down. He was up there for a second, realizing it was a stressed position and hitting some quality shots whenever it mattered.
The anti-Evil Knievel there for Onyx. He tried to go for the hero play and got shut down. I mean, I like what Onyx did. He's literally just about 5 seconds too late. Like I said, Matt, if Chewy goes out there into the open, it's going to be a little bit tricky for him. But because Onyx came over and was just a step too late, it cost Onyx his life.
Okay, so let's see what we've got going on elsewhere. Given the plane path, we do have Day Trade Falcons, Tyloo, Exo, and Ascend already down on military base itself. FaZe has got control over Milta, so they're kind of eyeing that bridge position. Sonics are already rotating early onto the western bridge, so might see something going on over there with them. Danoa has managed to regroup mostly and just kind of looting over where the damage was done. Petrichor Road is already starting to make a path into the circle. It looks like they have Summer and one more, at least trying to come back into that direction. V7 did watch most of this and just kind of going to leave it alone.
Yeah, and V7 barely outside of that top 8 right now. They need a good game, and they will be right back in the thick of things. Tyloo right on that bubble, 65. I mean, a decent margin ahead of Petrichor Road, but Petrichor Road getting one kill, probably feeling a little bit confident. You know, Donowa, you don't want to see him in there. This is back over to Tago. This is Lin Shu. Thank you for getting this, observers. Oh my God.
Just taps it right on top of him, man. That is just a terror to contend with.
That's brutal, dude. That is absolutely brutal stuff from Lin Shu. His control there, beautiful.
Well, we do have ourselves I believe, we have an interview with Tiamba's Pow Pow, I think, that we're going to be going to.
然后开门红就很满意自己的状态，就兄弟们都很放松吧，然后觉得很不容易来一次，然后想打出自己的风采。因为我打的国际赛事比较少吧，所以可能对于这个身价问题比较低，其实没有什么太多的感想。谢谢一路支持的粉丝吧，然后走到现在也挺不容易的，希望继续加油吧。
And the trek continues down into the south as Tiamba is going to be rolling right next to Exalt. It looks like Tiamba might have already spotted out a boat that's going to be down there in Primorsk, so that's going to be their pathing option, how they're going to work with this one. Cerberus is playing that northern area of Military Base Island, kind of watching the shores for any breaches that might come that direction, but most of the teams already making pretty big and quick shifts over as, oh man, it is just Space Station Gaming can't find anything to work today.
I mean, I laugh, but it is just more of a like gallows
and then Shark Shot
here.
runs over Roth at roughly the same time.
Bro, it's just from bad to worse, dude. It's just hard to watch this.
Yeah, so it is a bit hard to watch. So you know what? I have an idea. Instead, why don't we watch some highlights on how D plus Kia got to the stage?
상대를 쓰러뜨릴 준비까지. 설마! 와! 시작할 거 얼마 안 될 것 같은데 뭐 벌써 끝내. 민우다가 기절.
그럴 수 없는 사이즈로 잘 스며 들어왔기 때문에 타이밍을 잘 잡는데요.
야, 이게 수적으로 부족했는데 순식간에 승리가 됩니다.
D 플러스 기아 올라.
In we go as D plus Kia is going to have to figure out how to go from Severny down to Military Base, and we know that that is a trek that is not the easiest to make, to say the least.
No doubt. And Petrichor Road on one side of the bridge, sort of FaZe and Ascend on the other, although it's mostly Ascend's, it's Chris. Just trying to find somewhere to go to escape this bridge camp, this pseudo bridge camp that FaZe and Gustav have set up. So Gustav here, probably going to hear it's Chris's footsteps, maybe. No, he's backing off a little bit. I think it's Chris actually heard Gustav.
Play it slower, kind of see what's happening. V7 going to be running right next to Danoa, and that's just don't. If you're going to go near any teams, it looks like Danoa wasn't quite prepped for it, but hey, they are at least going to be able to find heaven for it. So Soul going to continue to rack up kills today as
Man.
Danawa do have to be pretty careful. They are right in a cusp position. Tyloo just 4 points behind them, and that's kind of the cutoff point for 8th. Is I know we were talking around 70 points, but it just feels like these top 8 teams are the only ones getting points right now.
No doubt. And this is even worse for V7. Again, they're in 10th place. They're on the outside looking in. They need big games, and they lose their superstar fragger, Heaven. That's just from bad to worse. I mean, a lot of these teams that are, like you're saying, Matt, that need the points are struggling. The rich are just getting richer.
Space Station Gaming losing Page early is going to be quite problematic, especially moving into a blind military circle. Looks like they are going to be pathing over to the Novo area, which will be opened. The people that dropped and were looting over there already shifted away. Really, it's just them, D+ Kia, T5, Danawa, and V7 all needing to maybe make that shift over to the military base. V7 looks like they have their eyes more set on the peninsula right now, on the main island itself, trying to scout out what's going to be moving ahead of them. D+ Kia just slow rolling by, but looks like they might be eyeing that eastern bridge. And if they are, Petrichor Road's playing one side of it and FaZe is playing the other.
Yeah, man. I mean, a couple of these teams, I think, are just going to wait on the other side of the coast just to make sure. I mean, there's still a world where this circle does not go military island. It's rare, but it does happen. So V7, you're going to have to be safe. Plus, a crate just dropped right here, so you can get some extra gear, and Yumin has done so with that Groza. So nice pickup here for V7. I mean, a little bit of a prize for losing your best player. Yumin, very, very good, of course, but, losing Heaven definitely hurts a lot. And you can see Tiamba making a wide rotation. 2 members already on, so these 2 players in the boat have the information that it is safe on that western coast of the military island. They're going to be able to join successfully without any due, interference, I believe.
I've still got my eyes drawn on what's going on over in that eastern bridge area, as it does look like D+ Kia did stop out, and they're kind of eyeing what's going to be going on over there. T5 also now rotating in right back behind them, as Cerberus trying to cross over here in the open. That's going to get punished pretty heavily, as they're going to have Falcons that's going to be firmly in position just to the south of them. Circle does still keep a bit of the northern section in play, keeps most of that bridge in play as well, so just really our outside cusp teams to the southwest of military base going to need to move in.
Ah, yes. We're right back to crazy on our old maps.
Yeah.
The Miramar, Insanity. And now, oh my God, no, not like this. Brax has a couple players of Exalt out in the open, doing some damage. Did he catch that one on his right? It's already super weak. Yeah, Art is going to fall to Mika.
Just going to nosedive right into the ground, but Exalt could have gotten punished way worse than that one. Uba is already down, so now just going to have to read around. Most that you can do in kind of a desperate situation. Looks like EXO might also be rotating in a similar pathing. They are going to be running up next to Falcons, but now just down to 1 member. And you know the fact that they want to get Molodot back up is they're going to go ahead and throw out the smokes. Ascend doesn't really want to push this, and I don't blame them given the amount of teams that are now starting to give this area attention.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of using the safety of these buildings as long as you can for Ascend right now until you've really been able to kind of get your bearings and clear your space. But these buildings are tough to hold. I mean, they're really tricky. It's a 1-story open house that is very nadeable, and then the wizard houses as well, not that difficult to displace people, and that's a great blue zone there from It's Chris to get Molodocked.
They just resed him and goes immediately back down, so now it looks like with the amount of smokes coming out, there might be a world where Ascend could try to do something with this, but I think that they've mainly just been smoking those off aggressively to block windows, anything else like that. They might just be content. They know that that is a very weakened squad because they're the ones that weakened them. Tyloo did shift over to the west of this, so Shin might also get some vision on any movements coming out from that. Day trade. Looks like they're going to just be playing along this hill over in the east. We all know the strength of coming in from this position. If this stays on this, specifically military base island, this eastern approach on those hills is so strong.
I can see V7 now. They moved over to the mini pier, so they're looking to take the ferry over towards Novo potentially. I think they're going to gamble that this is likely to be military once that one shows up. T5, I think, going to be driving to look for boats. Petrichor Road going to try to solidify a position here up towards the coast. I think this is not a bad idea at all from Petrichor Road. With how much water is still in this circle, you're going to have a decent amount of playing time left, most likely, from this position where you're in the circle. And eventually, if you need to move, it's very easy to control that space to their south, in like where those trees are and that kind of thing.
I also want to point out, Donawa is still playing inside of Pachinki. I wouldn't be surprised if they found an emergency pickup. So if you see them hanging out in the blue, that's probably what's going to be going on with them. Problem with it is drop positions are going to be pretty, I guess, pretty much taken is the best way to look at it.
You're
Unless you
absolutely right.
manage to drop immediately into the west, but that's going to be where Sonics might be moving in just any second.
Yeah, the seats are already sold out on the Sosnovka Island. So there we go. V7 is indeed going to be taking that ferry, and I think this is probably the right decision. And in fact, they could probably bail off of this if the next circle does do the unthinkable and goes up to the north, which it theoretically could go towards the farm. That is still possible. I've seen circles end in that little shark fin down beneath it.
Dynamite is actually not taking emergency pickup. They're just taking vehicles in. I guess they just got enough.
Are they going to try to take the pier like the next, or the ferry the next time it comes around, I guess?
Maybe? I don't know. It feels like they might also be trying to figure it out. So if you
They
see
do
that
love
on the
that
map feed, they're
ferry.
going to trying to figure this one out. They keep cutting different directions.
Okay.
It's no surprise. Circle goes this direction. Big shocker for everybody, right? As V7 going to be pathing over. Don't be surprised if they jump out halfway through, probably a bit north of where Petrichor Road is.
Hey, Donawa here pulling a page out of Gen G's book. Gen G used to love to do this stuff on these circles where they would wait and then go around phase 3 to try to get in from the western edge. Now Himas watching that boat, but you can very easily obscure yourself. It's just a matter of where you're going to get off here as V7. That's the dangerous part. You could theoretically jump off beneath the bridge and get out there. That's a possibility. There are some rock cliffs that you could potentially try to sneak underneath Petrichor Road's
This is
noses.
usually one of the safer areas, just because that hillside that comes down. If you're going to go for the bridge, if you're going to go for there, it feels like depends on how much Petrichor is going to be watching this. But you're right, V7 still just kind of holding this one through. They could almost go all the way back over to Novo.
They could. If they want to try to find vehicles, they could try to go all the way to Novo, eat a little blue, and do it that way.
D plus Kia makes their cross. They get some bullets come at them, but it's not the scariest of scary for them to deal with. Petrichor Road is running a 2-1-1, I want to point out. So even that coastline defense not going to be the strongest, is they're not going to have to deal with this kind of shift coming out from D plus Kia. Instead, D plus Kia going to head right up into the Falcons line. This is very, very brazen of an approach in, and I mean, they get pretty clean. Given how many teams they drove by, I'm kind of astounded.
Yeah, it's not too bad for now. I mean, the good news is you have Falcons on the other side of this. Falcons have been relatively passive. However, the bad news is that Falcon needs points, so they might consider trying to swoop in and claw D plus out of this position. The opening spray from DraftKings is good. He gets Miruda.
Gets the knock onto it. EXO does move into the south back behind Falcon, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. As Insight, we know, wants to get involved in anything that's going to be going on. Not too clean a vision that's going to be coming up from Falcons, as the smokes are going to be blocking out near on everything. As near quick glance, it looks like there's about 6 down between the two sides of them already, maybe even 7. Now, what are you going to do to try to play around this? D plus Kia just commits into the res. They are going to get rewarded with that. Molotov is going to be coming out from the Falcon side, but this is easily navigatable. Look at that gap in between them, and instead it's just going to be running right into it. Ventus does go down. It's going to be Silzen, the veteran, playing on the opposing point, but that Molotov now becoming a problem.
Yeah, Silzen had a great off angle, but it got shut down by Jangu. The response was good, but now it's a backstab from Insight, and out goes the Falcons. So D plus Kia offered a reprieve temporarily, at least. Tosi trying to find somewhere underneath that vehicle. I think he just doesn't quite have the angle. And EXO, they need points too. They got to go for this. They got to clean up D plus.
They can't quite figure out exactly where they want to focus it in at, but it is going to be a couple of shots now coming out from Americano to get knocked by Roth. And so this is just going to go all beneficiary for EXO, as they just kind of get to mop this one up.
I think this is exactly what they needed. This could give them enough energy, maybe, to start racking some points up. Who knows? I don't know if it's even really that possible. By the way, V7 did get off underneath that hillside right behind Petrichor Road, and they're making them pay for it. Petrichor Road might have thought that their entrance into that forest was safe. Now they're getting smothered by Ascend as well, and they're going to lose Ming in rotation. Still, though, Miruda trying to sneak out whatever points he can, but man, it's you know what? This is not great.
This is your
not
life
good.
now. You are now one with this truck, and it is one with you, and anything bad that happens to it spells the doom for you.
Oh, God. To make it worse, here come the mortars.
That's fine. That's fine. They're not going to be looking at them. Petrichor Road did get some separation away from the Sin that we were talking about a moment ago. EXO still wants to really be focused in what's happening to the south. I believe that Akita spot out the rotation by Tiamba and so that means that reinforcements are now going to be coming in. Danawa going to be playing in that pathing that we were talking about, coming over on that western bridge where we did see Sonics playing from. Sonics are pretty separated out, and they're going to find themselves pinched if they're not careful. They're going to have Danawa coming up back behind them with Kickstart and H-Win. Meanwhile, Tiamba has moved up in front of the other pairing as they've now gotten into that hillside. So this could be a three-way fight, potentially four-way, as it is going to be T5 also on a similar path.
I think the Sonics here are about to scrape with Tiamba. Yeah, indeed. Pow Pow gets the opening knock onto Tiggleton. Tiggleton has the rock. Smokes are out. It's going to be tough to get a grenade up there. It is a really steep hill, but T5 might be backstabbing Tiamba like you were just alluding to, Matt.
But it's EXO again, aggressive on this hillside. They pretty much got control over this entirety of the hill. Kickstart is going to get a spray into Tiamba as they're making their approach in. EXO, though, is going to be the backstab I don't think that Sonics are going to be prepared for.
I love what EXO is doing. They're being so aggressive on these edges, just sweeping back and forth, cleaning out these fights. This is brilliant stuff. Rossida Jr. from T5. This is disaster for Tiamba. They are just getting smothered back to the lobby.
7-7 just trying to make a run out is going to be the duo for EXO that was playing more to the southeast. They're going to get some shots in. T5 watched all of this. They were aggressors inside, but they're now going to have to make a move in. Keep in mind, it is going to be Sonics that are going to be gatekeeping, but only with 2 members because the other 2 members are still caught up with whatever's going on with Danawa.
Yeah, Danawa has got a couple members stuck in the blue. H-Win out there, I believe, trying to drive back to the rest of his team. Shrimzy putting some damage down. H-Win going to get caught, so he's not going to be able to reinforce this Sonics position. It's going to be up to the 3 fraggers here to try to do something. Hatsuwa not even looking at Shrimzy!
My God, he is just demolishing them right now. Space Station Game is going to get eliminated at range, but it is just Himsy in a big way.
And Soul's going to hit him in the back after that beautiful spray with combined fire with Tiggleton as well. Kickstart in the blue, trying to get the heels off, trying to see if he can get some more points. I mean, again, for Sonics, they are comfortable. They are going to winner's bracket. Now it's time to just practice some things, maybe take some fights, get some confidence. But I love EXO in this game, man. They are all over the place, and it's almost working out, but that point gets stolen by Tanadol.
Oh, and now it's going to move in. EXO, it does have the gatekeeping position, but they have to be careful. Tiggleton kind of eyeing a lot of what's going to be going on. Shrimzy's got the nades coming out. Danawa now being more aggressive into this. Tig's going to have to recess all the way back down that hillside. Shrimzy is going to go down, but EXO's got vision on what's going to be happening with Tiggleton. Tiggleton's lost all of his cover, all of his defense, nowhere to go. Sonics are going to get eliminated. Now Danawa going to have to contend in with EXO in their positioning, but let's not forget 7-7 is still alive out in the blue zone.
I mean, EXO needs to take fights, and they should. I mean, Danawa's already weak. If they've been kill feed tracking, they should know that they've got an odd man opportunity, potentially. Yep. Oh, and they're getting help from Shen from Tai Lu. He does a bunch of damage to Soul.
This is going to be what's happening over in the northeast. Complete opposite part of the circle as it is going to be FaZe collapsing in back behind V7. Cerberus collapsing on the other side of him. V7 in a lot of trouble. Just these 2 members about to just get sandwiched in the worst of ways.
All right, well, EXO is doing a little bit of damage. Gumin here just stuck in this pseudo cave. Grenade out, that could be it. Oh, it was so close. It just bounced a little bit too far to get both of them. Hema should know he's got him weak. He could have a double here. It helps when Solalzi's there on the off angle to get it. Yeah, Cerberus is going to claim 2.
Steps away. Feck's going to go ahead and throw in a nade to add insult to injury off of it. Now then, what are you going to do? FaZe looks like they're going to come alive. Realize that this firefight could be going on. With Solzy now down, blue zone nade's going to be coming up. FaZe getting in control, and that FaZe vibe continues, man. Momentum just so big for them as they've already knocked 2. Just 1 more up, but it is Tycon. Never count out Tycon. Gets some damage back into it, but God, he is so outnumbered. Jeem's going to step up, take care of it himself as FaZe at 7 kills.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Meanwhile, this battle with EXO, they're going to lose Monty for this. 7 kills in this game, though, a really solid one. However, Tai Lu wants to secure their spot in the winner's bracket, and that grenade just barely missing. Loki's got Akita, and of course Danawa mostly out in the blue. I think Loki, yeah, he's definitely in the blue. He's ticking down as well. So EXO playing some really, really good edge maneuvers, but their time is running out. They've been fighting so long. Eventually, things are starting to crumble.
And it's becoming a bigger problem as it goes. They're going to have Day Trade on the opposing side. Tyloo moving aggressively to the south. Loki looks like he's got his eyes on trying to make it into the safe zone. He might be able to get spotted out. Yep, and it is going to be Insight that at least picks up 1 more kill. So EXO, 8 kills, now just trying to run out. And yep, it is going to get spotted out. Nowhere to go. Day Trade lining up. They know the fact that he was running from something, and they're going to assume it's going to be that Tai Lu line that's coming down the hill.
I really like the way EXO played this game, but it might be too little too late for them. I don't know if they're going to be able, especially if Tai Lu keeps hammering home here, that they're going to be able to have any hope of getting into the winner's bracket.
Day Trade left Puchil's all the way over there next to FaZe. Team's going to be lined up against them in just 1 second. Now this means that the members for Day Trade have to retreat back over, provide some type of support in what's going to be happening. They have to leave this Tai Lu positioning. FaZe now also just trying to run back down, provide some type of reinforcement. They've already lost. It's done over there. Gustav trying to at least get some vengeance in, but Puchil's trying to juke it out.
If Puchil's can get away, I think Day Trade has a really good opportunity to go back-to-back here, but FaZe is on the hunt. They know they have Puchil's really beat up. Belmoth on the off angle to try to cover a push from FaZe. If they're going to get into the sightlines, this is a really smart position for Belmoth to take, because if FaZe came over that hill, he would be able to punish it. Instead, FaZe turning their attention to the sole survivor from D+, Minida, ducking and dodging and able to survive for now.
Center of the circle, man. He managed to survive, live it out. Also, Exalt and Sind are still fighting each other. Remember Molodok in that drop that we saw forever? Looks like finally it's starting to come to a conclusion. Throwable's going up after Brex, as the two members for Exalt who have had to cling to life here for so long, now starting to find more and more out of it. Molodok is going to go down, but there is the nade to finally finish out Ascend.
And that's exactly the problem with these compounds that I was talking about. It was all utility that cleaned Ascend out there. So easy to get those blue zones and frags in there to clean players out. Minida finally going to die? Yes.
Okay, so Tai Lu going to be up into the northwest, FaZe to the northeast, Day Trade down to the southeast. Well, also Flash doing whatever Flash is wanting to do down there to the southwest, but Nero, nobody around him.
This looks very familiar to the previous game, Matt. It's almost the exact same teams. You have Exalt instead of Sonics. That's the replacement team there. And now Nurin's trying to punish FaZe's side angles, but now FaZe has control. A little bit of space, a little bit of a compound, and well, a shack is not really a compound, but it is something. Zhao Yang going to be able to finish off Exalt off screen here. So Tai Lu still 4 up. Really would love to get these points. They're really in a good spot now to get to the winner's bracket. Day Trade as well, looking to rake in a few more to make sure that their ticket is punched for that 4-day break until Saturday.
There are 8 players still alive, and if FaZe manages to take them down as well as get themselves win or some combination of that, they might find themselves in one of the biggest glow-ups we've seen in a long time, moving themselves all the way up into first place. So well, we know the fact the pressure's starting to mount on, but FaZe already feeling pretty comfortable with it. Tai Lu looks like they are eyeing more into FaZe, leaning in that northern line, slowly shifting in. It's going to be Shin that's going to be playing the point very far into the north, seeing if he can spot out FaZe. Day Trade also creeping into that line, so while FaZe is in the circle, they do have the momentum. They have 2 big problems in the fact that it is 2 4-man squads versus their 3-man squad, and their backs are going to be against the wall.
I like this wedge formation that Day Trade has taken. They're going to be able to cover a lot of space here. They have a ridge line to work with on their western flank, so this should be a really potential opportune moment because FaZe kind of has to fight Tai Lu. There's no choice. I really feel like this should be Day Trade's game to go back-to-back.
Okay, with the way that the circle has fallen, the way it's set up right now, Tai Lu has control over a big chunk over that northern area. FaZe is going to have to move, and they're going to have to move by firefighting their way through it. And those shots from Gustav, while they do get some damage, not going to get enough to make anything comfortable. This position that they're playing from did give them the option. FaZe could have gone over into the west, or they could have gone to the east and kind of followed that hillside, but now they just don't have any options. Both of those routes are closed.
Vex has an MG3 here. Let's see if he can put it to good use. Gustav going to try to go towards the edge of this hill. He's going to prone down. Vex is going to try to cover the flank from the trees. You know, a lot of players are going to want to set up there, but he's immediately spotted out by Shen. Shen feeling confident with a 3x. Going to find Gustav.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to be even bigger troubles. As Day Trade hears that firefight, they're going to be swarming in back behind the rest of FaZe. There is nothing that can be done. No cover really to be had. Now heavily outnumbered. No options really to work with other than just win the firefights. Puchil's just running right up on top of him. Gorexi's going to have to contend with a Molotov right on top of him. Leans back away from it all. Vex is going to get spotted out. Puchil's looks like he's very focused on what's happening inside the shack. His nade's going to be coming out from him. Going to get the knock in. Vex should get a read into it. Does get the knock, but Nurens is going to go ahead and follow it up. Day Trade, though, did lose Puchil's for it, and now Tai Lu could choose to pounce.
Yeah, I think Tai Lu could potentially take advantage of this situation. Daytrade is really spread out. Belmoth doesn't have the best angle to cover this res, but I don't think Tyloo has quite sussed out where the rest of Daytrade is. I think they're afraid to over-aggress onto that. Instead, they're going to try to just take control of the high ground, take control of these hillsides, take control of the circle, and play for Phase 8.
Two different strategies. We see Daytrade running a heavy line of control over into the east. Meanwhile, it's just Wolfpack. Everybody together for Tyloo right now, trying to roam up, see if maybe they can get up this hillside, figure out what's going to be going on. Is again, different sections of information. Belmoth is going to spot out Zhao Yang, take some shots in, is going to slow him down. Means the fact that he is now separated from the pack. And we all know what happens. Whenever you're separated from the pack, you are now weak and wounded, and Daytrade is trying to see if maybe they can get an angle into it.
Well, this Phase 8 is going to be much more crucial than normal because there's kind of a hill in between them, and whichever way this shifts, it's going to be pretty challenging. It is basically dead center, so it just depends on who has a little bit more time, and it looks like Tyloo is going to be offered that extra moment to kind of wait this out because they're able to place a player or two inside the current zone. Daytrade starting to be able to get to that position as well. Center Dock going to be very, very much in the middle of kind of no man's land between these two teams.
Ooh, this is just going to continue to mount more pressure. Zhao Yang, they know that he's over here, but he's kind of turning in, being trapped by himself into its own advantage. He's controlling this area for the rest of his squad. Nurin's playing on the opposing side from it. And that means that the other members for Daytrade have kind of realized, okay, it's a solo up there. The other members could be coming in from the south, so they're trying to creep into that point. Nurin's, though, look at this. He's playing this really sneaky, trying to use this hillside to creep into a new angle to see if he can spot out something. Shin is the center point of the line for Tyloo, as now it is just a directed lineup. This is old school firefighting. It is just an entire beat across. You got to make sure that you hit your shots. As long as trades come out, life's going to be good.
Yeah, it could be one of those fights where whoever gets that first knock is going to come through as long as, like you're saying, the trades are there. But Nurins and Puchils now, Daytrade's going to think about some kind of 2-2. I mean, the good news for them is Tyloo has very little information on what the formation of Daytrade looks like. Puchils taking that vehicle over, try to offer some kind of extra mobility, potential distraction for Daytrade. We'll see how they want to utilize that. as a little bit of extra cover as well could potentially be set up towards those trees in the center of the circle. I think for me, I'm really, really curious about how Nurins is going to play this. Is he just going to regroup with the rest of Daytrade? Is he going to continue to try to make this flank work? I mean, there's a bunch of blown up cars down in front of him, so if he can get there, he might be able to kind of really punish Tyloo's lack of information.
We can see the way that the hill is kind of lined in. Daytrade's leaning more into trying to play off at this point. The top of it is actually pretty flat. We've got a couple of trees that teams can play for cover, but it recesses back down right in between the two of them. So you can see both squads slowly collapsing, and now Daytrade much more in the full stack up. Smoke's now starting to come out. This is starting to fight for control. Good shots to open this one up on one side. Daytrade starting to get control of the fight early. Now Tyloo's having to slow this one back down, get their meds in a situation before they step into the fight.
Daytrade has a lot of frag grenades left in their bags. You can see Flash has 4. That could be a big difference maker. I mean, they might just get it done with the guns. Nurins almost.
Gets a couple of taps in. Shin steps up on top of Rock. Also takes a face full of lead. Daytrade, though, has one of the members go down. Tyloo starting to find the opportunities. It's going to be Puchils that went down for it. Throwables now starting to come out. Zhao Yang starting to move forward. Puchils going to go down, but Belmoth already stepped forward inside the smoke.
I'd love to see Daytrade really try to wait this out. Use as many smokes as you can to buy time to close the gap, but Shen is just too good. He's got Nurins down.
The lines are showing up heavily favored for Tyloo, and they're starting to exploit it. Flash finally gets something in retaliation, turning this back into a 3v2. Daytrade slowly creeping this one in. Tyloo is kind of compressed. Flash on one side, very far to the south. Belmoth playing into the north, so there is a sandwich crossfire effect that they're trying to exploit. But with this, Tyloo is just trying to slow everything back down, trying to put the pace back into their favor, get everything under control.
Yeah, now Belmoth is going to try to do what Nurins was thinking about earlier, but Nurins regrouped, and instead Belmoth loses 2 players and then thinks about going for this flank angle. Flash on the edge of the circle, shut down, and it's over.
Just like that, Tyloo manages to pick themselves up a solid victory, feeling good about it, as that was a clean technical set of plays, as both sides thinking the same thing. It just came down to who won their gunfight.
Yeah, no, I mean, Tyloo, and I'm going to take Tyloo a lot of times in those gunfights because Shen's on your team, and those 3x AUG sprays are pretty brutal. And I think Daytrade was trying to flirt with some interesting ideas with those flanks. They send the UAS down to try to create a crossfire angle, but that's a really easy position for Tai Lu to punish from that position on the high ground.
There is just so much crazy that's going inside that one. I know that we're going to be jumping into a phenomenal set of highlights as we're going to make our way over to them right now.
It's highlight time, and the highlights today have been wins by teams, multiple wins, I should say. Tai Lu comes out with their second one and not only shows us how to win a chicken dinner, but also how to do a cool secret handshake.
It's not a back-to-back, but it's a double.
It's a double.
And they started with 19 points after 6 games yesterday. So them, that's a redemption angle for sure. It's good to see for them to step in and do this. And also after that game, they could have won as well on Vikendi, and now they're able to get this one here. So good to see Tai Lu step up and Shen step up to the level that we know they're able to perform at.
It was also nice to see Day Trade in there, because at that point, when we got to that sort of standoff, it was a guaranteed one of them was becoming a second chicken dinner winner.
You like that.
It seems like these teams are absolutely dominating right now. The ones who came to play have really, really shown up. FaZe has also played incredibly well. They ended up in third with that one, but they were playing so strong. Defense was really, really good here.
Yeah, really good. FaZe and also, of course, had some fights on the eastern side. I was a little bit surprised to see. I mean, James, of course, had to get one of those off angles, had to get information, but Puchils was covering that. They left Gustav on the other side of the road, and then quickly they would turn from 4 down to 3 and then down to 2. And unfortunately, they were the kind of the teams that's going to get squeezed in before 2 strong teams with full 4-man alive there. It's just rough for them. But yeah, of course, Tai Lu was able to take it home in the second to last match.
Let's be honest, though. FaZe also, I think, playing with a bit of a what do you want to call it? A hubris mentality. This idea of like they know they've qualified. James is making some plays that are maybe a little more aggressive than I think he would have made earlier in the day, but it doesn't matter because they're getting the points. They're holding other teams out, and it has come to that. The top teams continue to be the top teams here today as Day Trade, Tai Lu, and FaZe keep showing up in that top 4.
And it's scary for the bottom 8 teams. This little bit of a gap we had in the going into this game here, it's still there and it's continuing because Tai Lu was actually the team that was being on the chase there on the 65 points, and now they're able to take this one home. Just makes it harder for anyone else. And as we were talking about, it's likely that we could see just with 2 games to go that the top 8 is going to stay at the same top 8 here. And yeah, it's the same top teams that are just sponging it up at the top. So yeah, rough for all the teams on the bottom. I gotta say, it's the teams that we've seen in the very top is the teams that we expect to do well. So yeah, let's see if they were able to see a kind of redemption comeback a little bit here. But yeah, 10 kills and a win for Tai Lu. It's huge for them.
EXO makes another run, 8 kills. I mean, I think this is a big chase from them. They were in the mid-pack going into this game. So it's nice to see them get some points. I think they may be one of the few teams that are still in the maybe we can make a move to get up to 8th right now. So we'll see that when we get to the overall leaderboards, because those teams who are in the top have been so consistent, including this one right here. Winner, winner, chicken dinner team stats coming to you directly from Tai Lu. Shen has just been, I mean, great, right? Like,
yes,
I expect greatness from Shen. He stepped up and made some incredible plays.
What we saw from him PGC last year is just, it was on a different level, right? Especially from such a young guy, right? It's good to see him come in here and also prove that already in the group stage that he's capable of it. So yeah, maybe have some big expectations to him for the rest of the tournament too.
And PGC is the greatest training camp in the world in the sense of it's a full 3 weeks, right? So Shen turning on this early, getting this confidence. We saw what he was at the last PGC. He's going to only get stronger as this thing goes on. Match leaderboard, Tai Lu comes away with 20, FaZe gets 16. Day Trade's going to be very happy with that 11. You can hear the hometown crowd. They were really hoping they were going to pull that one out. But for me, it's EXO making that push up there at the end. Exalt, you know, they go out here in 5th, but I've seen some good moments from them today that makes me more encouraged for the losers bracket. I won't write them out just to be kind, but you know, at the end of the day, it's probably going to happen.
It's also combined with this slight hope in your heart that Molotov gets you points on your fantasy. But 101 points for Tianba, FaZe in 2nd, Sonics on 3rd there. So the gap, though, we have to talk about with just 1 game to go. It's still 17 as it was before. 3rd and 5 is now the Gatekeeper on 68, down to Pero 51. It's a big one, and I gotta say, with 1 game to go, I feel like it's not happening. Third on 5 is they know they have to get like 4, 5, 6.
That's my worry. The thing about third on 5 is they play better when they're aggressive, and they've been playing defensive to lock up this 8th spot. So I do worry a little bit if they drop far away, they try to slow play this, and a team like Peril or EXO goes off, or even V7, they've been amazing lately.
They have.
They could step up and make that run. It's only 17 points.
Yeah, and for them to, or 19 for them because they're on that second one. So yeah, for sure. I gotta say though, again, Tianba has surprised me. They have been a pleasant surprise. It's always good to see a team that comes in and just steps up. Group stage completely dominates. I hope they can bring that same momentum and fierceness into the winners. And out of the, even with Tianba, 6, 7, even 8 teams that are currently on top 8, it is top teams. They are the teams that we're kind of expecting to be into the winner's bracket. Some of them are favorites to win the whole tournament.
Absolutely.
So yeah, happy to see them step up. And Tianba and Pao, we've seen it before. Like these guys, they can frag.
I think it looks like maybe a little bit of frustration there, but they shouldn't be. I think it was a slow start. They played very well. This is a team here that is going to be suffering a lot of frustration right now. SSG was hoping for winner's bracket. They're going to almost 100% be in that loser's bracket. Try to take away what they can from this game. It's going to be a good one, though. There is a slight race. The chase, Donawa and T5 going to want to be very careful here and manage themselves to not fall behind. Do you think anyone can catch them, or is our top 8 pretty much set?
I think it's settled. I don't see, unless it's Petrichor Road pop ups and like 15 to 17 kill win. I don't see it. I think third on 5 is going to defend. Donawa, they know they just need to get a few points, and they're going to be in that 75+ mark, so they're going to be fine.
All right, so keep an eye on Therathon 5 and exactly how the start of the game goes. It's time for our final match in Group A. Let's get into it. This is the last one. Erangel, baby.
Last one indeed, as we're going to be making our way over into a pretty centered path, but this time it's going to be going west to east and a much more northern lean. So no military. Maybe Zarki's on the table. Maybe Stolber. I'm content we had our one. But I know the fact that there is a lot on the line here at the desk, saying the fact that it's pretty cemented, and with the drop-off of, 17 points, Petrichor Road would need to have a massive game to step in.
Yeah, I mean, look, Petrichor Road is fully capable of it, no doubt about it. I mean, I'm sure they're a little peeved at Donawa kind of messing with them unexpectedly in that last game. But if there's any team in this lobby that I think is capable of dropping a massive 17-kill game, yeah, Petrichor Road definitely up there for me. I know that they have the firepower to do it. It's just getting it done, and I'd love to see a Stolber circle. I want to see that new Stolber in play. It's got that observatory. We're checking out the stars. Not just from space, but also here in the game.
Exalt making their approach in, landing much friendlier than we saw them land inside the last.
How dare they?
Second time.
How dare they not entertain us?
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. I'm very entertained. I want to see an entertaining game for Petrichor Road. That's really what I want. I want to see Petrichor Road really pop off here. I don't know how worth it is to mess with Donawa, but I mean, I'd like to see them have a really strong game because I want to see an exciting finish. I want to see it where they're, riding 14, 15 kills coming into the end. Severny Circle, somewhere up in that vicinity, it looks like, most likely.
Yeah, shooting range hillside, the usual contender over here, or we might see the warehouses in the Badlands that are going to be just to the south, just to the west of Stolber itself. Those are the usual suspects for this one. Tyloo is still playing around Rajak, not landing in it directly. They're just kind of playing the outsides of it. So they are technically not committing to the Rajak, but it looks like they might be wanting to do something back onto V7 now that they're feeling a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a punish onto V7. V7 basically out of it. Again, V7 needs one of the most brilliant games you would see in PUBG Esports history to get through into that winner's bracket. But, I'm sure it's got to be on Tyloo's mind now that they're qualified. Like, let's screw with V7. Like, let's make their last game miserable. Let's really just try to beat them down just in case we run into them again further on in the tournament.
You've been going to go ahead and regroup and grab the vehicle, and that's a good thing at this point, is like we were talking about with Tyloo, but Tyloo is also running a 2-1-1 with Shin, like north of the river, and then we have Xiaoyang all the way down next to kind of Sonics and Tiggleton already making a rotation. So going to have to be careful with it, as Yeah, they have Boatyard, but they also have a ton of other space that they're going to have to contend in. That also says something about Sonics. Getting inside the vehicles, we know the fact that they rotate early, but they're already pathing in here. It looks like they want to get a foothold position inside the circle just to feel a bit safer, as it does feel like they've been chasing the circle pretty frequently.
Yeah, but they're pretty good at it. I mean, that's the good news for the Sonics is they're so strong with the way that they fight. They're so smart with the way that they fight that they can chase circles all day and punish teams on the outside edges. They're so smart with the way that they set up fights. They're so methodical. I think back to that DK fight that they took on the north side of Miramar 2 days ago, where they just broke them apart. I mean, just piece by piece. The only mistake they made was that H-Win just over-aggressed, got a little too spicy because he had level 3 gear and felt a little too confident going into that finish onto the last member of DK, and Glaz has no idea Shen is here. Yeah. He has no idea.
Just waiting for it. Be like, oh, you wanted Rajak? You can have your Rajak. I'll go ahead and take you down, Glaz, and that is a big loss for V7 this early.
Glaz, heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for sure, but Shen is just too good, too smart. Guy is absolutely a monster, as the analyst desk was rightly pointing out. One of my all-time favorite players to watch. I've got to see him for years over in Asia, and he is just a treat.
This is about to get pretty awkward over here on the outskirts of Georgia Pole, as Tiamba is going to go ahead and get the quad that's out there. Exalt was trying to path over here. Sonic throws another one through. Whoa! Petrichor Road is just gone. D plus Kia. My God!
Oh, well, I mean,
what you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? You clown car and, you know, you mess around and you find out. That's what happens to the only team really that had any hope of maybe having a shot at going into the winner's bracket. V7 just out of the frying pan into the fire.
Damn.
Done. Gone. Shen, 4 kills. Huge stuff for Tyloo today. They are well seated, and the fans loving what they're seeing here today.
That was just... Okay, this is why you guys want to take as many vehicles as possible. You know how we talked about the importance of securing multiple vehicles for your squad? Yeah. There's 2 great examples just back to back.
Well, and that's the consequences of Donawa dropping school next to Apps, because then you're limited on the number of vehicles you could normally get. You're cut off. You only have that one spawn that's just to the northeast of Apps. That's your guaranteed vehicle, and that's all they got. And after that, you know, they can't necessarily, I guess, go to that garage that's on the other side of the road to the southeast of Razak, because that must have been contested or something. I didn't quite catch it, but yeah, again, like I said, mess around, you find out.
Space Station Gaming, who was in a more comfortable position at the start of the day and now kind of had that slowly and steadily usurped away from them, as points have been hard to find for them, now find themselves in the thick of this lower bracket that we're going to be looking at right now. There are opportunities for it, but again, with the way that the circles have been so chaotic, it's so hard to go back and VOD review these types of situations. Be like, okay, so we need to do this, and
you're not even going to want to watch this game. You don't even need a VOD review this game. It is because there's very little of consequence left that can possibly happen. The situation is set. It is going to be T5 up to Tianba. Let's have some fun.
And I guess that's kind of what we've been seeing so far. I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
Looking out and giving you guys some updates, we do have a lot of our rotations coming into play. Sonics are going to be leaning into that nice position up on top of the hill and shooting range and trying to get some information. If they get around those rocks, you know.
I want to see some Sonics pop up here, huh?
Yeah. So looking out, we do have ourselves a highlight. We want to look and see how Falcons managed to make it into PGC.
Bit wide out. See, maybe connects in, gets a shot onto 1, going for more. 2, 3.
Well, MVP, the last one up for Legacy. I thought they had it under the Sonics.
Legacy LMP will pass. This is a little dangerous, as it's going to be DraftKings flies.
Based off of this reposition names, maybe something else. It's just not going to be enough.
I had to laugh in there because it was your voice again. And I'm like, wait, you're sitting next to me. How is this possible? Has science gone too far?
It's all scripted, so I can take a quick break, grab some water.
Fair. You deserve it. It's been a long day.
These games today, I do, man.
They've been exciting, yeah. They've been crazy.
And highly unexpected moments, and I've been loving it. Panzerfaust.
4K.
Yeah.
I mean, it's heartbreaking for Petrichor Road, man. But again, it's, you know, those kind of things when you take risks like that, sometimes you do end up falling. Look, I don't want to dog on Petrichor Road too much. You know, it's just one of those things where they had a bad situation because Danawa decided to get spicy, and you know, they had to gamble on a big game. And that crossroads position is well worth that gamble, because if you can take it and this circle does end up going anywhere near Severny, you can get a lot of kills and a lot of points from that position.
I want to talk about Danawa's positioning real quick, where they're in 7th place on the overall leaderboard. But look at how they've been playing. This is just a good awareness on like where the total point thresholds are, where they should be aiming for, and just playing for those types of positions while making statements and other style stuff. That is some really heady play.
I agree. It's what we saw like earlier from Tiamba to lesser success, where they tried to mess with Danawa to kind of do what Danawa just did at Petrichor Road. But even just like you know, everybody's been talking about this, and very rightly so. The other casters the other day, that this is a mental game. The analyst desk as well, just as much as it is anything else. And that is 100% correct. And Danawa just showed you that they didn't even have to fire a bullet to wreck Petrichor Road's day.
Faye is going to come hang out in Yasnaya. Everybody else can go have the stuff. We're just going to chill here for now. They might be taking that pathing just to the north of that, you know, cutting around the lake itself, going in that no-lean direction. But EXO does actually have that fortified and blocked off, which is, again, another smart play. Yes, give it to us. Oh, the timing on
the body.
Like, he jumps out. God, I love ragdolls so much.
So good.
So much.
Ah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. That is, that's all I needed in my life today, actually.
Just don't drive by that neighborhood again.
Yeah,
huh?
I mean, I'm going to go to bed a happy man after that. That's all there is to it.
Looking at, I did want to point out Danawa is running a full 4-man split. Some of them in Rajak, some of them across the river itself.
Oh,
Day Trade trying to make a cross. Poochills is as good as dead. Now going to be knocked out. Day Trade going to have to figure out, okay, we're not going to go that way. Ascend, you can have it. That's fine. You can have the island.
Yeah, we didn't want it anyway.
Yeah, it's okay.
This circle's going to shift south. Just you wait and see, Ascend.
We're going to bridge camp the other side, and just you wait.
That's right. This new city is tough to fight in, by the way. If for whatever reason it goes there. I mean, it is spicy. This circle's, I'd say we're on the medium scale of spicy. There's still quite a bit of the river left. There's the lake up by Yaz.
And we've got the 50-50 kind of cutting in with that river, right? We've got the lake in play with Yasnaya as well. That means, in fact, the rotation is going to be a bit more difficult. Sonics got some goals of their own. They're just going to come running through, and surprise, surprise! Shrimsy hits a massive shot just rolling through. He's got coming back in. They know the fact that there is a weakened Tyloo. Just go ahead and pick up those kills, man. You deserve it.
I love the drive-by here from the Sonics. They are just going for style points in this game, and that is what I want to see. Let's just go for some big highlight reel plays. Let's have some damn fun.
Shrimsy, man, I don't know what he is on right now, but he's been just
nuts, dude.
So freaking nuts. I got Tig as my captain in fantasy, and I'm just kind of doing that whole the old meme, the guy with the stick just do something. Meanwhile, Shrimsy is just going hog wild, not letting him do anything.
Yeah. Shrimsy's out there just being like, nah, that's not okay. Fate, that was your teammate. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a problem. Bad timing for it too, but oh hey, that's fine. Friends exist for a reason, and they're going to find an angle to take down H1. Shrimsy also going to go down Maladoct, who's been having himself a pretty decent day today as well.
Yeah, Maladoc's, one of the top fraggers on this Exile team. I mean, before Uba, probably the best one. Yeah, go for it, dude. Yeah, kickstart.
No, I don't blame him. You flush Shrimsy right now. If you get that knock on him and you have a chance for it, you get that done.
Oh, yeah.
Maladoc can't really find the angle for it, though. Kickstart going to come in and reinforce. Punishment coming out, but hey, we still have Mika over there. It's going to have an angle in. Brex is going to go out and be fighting over it as well.
Tiggleton, going to see if he has anything to say about this. Ascend just looking to end on a high note here, as they are likely, or well, not likely, they're going to the losers bracket, and that's okay. They still have a chance. We saw what Ascend can do. I mean, second place at PGS1. These guys are fully capable, putting up some big points. Uba, yeah, very good.
There he is.
There he is. Tiggleton, yeah. All right, there we go. The big names coming through.
This is a very interesting firefight over here at the top of shooting range. Tiamba also, it's going to be Pal Pal taking some shots into the backside of it. Also, D plus Kia has two of their members that are going to be creeping up back behind Tiggleton. That's going to make his life much, much harder to deal with. Kickstart kind of bleeding out in front of him. Not too many options. Maladoc on the other side of it. What can you do, Tiggleton? I think he just spotted that one out, or at least heard the footsteps, and is going to spot out Molodok. Step in cover, not too good for Molodok. He's just going to drop back down. No cover to be had over there, and yep, going to go ahead and get the knock. Tig is going to walk away from it.
Yeah, Tig trying to run away, but he might be speed going in the D plus Kia sight lines. Hard to say for sure. Uba just doing what he can to hang on. Yeah, Tig eventually finds the bullets from Minuda, and that will be Sonic's gone in 14th place, but
as well as my fantasy squad.
Yep, me too. I'm just pretending fantasy doesn't exist today, Matt.
Yeah. Toby's not going to let us do that one.
No.
Speaking of some rotations, we've got Danawa that's now crept in just below Tiambuk because, of course, why not have those two squads next to each other?
That's just the way it goes. That's today. That's just. Oh yes, replays. Oh yes, yes. Give me that Shen juice. Give me. God, he's so good.
Shen, so hot right now.
I think V7 kind of went a bit too far on that driving, but that's okay. Shen.
He knows. You see him look at the camera. Yeah. Take your moment, man.
He well deserved. It's Chris putting up some decent damage numbers here in this game. Already almost to 300 and.
New circle is popped. We've got the river bisecting through all of it yet again. So teams that are going to be fortified against the river are going to be heavily rewarded. Falcon's going to find themselves with some friends, and Space Station Gaming roaming right up on top of them. Opposite of the wall, feet are going to be available, but hey, go ahead and jump them. Try to get some cover away from that one. Problem with it is that there is going to be a lot of movement coming in from the north, and that's why Space Station Gaming's already hopped back in their vehicles. They're going to continue on a path. Where do you go, though? I mean, Danawa already holding down one position, and Tianbo already holding down a position.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here for SSG. This compound, a little tricky at times to hold down. Roth just trying to say, hey, this is ours now, go away. Please leave us alone. We have nothing but this house. Himas has a Mark 14, by the way, so he's going to have some potential to put up some big numbers. Pixel out in the open, and
I want to point out how open this hillside is because there's a decent chance we could have the in-game end here with the way that the circle's lined up. There is no cover opposing away from this position. Everybody that's played on Erangel knows that this is a very barren section of the map. And so as we keep our eyes drawn in towards the close of this game, we're only at phase number 3, but it is something that I know is going to be a big problem for rotations coming out as well as any in-game firefights.
Exactly. It's kind of one. Oh, the spin out the tire. Did the tire get hit? I have to assume that back left one is out. And that's going to mean that you have to get behind a tree and try to hold, but Patapong on the swing, but that is a really good shot. I thought Americano might win that for a second because of that folded shield, but it's not going to be the case. Danadol has the flush as well, but Ventus going to get Hatsawat out by that tree. Yep, those tires were popped, and now at least Americano's gone, so T5 can have this shack to themselves for a moment.
Well, they also managed to get in a gatekeeping position back to get vengeance on D plus Kia if they path over here. EXO is also going to be coming in pretty close. Exalt already hopping inside their vehicle, did manage to weather the storm that was going up on the top of the hill. Now going to be rolling down at roughly the same time the D plus Kia is making their move. And oh, I don't know, Ventus. Are you going to stop?
I think he has a Panzer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I saw it off screen, and I was like,
Just go ahead and shoot at Thanadol. It's the last of my fantasy squad.
Dude, can we give Ventus the triple kill in a car? There's one.
Oh, it's gonna be Rosted that eats it. Thanadol swims back around, wants to go for something. He's gonna get knocked down and out. Path and Pong, the only one member up for T5 as D plus Kia gets eliminated. But EXO sees this, and it looks like they're trying to move in. Opposing side is also gonna be Exalt.
I mean, D plus. They went big with the Panzers in this one, so, they went out with a bang for sure. Just give me more river. Dang it. I was hoping it would just be one of those brutal river endings where the circle's like 100 meters away from the river at the end, but not going to be the case. Patapong out behind the tire well, and that vehicle about to explode, and maybe him with it.
I was going to say Day Trade was getting eliminated in their rotation as Falcons do have themselves a good point to play, technically 2 points. They are running a 2-2 split. They've got control of the gas station and everything just a bit more to the west from that point. Space Station Gaming pretty centered as well. Edge fighting going to probably be the option a lot of these teams are leaning into, because, of course, it's just the theme. The moment I saw that hillside, I was like, man, there's no cover to be had in it. We've had no cover in any of our games for the end game. That's obviously where we're going to go.
It's the the way of the day, my friend. Just going to be one of those days where a few out in the open, a lot of the out in the open circles. But that's, you know, I think why you're seeing some of the same teams at times coming out ahead in these, because they're really good at playing out in open space, because they've got that gunplay, because they've got that smarts. They utilize their smokes really, really well at the right times. They find what little space there is to work with incredibly well. They rarely overextend. That's why you're seeing teams like Daytrade, you know, Cerberus now, but Tai Lu, FaZe, really good teams with space in front of them.
Falcons at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, while they're in their position, should be feeling much better about that one. The opposing ones they're running there up against right now is going to be Exalt. It was not in as easy as a position Falcons are sitting in. Realize the fact that they've got EXO on one side, open terrain just down to their south, as well as Tianba that they're going to have to contend with. They lean more into the north, but that means that they're going to be outnumbered, and this hillside needs to be big. Molodok has got to make something happen the moment he sees EXO.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's thinking about it. He's going to see those smokes and be curious. Still has that level 3 gear, barely left. One hit.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We saw that, James. He's going to go back to his teammates and be like, I hope they didn't catch that one on stream.
It's fine, man. You know,
it's not a big deal, though.
Like, it's the wind. It blew the branch. It shifted it. He had it all lined up, and then...
That's the golfer excuse. It was the wind.
It's wind, of course. Molodok, I mean, you do have to give it to Exalt. They are wanting to pick up whatever they can. They want to make sure that they secure stuff. And while, yes, we do have our top 8 that are going to be going on to the winner's bracket, the lower bracket also still needs to make sure that they're focusing on mechanics, building up their skills, getting some momentum coming out.
Yep.
You know, you want to make sure that you end this game on something to give you some type of momentum moving into the loser's bracket, because you want to make sure that whatever's happening right here, right now, is gone, and you are set and ready for the next stage.
Precisely, Matt. And what I want to see as an extension of what you're saying here is I want to see Donovan and Tianba just fight. Just drop the gloves and just go at it. Just grab the jerseys and start brawling. But it's only Salute up here, so not likely to happen. The reason I say I want to see it is because they were scuffling earlier today, and I want to see that grudge match continue.
Wait until a knock happens. Whenever a knock happens and one of the two teams realizes what's happening, they're like, oh, it's you.
Go, go, go.
Space Station Gaming going to be inside the circle, as well as Falcons in their positioning. Looks like they're going to go ahead and opt away from their 2-2 split, and that's no surprise given the fact that we still have 30 up, and there's like 3 pieces of cover, so yeah, you're probably going to get crashed in that 2-2 split.
No doubt. And that's it's going to be interesting what Donowa is going to end up. It looks like Salute's just going to fully retreat back to the rest of his team here. Cerberus going into the circle right ahead of EXO. Exalt trying to punish EXO. And gas station.
Everybody saw Falcons retreat away, and they're like, it's free, go now. We got Exalt trying to make it in there. It's going to be Uba that gets stopped.
Yes.
Cerberus gets the inside track.
Do it.
Capitan, though, moved back in, realizing people are going to be going for it. Has the DP of all things. This is a statement play.
My man, I like it. Go with something with a little bit of a deeper mag there for that angle. But just not really able to get himself set up in time. Lin Shu is going to find a knock on a page, and the struggles for SSG, although that compound stayed in, no one really messed with them. They got that going for them. This vehicle is not doing so hot, but for now it's okay, although I suspect it in danger of exploding. Yep, there it goes. Tianba crashing into SSG here. The blue zone to clear one side of it. If they can get some grenades into the back end, they can really do some serious damage to SSG.
And there it starts to come through. Trying to line a bit more pow playing on the outside of it. SSG is just having to hunker down and weather everything that's being thrown at them. Not a lot of options to really kick into. Sharpshot, you can see, just trying to maneuver away from it. Realize the fact the page is going to go down as well. SSG now just down to 1. And Tianba wanting to make a move. But guess what? Remember how I said just got to wait for the kill feed? Yeah, Danoa sees what's going to be happening over here. They're moving in aggressively to try to close this out.
My man. Good call. They've got this hillside. They're going to control some space. Tai Lu, though, kind of potentially going to do some damage. Yes, Salute with the Dragonov. Going to get that knock onto Lin Shu. Hopefully that results in some more fireworks. Exalt Akita done and dusted.
Yeah. There was just nowhere to go. Goal! You don't peek that angle again.
Ouch.
Lin Shu's just kind of trapped out there, and Danoa likes it that way.
I think just maybe outside that 100-meter range where the headshot with the Dragonov is an instant knock, but Lin Shu, Donowa knows he's trying to crawl back. They're trying to spray through the smoke, but only getting a tickle of damage into him. And they should be okay for that res. And now Donowa has to take their attention away. Tiamba just didn't take enough damage here that they're really able to aggress onto that angle. And Tai Lu probably putting some shots into their flank. Makes them think, well, let's just wait this out. We can maybe punish Tiamba later.
I also want to point out Falcon's positioning, while it is very, very bold, is very intelligent for what's going to happen, especially with the circle pop the way that it did. Remember, Falcons were originally where Cerberus were in the 2-2 split. Amy was holding down where the other duo was. They moved back, sent Capitan back over here, and now are playing that recessed section of the hill. So they've got control over that. Cerberus really can't move out now, and that gives them a massive amount of territory control, especially with Silzen playing that other angle further forward. Silzen, though, makes me a bit more worried. I hope that we do get some reinforcements. It looks like that's what's going to be Amy going with. Danoa, though, also has to keep an eye on what's now going to be happening with FaZe, as Tiamba going to have to make another move right into the sights of Cerberus.
I think the Falcons might be able to get a win here because everybody else is going to be scuffling out on the outskirts of the circle. You know, all the teams that are outside looking in are currently basically battling. Tiamba is the only one who's not involved in this. Loki down, 2 down for Danoa. James there, yeah, that's an easy flush out in the open. Anonix up in the Wizard trying to do what he can. Zhao Yang, Tai Lu trying to play spoiler on Tiamba's entry into this next Phase 6 zone.
Yep, it's a matter of where the action is going to go. With the shots between FaZe and Danoa, they've now decided to separate out a bit more. Falcons do see some of the ships coming out. Oh, Tiamba just rolling down. Where do you even go? That car is going to be rolling up ahead. Haisaki takes the damage. Good juke around, tries to make something happen. Hamas is going to go, but it's going to be Haisaki going to deal with a nade right up on top of him. Tiamba makes it down this hillside. The other members from Cerberus going to be harassed at range, not going to be able to really exploit too much of what's going to be happening in this lower section of the hill.
I really liked what Cerberus tried to do there, but Tiamba's just so good right now that their execution is just slightly better. It doesn't help that the other 2 members of Cerberus are stuck inside of that wall and can't really help.
Of course.
Why not? Let's just go for it, baby.
They were like, okay, we saw this is where the action is happening.
Come on, just drive into it.
Do it.
Just
Do it.
I'd love to see it. I mean, you got enough grenades. You could just like drive at this and throw some grenades into the mess, and that's a free point. So why not?
That's our kill. And sorry, all
stop
that work
feeding
you put
Toby's
in,
fantasy
it's
team. No.
Mine. So now with Hamas out, you can see the smoke launches going. Linshu realizing the fact that, guys, we cannot stay out here. We've got to go. Falcons at least providing some covering fire for him. Linshu realizing the fact the problem's going to mount. And here it comes. Danoa's hopped down to the vehicle. They're rolling out right up on top of him. Going to go ahead and take down Linshu, flush him out. Danoa making that landfall right up on top of him. And the entirety of the party is going on over here. Capitan, opposing side's going to take down Tycon with the DP.
Yeah, if you had a DP kill on your bingo card, congratulations. You could check that one off. Did not expect to see that today. Danoa, no one else on the outside of this fence, actually on this side. They're going to find out here right now as the smokes are clearing. ZYY going to go down to Salalzi. So Cerberus still clinging to life with just 1 player left. Tiamba out as well. FaZe now in trouble. Zhao Yang going to get the knock and the finish with that Panzer. Vex steps in and ends their round.
This is now interesting. Falcons, with that control from the dip that they had beforehand, are stepping back in. Weekend squads galore around. Danoa is now focused in on what's going to be going on with the Cerberus and the last member up, but Capitan has stayed back over there. FaZe now getting this higher ground position is going to have a lot of information that they can work from and flex out. Issue is cover, man. Where do you go for cover? Hopefully you've got some type of smokes, but you can see a lot of utility has been burnt out. Luckily, Danoa's going to solve that problem just by running over people.
Yeah, why not? If you're given the opportunity, let's do it. So got to play some cover, but he's going to pay the price. Trying to cover his teammate. Vex has just been a monster today. Already 444 damage in this game as well.
Dude.
He is just feeling it.
Vex is just so good right now, and with this FaZe now getting more control and it's starting to feel like momentum yet again, shifting in that FaZe direction. Just 3 points back behind Tiamba right now. Tiamba getting eliminated means in fact there's an opportunity. Vex gonna pick it up. More and more kills, and that is first place on the leaderboard.
4 kills now for Vex. He is having a monstrous day. I'm not exactly sure how many kills he has, but it's a lot. It is absolutely a lot. Trying to get out of the gas station. And, you know, he's got his snacks. He's got his Slurpee. Now he's trying to get back into this circle is Salalzi, but he's got 2 members of the Falcons. Capitan, I think Emmy has a bit of an angle down onto him as well. And he can see those feet, and he is making good use of that AUG. And Salalzi's just like, maybe not.
I mean, where do you even go at this point? Yeah, just kind of run it out, throw it into the blue zone. Now, Falcons, who had such good control, such good positioning earlier, Paper, they're going to have to contend with FaZe, who I mean, yeah, okay, you've had positions, you've had good stuff that you can work around. How do you compete against the firepower that FaZe is putting down?
It's a good question. It's not going to be easy. I'm not sure there's a great answer other than just, play smart, right? Like that's really the Falcons' best hope here is that they can utilize the fact that they've been relatively unbothered during this game to their advantage. They should have, a decent amount of utility potentially. They should be able to have some vehicles underneath this ridge line to utilize if they need to maneuver if this circle isn't as favorable to them. In this next situation, gear looks fresh here. Draft King, level 3 vest, level 2 helmet, full health. He's got 3 first aids. He doesn't have any utility, though. A little bit concerning, but otherwise, things looking decent for the Falcons. Kind of just depends on Phase 8, and it does kind of favor them.
Okay, now FaZe. This is the thing. How do you maneuver down this? We saw the amount of smokes that they managed to bring out. They're no surprise, the amount of times that they've been bunny hopping over teams, they should have a decent amount of utility to work with for now. Problem is the cost. We are sitting at phase number 8, going to be having to deal with phase number 9 at some specific point, and it is going to be FaZe that's going to have to contend with those phase shifts.
Yeah, no. This is pretty difficult for FaZe, but with the way they've been playing today, they could very well just steal this away from the Falcons. The Falcons are going to opt to just reinforce this slight hill on the eastern edge. Now, I'm not sure how much of a plateau FaZe has to work with inside of the circle on this western side, or if they're just going to drive at him because they have a P90 and just, YOLO.
Okay, well, now we send it down the hill, hoping the fact that one little recess in the hillside is going to be enough. And Silzen's like, wait, what are they doing? They're going full lineup. They're going to go for a full flank around using the vehicle, jump back in. Throwables are going to come out. That is going to take down Gustav, but Vex running up the hillside, realizing it's going to be cars on both sides just trying to roam through. Silzen goes for the spray back into it, but look at this exchange. It is going to be Falcons and car v car combat.
Oh, I love the smile there from Silzen. The cheeky smile. Maybe not the result they wanted going down to losers bracket. You can see Capitan a little bit frustrated, but look, you got to win. You had some fun. It was a good game. We got a little bit spoiled early because Petrichor Road got lambasted and sent back to the losers bracket very quickly. But regardless, a really good day overall. A really good day for teams like FaZe, Tyloo, Daytrade. All had phenomenal performances. Cerberus was just dominant. We had some exciting stuff with people jockeying for position, teams trying to mess with each other to prevent people from maybe getting their drop spot securely or things like that.
All I got to say is, vamos Falcons, great job, as we are going to go ahead and start getting everything else to shift over to our highlights in just one moment.
Vamos.
Phenomenal performance coming out, and that was just such a fun last game.
It really was. I was hoping that Petrichor Road would make a run, but they couldn't quite do it.
And meanwhile, we got Vex just vexing everybody up over there, and we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our highlights.
Falcons flying high as they manage to get a chicken dinner in the last match of the day. Will it be enough? We'll find out. I'm going to go with probably not, but it is a confidence builder no matter how you slice it. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger, and it's time for the highlights.
I got to say, the phases on Falcons, they were like, yeah, we knew we were last place going into the last game, so it doesn't matter if we won, but still, they played it well. And if they had that game, maybe in game 3, 4, 5 in the first day, it could have been a different story going into day 2.
But it shows maturity. Like, to me, the fact that they played this so well, the hold that they had south of gas station, the fact that they gave up gas station but still held the sort of defensive against it with the rock. Then they brought Capitan over to sort of keep the chaos going. Falcons played a master's class of a match from that position. It's just, like you said, too late. But that doesn't matter. It's a double elimination. They still get to go to losers bracket and fight their way back out of this thing. Now, we see a lot of Panzerfausts in this game.
Some of them are disgusting.
Some of them were disgusting. A full team wipe, if I remember correctly. Sadly, Petrichor will never forget it. And then the end game with some cars and a little bit of fun to bring, I don't know, maybe a chaotic end to a chaotic day of PUBG. And it really was chaotic because the teams that we thought would be dominating at the start of today, like Tiamba, struggled at the beginning and opened the door for some of those middle pack teams like FaZe, who was middle pack when they got here, to absolutely go crazy.
Yeah, they obviously had an insane day here. You can also see how many points they were able to get out of this one here. They could have made it a 3. They could, if Jeems didn't get panzered there and they had a 4-man strong, they could take Falcons on 4 versus 4. It would probably not have been a drive-by for the funds, for the lulz. It would have been an actual try to try to win this last one here. But yeah, They're looking good. Of course, this is the kind of the last day they needed because they were struggling a little bit in day one.
And it was. I think that's going to be a boost, a confidence boost. All I can say is the Jeems-Fex connection has been beautiful. And I mean, the metaphor truly, Fex being a rock where sort of Jeems is out there just causing chaos sort of in the gravitational pull effects has been fun to watch. Maybe a little too chaotic at points when I think some of those Jeems extensions were fascinating. But I like this idea of what they're going to be taking to the next phase with that synergy. They absolutely phenomenal play today. All right, so let's take a look. We'll look at the top 4 teams in that game. Remember, this was a unique game because a lot of the teams in the top 8 were essentially solidified.
Right.
So some of those top 8 teams were trying some things a little bit, getting crazy. Some of those fights we saw, I don't think we would have seen in a normal scenario, but it was fun.
It got shut down a little bit. We contemplate a little bit, okay, with 2 games to go, is this going to be our top 8 teams? It ended up being it, but also ended up being it because Petrica Road and V7 Funpin, they got absolutely destroyed in the very early game here. But yeah, Falcons
brutalized
with 8 kills and a win. Good to see here. We know these guys are capable. Silson, one of the most decorated players in PUBG history, been at almost every single major event. I think it was PGC 22 he missed as the only event, otherwise he's been in every single other one, so impressive. But yeah, Capitan likely to take the big MVP here.
It is, and I will say this is a roster. You see Capitan with the man of the match right there, 3 kills, 479 damage. Previously, a while back ago, they were KPI. They did very well at PGC. They disbanded, they went their own way. For whatever reason, they said, this year, you know what? We did well. Clearly, we played good together. Let's put any differences aside and let's come back together and see if we can make a run this year. And they are. They do have these amazing moments, and that's what's going to make them better. These confidence wins to show, hey, we do work well. We can synergize as they go into the next round, I think is a big deal.
Yeah, huge. Phase 15. Falcons, as you said, 18 here. Cerberus, another great game for them. Another double digits. They have had a fantastic run today, too. Definitely a huge tournament for them compared to what we saw on day one. They struggled a little bit. They had a lot of hot drop situations, of course, but today they stepped on the speeder.
Absolutely, and they stepped up a little bit. You know, I think Cerberus, despite the logo, is often a two-headed dog, but we saw Solozzi getting involved a little bit more, making some plays, so maybe they are growing into that. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. FaZe makes the jump at the very end to 108 total points to finish in first place.
Yeah, that's impressive. Kostian by 107. They got 27 points only today. Not enough for them to hold on to it. 2 teams on triple digits. Cerberus close. Sonic's close, Tyloo close. A lot of teams on the big sponges on the very top on 90+ points. Daytrade and Danawa and T5, of course. The 8 teams here making it. Quite impressive teams, but you see the big drop-off, right? 20 points down to Petrica Road. And the teams in the bottom 8, of course, is going to be joining in our losers brackets once we start that on Wednesday.
And they're going to have to step it up. Now, tomorrow we're back with Group B. We had a sponge at the top of that one as well. Not quite as much. So it's going to be Miramar, Tego, Vikendi, Erangel. So tune in tomorrow as we will find the top 8 from that's group who will join the top 8 from our group today to make up that winners bracket as well as the losers bracket. Remember, those teams to finish in the top 8, they get a couple days off. They get a chance to breathe, reset, especially the ones from this group who made it through.
Yeah, for sure. They have 4 days off. They're not playing tomorrow. They have a day off, and then there's 2 days of losers, right? So it's just 4 small breaks for that.
And maybe they can take a break by relaxing in the On-The Seat official gaming chair. They are a partner. The chair elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose On-The Seat. Choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro Esports gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Tauganoi, live deliciously. And finally, #1, fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online. That's how you stay in the game. FaZe taught us how to stay in the game. They came in the middle, they fought hard, and they went the distance, and they finished with a first place. I can tell you, something like an On-The Seat might help you get there, or train as hard as Jeems.
Yeah, honestly, in this situation here, I'm just questioning, did Fex really have the kickboxing pants under everything today? That's why he popped that off? I think he ended up as the top fragger. That's been super impressive to see him back-to-back 6 kills, back-to-back wins for him alive. what an amazing day for him to kind of come back, a little bit of a redemption angle compared to what we saw on them day one.
And it's the relationship on that team that I love the most. Yes, they got kicking back boxing pants customized with their names and the FaZe sort of logo on it. And James was funny last night. He's like, yeah, we're not going to wear them.
That's a cool present to get,
He goes, except Vex, though. Vex looks really cool in those shorts. And it just cracked me up to see that relationship. It is a cool gift, but the fact that these guys seem to get along so well, it seems like a very strong iteration of this team.
For sure. So the synergy is at an all-time high here. And of course, after PGS1 not making it to the grand finals, they are not going to turn this down. They're going to go straight to the winners bracket here. And I feel like we're going to have a good run from them, and they're going to go straight to the grand finals there too.
And it's meaningful for me. This is a storied brand that has bound around PUBG for so long, has some of the most dominant rosters, has an actual meme. FaZe Sunday is a thing because this roster, this dynasty has been around for such a long time. To see them so strong right now is very exciting as we go into PGC. That's it for Group A. We'll be back tomorrow with more action from Group B. This is PGC 2023. Let's check in with Pan as she speaks with some of the players.
เอาละค่ะขอบคุณค่ะต้อนรับกลับเข้าสู่ด้านบนเวทีนะคะอย่างที่บอกไปว่าในช่วงท้ายของเกมเดี๋ยวเราจะได้มาพูดคุยกันแต่ว่าเนื่องจากในอันดับ2 3 4เนี่ยเราคุยไปแล้ววันนี้เดี๋ยวเราขอคุยกับแรงค์5ด้วยแล้วกันนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้มีกองเชียร์เยอะมากด้วยเช่นเดียวกันแต่ว่าอันดับที่1ก็พลาดไม่ได้อยู่แล้วต้องมาคุยกับเขากันก่อนนะคะดังนั้นตอนนี้ก็ขออนุญาตเชิญตัวแทนจากทางเฟส
Hello.
Hi. So we're here with Facts, everyone. Wow, you've done such a really great job today. But I have like some question to you because after a show on the first day, so you came back and rolling like so loud with 2 dinners and multiple top 4. So about that, what do you attribute to this turnaround?
We didn't like talk about too much. We like discussed like some of our main weak points, like our communication and stuff. We just tried to really focus on that for today's games.
โอเคนะคะท่านถามไปว่าจากการแข่งขันเมื่อวันแรกนะคะก็คือก่อนหน้านี้เนี่ยต้องบอกว่าวันนี้โอ้โหเขาแบบ turn back ได้แบบยิ่งใหญ่อลังการมากแบบคำรามมาเลยนะคะก็เลยถามไปว่าคือมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นสิ่งไหนที่คุณได้แบบว่าทุ่มเทหรือว่าได้มีการพูดคุยกันเขาบอกว่าในทีมเนี่ยส่วนมากเขาจะแก้ในเรื่องของจุดอ่อนหรือว่าสิ่งที่เป็น weak point เนาะตรงนี้นะคะทำให้ทีมเนี่ยสามารถกลับเข้าขึ้นมาต้องไม่ใช่คำว่ากลับขึ้นมานะต้องบอกว่าโอ้โหวิ่งปู๊ดขึ้นอันดับ1ขึ้นมาเลยนะคะ and for the second question, like you have had mixed the result at the international tournament this year. So what do you as a team need to do to make sure that you peak here in PGC where it's really matter most?
We've been working really hard on, trying to get our international performances better because it has been rough. So we've been working with a sports psychologist. She's really been helping us get in the right mental state for this tournament.
ว้าวอันนี้สำคัญมากๆเลยนะคะก็คือเขามี psychologist นะคะก็คือคนที่ต้องบอกว่าช่วยในเรื่องของแบบการบำบัดทางอารมณ์หรืออะไรต่างๆด้วยนะคะแล้วก็รวมถึงเขาเน้นมากๆนะคะในเรื่องของเขาเรียกว่าจิตวิทยาหรืออารมณ์หรืออะไรหลายๆอย่างคือไม่ใช่แค่เรื่องของการพัฒนาความสามารถอย่างเดียวนะคะคือเป็นทั้งในเรื่องของทางด้านอารมณ์ด้วย Do you have something to tell to your fans over here?
Yeah, thank you very much to all the fans. It's been great seeing the sport, and thank you to the fans that brought us gifts.
Thank you, and this is Facts from FaZe. Thank you so much นะคะก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกคนด้วยนะคะเอาละค่ะทีนี้เราไปพูดคุยกับแรงค์5กันบ้างแต่ว่าโอ้โหแฟนคลับเขาก็เยอะไม่น้อยต่างไปจากทีมอื่นๆเลยนะคะ and next let's talk to Thailand. Yay, hello, 你好 And we are right here with Chen. And the first question, so in the last match that you had an incredible 1v4 play to YV7 and send them to the loser bracket. So could you please tell us through that story today?
So 就是上一局你做到了1穿4，然后想给大家分享一下你整体的打法，或者是你整体的想法，为什么要这么做，跟大家解释一下整体情况，可以吗？
就是本来就是要把他们送到败者组的，因为我们有跳点冲突。
Okay, so because they have the same dropping location. That's why they consider them as a strong rival. So they always think like they consider to send them to the losers bracket. So this is the major reason, and he did it.
Yeah, and you did it. And so the second one, so you have a couple days until the winners bracket begins. So what will you do to prepare to make sure that you can find yourself in the grand finals?
所以马上就过几天，马上就要到胜者组的比赛了。所以这几天你会做哪一些的准备来确保自己能够能前往总决赛呢？
放平心态吧，然后做好自己的。
Okay. So what he said is he will do, let's say he will be himself, and he will continue to practice and have the same average standard to perform his best to make sure he qualify to the final.
Okay, and do you have anything to tell to your fans over here? There are a lot of them.
所以对于你的粉丝，你有什么想说的吗？
爱你们哦。
Love you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Talu and Shanshan. Thank you. Bye bye. ขอบคุณค่ะ เมื่อกี้นะคะที่ได้คุยกับเฉินนะคะเขาบอกว่าโอ้โหตอนแรกเนาะที่เขาบอกว่าทำให้วิกเจ็ตกลายเป็น loser bracket อยู่ในแรงของ loser bracket ไปเลยก็คือมันเป็นจังหวะเนาะที่เขาสามารถจัดการได้นะคะแล้วก็แน่นอนค่ะจากการที่เราถามไปว่าเราถ้าสมมติว่าวันนี้เนี่ยก็บอกว่าอีกไม่กี่วันมันจะเข้าสู่ในรอบ Grand Final เนาะคือการที่เราจะแข่งขันเราจะเตรียมตัวยังไงจะทำตัวยังไงเพื่อให้เรามั่นใจได้ว่าเราจะเข้าสู่รอบ Grand Final นะคะนั่นก็คือการรักษามาตรฐานของตัวเองนะคะค่าเฉลี่ยที่เขาทำมาหรือว่า average ต่างๆ average standard ที่เขาทำมาเขาก็จะรักษาสิ่งนั้นไว้เป็นตัวของตัวเองแล้วก็ซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นนะคะเอาล่ะวันนี้ก็ส่วนที่3แล้วพรุ่งนี้ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกับ Group B นะคะก็สำหรับท่านไหนนะคะที่อยากจะมาเชียร์ก็เรียนเชิญกันได้เลยนะคะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวนั่นเองค่ะสวัสดีแพนลาไปก่อนพบกันใหม่วันพรุ่งนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
down and fall apart. Whatever move that you make is not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself.